Yo, what's going on? Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Rilla. We got Anton. We got Lucky. We got Kay. Courtney. Me, myself on Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. How y'all doing, family?
What the word is Thursday night, boy. What's popping?
Man, what's popping, man? I see y'all looking nice. Everybody dressed in all black, man. Somebody died?
I know, right?
Hey, look, you know what I was thinking about, JR? I said one thing about the fam, man. We always gonna show up, man.
Hey, I hear that. It's good to see y'all again, man. And for you people out there, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Before we get this show started, I want to introduce, we got two guests tonight. Bring up our first guest. He's from Chicago. He's a radio personality on WGCI. I want to bring up Tone. You guys, welcome Tone to the show.
What's everybody?
What's going on, Tone? How you feeling?
I mean, I'm good. Just got off work. Gonna do what I do when I get off work. I have some of my anxiety medicine, and then
Yeah, I hear that. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Welcome to the show. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
I also want to bring up somebody else. We got Rashawn from 8 at the Table. Some of you guys may be familiar with him. So welcome Rashawn to the show.
What's going on, guys? It's a pleasure being on the show. I think y'all I'm real humble by it. And y'all all look good, man, for sure.
Thanks. Appreciate it, man. Again, before we get the show started, make sure you guys get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Share the video. The show just getting started. We're here for somebody to miss the greatest show ever. Our first topic of the night is going to be potential side piece, right? Possible side piece in the picture. Do you wait to find out for sure, or do you step your game up within a relationship? I'm gonna say that again. Possible side piece. Do you find out the facts, or do you step your game up? I'm gonna start asking a couple people, and then everybody else feel free to chime in. I'm not gonna go around because I know it's a lot of us tonight. So I'm gonna start with you, Kay. Potential side piece. Do you find out facts or step your game up?
If I was feeling like that, like there was another person, I would ask myself, why do I feel like that? I'm probably doing or not doing something for me to feel like that without any proof. So I would probably, try to see what I can do better if it's a potential, with no proof. And I would absolutely just directly communicate with my man about it. I would communicate and introspect and see what I could do better to ease my own, anxiety about that, especially, no proof. I wouldn't go accusing or anything like that.
Hey, Kay, I got a question for you really quickly.
Oh, man. You put your hood on.
No, listen, I'm all about love. I got my ace up under me. Luck, what's up, Luck? Luck, I got my girl down for me. I got my girl under me. So I'm good tonight. I'm feeling great. But no, my question is, what about woman's intuition? You know what I'm saying? Because I think a lot of times women are pretty accurate when they start to get that little intuition or whatever. Like, do you ignore that without the proof, considering what you just said, or do you start to lean into that a little bit more? Or can you even help yourself from starting to get a little bit more curious, considering that you do have that intuition? I think that women a lot of times lean into it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I know that women's intuition is a thing, right? if you feel like something is happening, that's why I said I would communicate about it. I wouldn't just I wouldn't launch an investigation or anything like that. Like I would try to make sure I'm being my best self. I would talk directly to my man about my feelings and what's going on. I'm not going to enlist my friends and stuff to start a full-fledged investigation based on nothing. Mm-mm.
And you got to be careful with that too. Like, I understand women intuition. First of all, men have intuition as well too. Like if you study your woman, like you can tell when something's off as well, because when another man is implementing his thoughts on your woman, she start reflecting that as well. And now you're not only talking to her, you're talking to somebody else as well when she talks. But you got to be in tune. But you got to be really careful, because is it intuition or is this person bringing? It's a fine line between that. What if this person has traumas, or she bringing in other bricks from her last relationship because somebody else did something? Now she's on edge, and you doing the same. Mm-hmm. If you kind of move in a certain way, she like, oh, you must be cheating, right? So like, you got to be careful with all of that. You know, we only move off of knowledge, right, and understanding. So you gotta, if you don't got no facts, you can't just start running around accusing people of things, something that you don't have no facts about. You know, and I think that for me, if I feel like my woman is cheating, I'm one, like I don't feel like look at that. If I feel like my woman is cheating, I don't move off of feelings. I don't move off of feelings now, because at the end of the day, a lot of times when people start doing that, the reason why they projecting what they actually doing a lot of times, because they might be cheating. So they trying to find a way to make them justify their own cheating, so they can plot to see like, oh, well, you know what I mean? Like they could feel justified doing what they're doing because they feel as though they're projecting also on you. So it's just fine lines between anything. Sometimes you could be right though. Sometimes you do have an intuition, and sometimes it could be right, but always never accuse anything without dealing with facts. And that's the view that I look at.
Okay. Hey, Tom, what about you? Potential side piece. Do you find out the facts or you step your game up?
All right, man. For me, it's if I ever feel uncomfortable in a situation, relationship, or whatever, it's usually I may examine it and take a look at it and figure it out if it's worth trying to step your game up. But I deal in comfort, man. That's just kind of how I am. My life has to vibrate on a certain frequency for what I do for a living. You know what I mean? And I tell anybody that I'll let nothing stand in the way of what I do. You know what I mean? My life I have to be on. When I'm on air, I can't come in with that I got baggage or I got things of that nature, because I gotta put on a real show every day. I don't record my stuff. It's all live and it's happening in real time. So that's kind of how I live my life in that aspect. It's like, yo, if it ain't comfortable, it gotta go.
So, Tone, let me ask you a question, fam. Because I know I get it. You know what I'm saying? As a content creator, you got to be on. You know what I'm saying? 100% of the time, right? And so you leaning into that comfort level or whatever, right? So my thing then becomes, what if? I mean, we assuming that she not based off of the facts or whatever like that. But what if she just moving different and she not necessarily doing anything that would warrant, you know, to say that you can accuse her of cheating, you couldn't prove nothing or nothing like that. However, you just uncomfortable with the idea that you just see something that ain't right. You know what I'm saying? How do you move in that situation based off of the fact that you need that level of comfortability when you know what I'm saying, got to do what you got to do on a regular basis?
Right. Like Rasan said, man, men do have intuitions. Human beings have intuitions. We all are recording constantly. You know what I mean? Like people ask me about doing a show, and you guys are all content creators. We always on. We're recording constantly. So when you with your woman, you or ladies with your guy, you constantly recording what's going on. So eventually something's gonna not feel right. It's gonna be like like you said, she's moving different. And you got to have that real conversation. Like, and if the answers don't feel comfortable, I don't say because you like, even again, to refer to what Rashawn was saying, is that, yo, you have to have some real proof. But I do say this, like, if she continues to move in a way that's making you uncomfortable, and you constantly questioning, that's not, that to me, that's just not a way to live a life. It's not a way for anybody to live a comfortable life, man. Your partner shouldn't have you questioning if they moving with somebody else, moving around with somebody else. You know what I mean?
So you cutting it off regardless of whether you got the proof anyway.
I'm gonna push back. I'm gonna push back a little bit and see. I just, like I said, I'm not going off of the first thing, like, yo, you didn't call me when you came in the house. Oh, gotta go. You know what I mean? I'm not that irrational in that sense, but I'm saying, like anything, we all know something's gonna shake regardless. I'm one of them people to give you enough rope to hang yourself.
Yeah.
Now you're on mute, bro.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, well, I was going to say this as well, because on previous shows we talked about having open dialogue, and so we're always constantly talking. How are we doing in this relationship? What am I doing that you love? What are you doing? What am I doing that you're not liking? So before I get to that point, I would hope it to be some kind of communication that we have. Like, Courtney, you're not doing what I need you to do. This is what I really need you to do. This is what I'm missing out. This is what is lacking in our relationship. So before we go all, to that extreme, hopefully there's conversation. So if I'm feeling like you have a side chick, or maybe, entertaining someone else because you're missing it from home, I should know that. Okay, he's not playing. He's missing this out. I'm not doing what I need to do, or vice versa. And the next woman, if I'm not willing to do, she will. So hopefully we can have those conversations prior to. And those conversations, if you really want to be with that person, then you'd work with that person and be like, okay, I apologize. I can do better in this relationship.
Okay.
Courtney, have you ever dealt with somebody that had a side chick?
I haven't.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean, really?
I'm asking her, has she ever been in a relationship with a man and he had the side chick? I was interested in her take.
Now, not that I know of, but
right.
In my relationships that I've had, infidelity wasn't the issue.
Right.
It was us being immature and emotionally immature was the issue, but it wasn't. I'm not one to go through anyone's phone, and vice versa. So.
I hear you.
Courtney, I don't know.
Light Skin Chronicles.
Listen, Courtney, I'm gonna just be real with you. I don't think that there is a woman on earth that has not went through their man's phone.
I haven't.
And
I'll put this up. Scouts on.
I haven't either.
What?
I had that happen to me, and I'm gonna tell you, like, to me, and one of my friends was like, took it like, it was like, oh, like, that's like status quo. Like, this like, and so like, yo, women just do that. That's what they do. They're going to go check your phone. And I'm like, yo, I feel like, especially if you in my house, you 9 times out of 10, you wearing my shorts, and you done waited till I went, and you
saw your hoodie.
She got your jersey on.
You go on my phone, I feel like you done violated every trust. I'm in my house. This is supposed to be the most sacred place I have in the world. This is, for me, my house means a lot to me. It took me a lot to get this house. You know what I mean? So I look at it different. And I feel like you go on my phone, you ain't paying for nothing. Like, nothing in here. You ain't paying for the air you breathing in here. You cannot go in my phone. That is like, that will cause so much issues. And I feel like, when I tell you, like, you remind me of somebody, like, I mean, I've been dating for a while. Like I had somebody, you wild in your 20s, and you bring somebody home, and then they done stole stuff out your crib. You wake up like, oh, I said, that's kind of how I felt. I said, low key, that's how I felt. I feel like you waited till I was in my most vulnerable state in my home, and then snuck in my phone and looked at it. I said, because, and they was like, what do you mean? I was like, would you have looked at my phone when I was wide awake? Would you went in my phone, figured out my password while I was sitting here looking at you? Would you have did that?
Well, no. She did your eyes like this.
Yeah.
Unlock it.
Now she figured out my password, smart sucker.
You know the thing.
Stupid.
Go ahead, Rashawn.
I think the thing about it is, well, first of all, let's be clear. I don't need you to be looking through. See, it's balancing this. First of all, a lot of times, if you ain't letting, it's going to be a trust factor if you always got to check my phone. But listen, 9 times out of 10, I'm a man. We're not even about to play this game. If you have a problem of your shorty checking your phone, you got something to hide. We're not going to play this game. Listen. And at the end of the day, if you always got to check my phone, now I have a problem with you because now you don't trust me. And I don't need you to be reading my conversations that I have with my friends. They got personal things going on. What if my man just got burnt? I don't need you to know that my man just got burnt. You feel me? Like, I don't know the case may be. So men have different type of group chats. We have different type of conversations, at the end of the day. So you don't.
You mean got burnt like?
Not burnt, like as in
he might have time. Relax.
STD?
I'm just trying to understand what the listen.
Anton is like the stove or
hey yo, it's not though. Like you said, it's not like it's still though, bro. It's not like you got
I went to the extreme, but I'm just saying, like, listen, I went to the extreme, but it's the point of, we might be roasting one of the niggas of the group that this is you, whatever, like, men talk, like, you feel me? Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, you don't need to see my friend's personal business. That's none of your business. Right? Men talk is men talk. So now you want to like all that's too much. However, I do say I do know that I never really had an issue. Like when someone is when a person got their phone and is placed down all the goddamn time, you got something to hide, bro. Like
I don't know about that one.
Hey, listen,
I don't know about that one. Just in case,
I hear the tell me it's raining outside.
Just in case anything falls, I got to make sure my screen don't get cracked.
You think maybe you have trust issues, JR?
What you say, Luck?
No, I said, do you think that means you have trust issues if you just assume if the phone is down that there's something going on?
No, it's not. I don't have trust issues. I think that I've been in the game for a minute. I didn't always been who I am today. I know how the game go. And not only that, like
well, isn't that projecting like what you just?
Yes, it is projecting. It's patterns though. I took a behavior class, right? And you have behavior.
Oh, me too.
Listen, right? And you have behavior patterns. and yes, it is projecting. And you got to do a sense of adding. But my thing is, if you always got your phone down, I'm not about to pressure. See, it's the difference of thinking something and reacting to it. Because I'm not about to press you. I don't go through phones. I'm not doing none of that. Right? I'm good. I don't need to go through your phone. I'm not even asking you to go through your phone. I don't need you to be going through my phone either. However, those are things, as in, like you say, that you feel uncomfortable about. There's things that you got to watch. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's different things that you got to look for, different behavior patterns that you got to look. And this is looking real familiar at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not about to press you. I allow, as bro just said, Tone said, I will allow you to hang yourself. Just don't get caught. I'm not about to be looking for
Rashawn.
Let me.
I have a question.
Me too.
Hold on. We're gonna go to real Lucky then, Kay.
Well, no, because I don't want to take it off course because I actually was gonna flip it, but I want to go ahead and let the ladies go, and then I'll circle back and flip it.
All right, go ahead, Lucky.
Okay, so it says, do you find out the facts or step my game up? I say both, because if I find out the facts, I'll know why you have a side chick, and then it'll give me it depending on how long you were together. Because some marriages, they'll be together for like 20 something years, and then he has like a work side chick or something like that. Or sometimes it'd be he tried to communicate with you and you were dismissive or things like that, and then he got another woman. So some things I feel like you could learn from, and maybe it'll help the relationship in the future. But if it's if you're talking about boyfriend and girlfriend, I don't believe in side chicks. I just think that he has 2 girlfriends. But either way, even if you move on from the person, I think it's important that you know what he had a side chick for. So when you move on, if it was something that you were lacking, you can provide and be a better woman to the next man.
Talk to him, Luck.
Wow.
That's my girl.
Wow.
That's my girl.
Well, I just want to say something about the phones really quick. I just like the phones being down. and most of us at this time, we're not dealing with, this is not the early 2000s or the 90s when cell phones just started. We mostly had our numbers for over a decade, over some close to 2 decades. People, especially for women, it happens more on the woman's side than for guys. Women always have guys checking in on them constantly, all the time. They had them checking in on them. Dudes, it'll happen. It happens to us, but less frequent. If you never know when that when that BS text or when that BS call might come in, and you looking, you're like, man, what you calling me for? And if you looking at, and that could turn into a whole situation. A lot of times it should be dead. I stay away from women's phones, they social media, any woman that I'm dating, because dudes leave little bombs in there for you to, if she's in a relationship, they'll leave a little bomb in there like eyes, or I see you've been looking good the last couple of days, and all that little weak stuff that could cause you insecurity. I know I'm insecure. I'm not going to go do anything to make myself feel crazy about the woman I'm with. I'm not even gonna put my eyes on that. So I'm like, why is this dude putting everything he could just be a creep laying bombs for me? And most of the time, 95% of the time, it is, because if but it still could cause you to have issues.
All right, what you had to say, Kay? Go ahead.
I just had a question about the phones, because one of my brothers actually mentioned, like, a long time ago, he said something like, people start acting different with their phone when they're doing something. I'm not sure if Rashawn is still here, but the question was for him. So I will.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. My daughter got up. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
I'm listening. I can hear everything.
Okay. So Rashawn, my question was, does it depend, like, on if they were already placing their phone down when they met you, or like only if this is a new behavior, does it raise a red flag? Or are you just like at dinner for the first time with a woman, you see her phone facing down and you're like, I can't do this. She's not trustworthy. Like,
definitely not on the first day. I'm just talking about when your behavior patterns change.
So it has to be a change.
Of course, it has to be.
If she always put it down, you would be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's your behavior pattern from the.
Okay.
I mean, listen. When you studying somebody, you change up. That's both men and women. Like, that's if you studying though.
Yeah.
Some people, and I ain't talking about being insecure. Like, we're not talking about being insecure about things. You know when something is up though, but you don't. I'm not going into a full-fledged investigation. I just allow you to hang yourself.
Just noticing small things. I definitely agree. Like, once you get to know people really well, you notice little things that change.
I'm like the feds. I let you eat for a long time.
Maybe it's different for married people than it is for just like people.
You build a case.
I've been married before. Like, I'm divorced now, and I've been with my children's mother for over 13 years. Right. So like, I allow you to eat. I'm just collecting data. That's it. And at the end of the day, by the time I come, it's not a feeling. It's not a guess. I got receipts. And then, so when I make my decision, it's not a guessing decision. I'm not second guessing my decision. I'm strong in my position.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. You said I'm sorry, you're not married now?
No, I'm divorced. I've been divorced for 2 years now. I'm 33. Me and my children's mother was together for over 13 years. I met her when I was 16 years old, and we kind of grew up together. You know what I'm saying? And we got 3 beautiful daughters together. Yeah. So.
Okay, my bad, because I thought you were saying that like you had got divorced and then you've been with the mother of your kid for like 13 years. I'm like, what?
Nah. Not negative.
I got you. But I do think I don't know. Like I said, I think it's different for married people. First of all, women are sneaky. Not all women is just gonna be like going through your phone. They're gonna slide it in, right? They're gonna be like, oh, hey, you know what, your phone right here. Let me just make a phone call real quick I can call the restaurant and make sure that we got that reservation real quick. Like, they not gonna, you know what I'm saying? They finesse. They good. They good with it. That's A.
Go ahead, Lucky. Go
it was
no,
for
go
Rashawn.
ahead,
It was for Rashawn because he said he's been in a dating game for a long time. And so if you're with somebody and their phone repeatedly is down, are you going to be curious to go through it to see why they keep their phone down? Or are you not tripping because you don't want her going through your phones, so you don't care what's on hers?
No, it's not even that. I just pay attention to behavior patterns. Listen, I'm a human being. Do I have thoughts? Yes, I do. If you see something, a behavior pattern that's not likely showing, showing confidence, then no, I'm immediately going to have probably thoughts. But my thoughts and what I'm going to do is two different things. You got to learn how to check yourself because I don't want to overthink it as well. I don't want to be like, I don't want to make a blanket statement and be like, oh, your phone is down, you're definitely cheating. I'm not going to do that. You feel me? But look at behavior patterns. In other words, here, like my messages come across my screen. And then 2-3 years later, we're in a relationship. Now you see messages don't go across my screen anymore. That's a behavior pattern that's changed. Maybe I took it off because of work, but that could be the case, right? You got to be optimistic. But for the most part, like I'm a numbers guy, I'm a financial advisor, so I'm a numbers guy. If I do the math, 9 times out of 10 is not. I didn't change it because of my goddamn job. At the end, you got to just know your partner. It's studying and knowing your partner, and then at the end of the day, just studying. It's just pretty much studying, collecting data.
Yeah.
All right. Wait. I really wanted to flip it real quick because I know there's a ton of questions for Rashawn, and
I didn't have a question.
Well, I kind of wanted to get in just real quick.
Come on.
Yeah, I hear you. So I know there's a lot of questions for Rashawn, but I actually think Rashawn may be an outlier because my perspective is I don't think most men pay attention to certain things, or maybe it's just me. So on this platform, I like to use myself as an example, right? I like to use situations that I've been through. I look at people like Tone Kapone, right? And I would say for Tone, because he's in the public eye and he's highly visible, when he runs into somebody and I'm Tone Kapone, I do this, woo, woo, woo. That interaction is going to be different because then Tone has to dissect what's the ulterior motive. Like if there's an ulterior motive, like he has to fully vet that one. For the average blue cop dude, my perspective, most times we going about our business, we don't even pay attention. That's why if a woman steps out on you and she has a side dude or whatever, woo, you're kind of like you're like a deer in headlights, like, yo, I didn't see this coming, right? I think that's the case for most dudes. I do agree that dudes have intuition. I don't think it's as highly enlightened as women, but I think we're so busy going about our day, we're working, we're on our purpose, we're taking care of business, most of us anyway, that when that situation comes up, like you're not thinking about patterns and phones. Like I didn't really even think about patterns until like the situation I'm in now. That was one of the first things my girl told me, was like, I pay attention to your patterns. I was like, oh, okay, word up, okay, good one.
You pay attention to your pattern.
Are you mad?
Oh yeah,
married?
No. I'm similar to you. I was 10 years married, divorced now, but I'm in a relationship. I've been in my relationship for 5 years.
Okay, so the way how you operate today, right, would be different the way how you operated before, right? The things that you didn't know.
Well, for me, I didn't move. I move consistently. So like when you bring up the thing with the phones, right? Like my phone is on silent, which is why I miss a lot of people's calls or a lot of texts, right? So my phone stays on silent. Like that's not a new pattern for me, right? But what I'm saying is the last relationship that I was in previous to this one, that relationship, that woman actually stepped out on me. I had no idea. And when we actually had a conversation and went back through, I was like, dang, I should have picked up on that. I should have saw that coming.
I want to ask you this, Rilla.
Yeah.
That woman that stepped out on you, was it because of you?
Nah, I wouldn't put that on me. I put that more on her.
Why?
Then I would put it on me because at the end of the day, conversation rule the nation, right? So, if you're not being fulfilled in a relationship, right, then we should be having that conversation. We should be having that conversation openly and honestly. But and this is So I know this is one of them things that Anton will get into, like, well, this is the difference between being married and being boyfriend and girlfriend. That's cool too. And I get that. And that's cool too, right? It is a big difference, right? It's a different type of commitment. But a person's mindset is that mindset, right? Covenant minded versus like I can opt out. That mindset has nothing to do with being married or boyfriend girlfriend. If you're covenant minded and you respect covenant, then you're gonna be.
But the brain doesn't even, a psychologist say, right? The brain doesn't even allow you to. When you get married, something clicks in the mind. Like,
yep, he's right.
You have no choice but to change. You could be with somebody for 20 years, and which is why you see it all the time. And then that they end up divorced the next year, out of that 1 year they've been married, because if you don't pay attention how you're changing and how your partner is changing, because then that's on you. But something clicks in the mind, according to psychologists, that you take it seriously. Your family members, your friends.
I don't know. I would push back on that a little bit, Rashawn, because if that was true, then we would see less divorces. If the mind clicked and changed,
divorce happen because of first of all,
I think there's high expectation off of wrong information. When you get married, what clicks in the mind, most people, especially people that haven't had the conversation about family building, structure, legacy, what that marriage is going to look like, what changes is, and we've seen it on this platform. People talk about, I thought it was going to be this Disney program. I thought it was going to be roses, flowers, candy, this, that, and the third. I thought it was going to be, they were going to grow to love me each day, da, 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 da. It's not that, you take it, like, I get it. I understand what you're saying in part, but I think if that were honestly the case, we'd see less divorces.
Well, 70% of divorces come from women. Women initiate.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Wait, Rashawn, don't do that. Look at K. Look at K face. Look at K face.
I'll take that. He didn't say 80.
Listen, I'm gonna say 70% according to statistics, right? 70% of marriages are initiated by women, right? Now, in that divorces. I'm sorry, it's initiated by women, right? Pardon me. But then look at the number of this. The percentage of the people who regret the divorces afterwards, because I'm gonna show you why divorces happen. It's over 65% of people who regret of getting a divorce, because 9 times out of 10, according to them, is that it's the pressure that's in the marriage that tends to a lot of times happen. It's a total different type of pressure, which is why when people normally who get married, they look at somebody that's saying, yeah, this is my boyfriend or this is my girlfriend. And you don't even, it's a total different tier. You don't even respect that. And technically in your mind don't even translate it for you to respect boyfriend and girlfriend's relationships, which is why grandma used to say, stop playing house. If that boy didn't put a ring on it, you're playing house. He didn't make you an honest woman. The whole 9 yards. It's the pressure that comes with marriage that, it could be the same thing. It's like, I had to make $100 today. But now you marry, feel like having to make $100 today is even that much pressure. Like, because you can't just walk out easily. Yeah, you could get a divorce. Yes, you could get a divorce, but even that's a process. Going through a divorce, bro, it's the most tiring and stressful, depressive thing, because they're trying to keep y'all together, going through mediations, etc., etc. All of that is a lot, bro. So, but people regret it because the next thing you know, they thought that the grass was green on the other side. As you said, they had this Disney style way, and you see it online. People be like, love shouldn't have struggle to it, which is the most BS thing that I've ever heard in my life. And you're going to struggle. Anything that's good for you, you're really going to struggle, and you just got to have enough endurance to pass it through. That's just my take based upon the.
Yeah, I think that you are 1000% correct, bro. There is a difference between marriage and being in a relationship, and subconsciously, we even know it. We know it as it relates to how we've been socialized when it comes to the people that we are close to. We know it when it comes to even the benefits that you get along with it. Like, you don't even get healthcare coverage. You can't even get healthcare coverage for your spouse if you're not married. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's so many constructs and things in our life that we don't even factor into the conversation when it comes to how it is that you feel or what it is that clicks on and off when you get married versus just being in a relationship. And so I think that you stated it perfectly. I don't even think that I need to add nothing else to it.
I was about to say, and Tom, to add to your point, I remember my children's mother, right? She was pregnant with my oldest daughter. She was in labor. We in the hospital. And I'm in there, regulating everything. Listen, no, this is what we do. We already signed things, the whole 9 yards. So this white doctor come in there, this lady come in there. Excuse me, sir, can you please leave? I said, what? I said, this is I'm the father. Yes, you're demanding too much stuff. I said, well, I'm her husband. Everything changed. Totally different. They didn't care if I was the father. No one respects boyfriend and girlfriend subconsciously.
Nope. I don't.
You lie to yourself.
I don't.
But even the woman your woman doesn't even, which is why she's putting the pressure on you. When we're going to get married, because you didn't make her an honest woman. And let's be clear here. I'm going to tell you why, ladies, that you should never allow someone to gaslight you. And fellas, you never allow a woman to gaslight you. Men could be with, and fellas, y'all understand, know exactly what I'm saying. You could be with a woman for mad years. You have no intentions on marrying her. You know that. But then you never met a woman who you click with. Boom. You go right to the homies. Yo, bruh, I can marry her. You already know. Only a few months went past. It wasn't 3 years. It wasn't 4 years. It wasn't 5 years. She done made you so comfortable and you already projecting like, oh yeah, you adding things up. Like you could see yourself marry her. And women get the cat. A lot of times women could be with men for years, knowing that they don't have marriage will marry him, but because they don't have to ask to marry them, because it's up to a man to do that, they can, by the time you just a replacement holder until they find the person who they really would marry, and then they get to blame it on you, say, oh, he was playing games, he never wanted to marry me. But
that is so accurate, bro.
It is. It's all an audition. That's what I say anyway. I would say anytime anybody's in a relationship, it's all auditioning. That's why, a lot of times when people, I've had my boys get upset when they just meet a woman and they find out, she's like, man, I think I saw her out with somebody. Like, bro, most people when you meet them, nobody's really 100% single when you meet them. I don't believe that in life. When you it's hard to catch somebody 110% single. It is.
I'm a single 110%.
For me, it just seems like most times people are on the back end of something that they're on the way out of, or they just started something new. It's rare that you meet people in the space of 100% single where they not dealing. I'm talking about not dealing with nobody, not no side, not somebody you having sex with on the regular. I'm talking 100.
I get what you said. You said another. So I guess the best word to use that they're not attached to somebody else.
Okay, that would be a better word.
Single, you could be nailing anything. That doesn't mean that you're in a relationship.
Yeah, but I get what he was saying. I understand what he was saying. I got you.
Yeah, I got you. No, I just wanted to clear that. I had to understand exactly what you were saying, though.
Now I'm gonna push back. I'm gonna push back a little bit though, because
go ahead.
We all know people, and they marry couples now that say, "Yo, we've been together, 15 years, but we've been married too." You know what I'm saying? Like one of my guys in Atlanta, he just celebrated 5 years in marriage, but he had been with his girl like 10 years, right? And so I understand. Ideally, like you want. You want marriage, you want people to be married and so on and so forth. But I don't want to exclude the people that are actually out here dedicated in relationships. And I understand Anton's premise. If you ain't married, you just boyfriend and girlfriend. Or he don't believe in boyfriend and girlfriend. And I know there's a couple of people out there too, but there's real people in the real world dedicated in their relationships, long-term, short-term, or whatever, that are committed to each other. Like
I'm not going for it, really. I'm not going for it.
I hear you.
Well, you know where I stand
And I
on it. I
feel
say it every single day. I say either you're married or you're single. I don't believe in any in betweens. I'm black and I'm
and
white.
listen, I've also said, Anton, on this platform, as a result of me being on this platform, I'm a lot more intentional, and I'm torpedoing towards, you know, making things right with my girl right now, right? I've said that multiple times, right? But what I also don't want to ignore is people that are in real relationships. To, you know, whether it's to, I ain't gonna even say to them, they are in real relationships, they're in committed relationships, long-term relationships exist.
Really?
I hear you.
Really? Come on, man.
I feel technically, I would feel, I wouldn't want that for my daughters. I wouldn't want, and I'm just going to be real. I wouldn't want to be. You have any children, Rilla?
I do.
You got a daughter?
I do.
I say it all the time. Be the man that you want.
And look, and this is the thing. And
I'm the man that I would want my daughter to marry, bro.
One at a time, fellas. One at a time.
For my daughter to be coming home 30 years old talking about her boyfriend. Listen, like, do you think if something happened to my daughter and we all inside the hospital and then she not married and this nigga think he gonna come inside the hospital making decisions?
Here's what I know to be fact, Rashawn.
Do you think
I hear you. I hear you. Wait.
And it's like 100,000. Like my daughters right now, I invested in some things, like, so they attached to some great investments. Now all of a sudden you think that some nigga that was just hanging around, right, nailing that thing, took her out, they went on vacation, they quote unquote so-called in love, right? And something happened to her and you think he's gonna have access to the investment money? That's never gonna happen.
I hear you. And here's what you and I both know. Past the age of 18.
Final thoughts, brother. We're gonna move on to the next
I got you. Past the age of 18, definitely past the age of 21, that's a grown adult, right? And you and I have limited input on how they move beyond that point, right?
Right.
So you and I are both, as fathers, right, guiding, supporting, giving insight in that position at that point in time. And you can't fully impose your will, right?
No,
you
you're right.
Make your position known, but go ahead. I'm rocking with you.
Because if she can't make the decision herself, though, because like something happened to my daughter, she can't make the decision. Do you think I'm gonna put that decision to let the boyfriend to make the last decision? Oh yeah, that's never gonna, because you wouldn't even allow that to happen with your own damn daughter.
What would you do if she made her person, like whoever, let's say this is a grown person, you know, a grown daughter. What would you do if she made someone her power of attorney?
That's different. And that's a contract, right? It's still a contract.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be marriage.
No, but that marriage is a contract.
I know, I'm saying, but it could be power of attorney. You don't have to be married to give someone power of attorney. So how do you feel about that?
For me, I would think that it'd be that's her choice. Would I agree with that choice? No, but again, she's grown. I can't make that decision. But if there's no contract in place, guess what? It results back to the parents, period. If there's no contract in place. So my daughters are being raised. We only respect, I don't have them thinking and listening, hearing boyfriend and girlfriend talk. I don't even like the boyfriend and girl. No, you're courting to get engaged, to get married. Seriousness. The problem is a lot of times I think that we have our children, raised them, and men, y'all know, sometimes our mothers told us not to take relationships serious until we older, explore your 20s, the whole 9 yards. So what you're teaching us to do is have sex with a whole bunch of women, not have no commitment. We get in our 30s, we get a woman, then you expect us to be faithful when we haven't practiced the discipline the whole entire time. We never practiced that. You just told us to have fun.
And that's a different take. Wait, Rashawn. So wait, are you saying that, because that's a different take than what we normally hear? Because what we normally hear is that women should marry early and then men should marry later. Are you saying men should marry early too?
That's right. Men need responsibility.
Did y'all notice that Anton and Rashawn have a similar?
We do.
Well, I mean, you're not divorced, Anton. Of course not. But I'm saying y'all both got.
But we have the same mindset and the same.
Right. That's what I was saying. Y'all have like a similar.
I've been saying the same thing that he's saying right now for the entirety since I've been on this for over a year and a half. And the thing about Barilla, you got it confused though. we don't say that men shouldn't marry early. What we say is that women don't want men of the same age because men haven't necessarily proven themselves through any sort of rite of passage to show that they're worthy of marriage. And often at times what you find is that men become the best versions of themselves later in life.
That's
so
right.
We recommend that women marry early in their best interest because their value in the eyes of men is often when they're in their prime physically, because we don't necessarily look at what it is that they bring from a resource perspective. We don't consider that when we're looking for or we're vetting for who it is that we want to rock with. So it's different from what you should do versus what's in your best interest when it comes to how it is that we're moving around in society and where it is that you can find yourself to be the most successful in a relationship. It's a completely different conversation.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me clarify, and I still stand on what I said initially, because not just on this platform and not the conversations that we normally have, but even through my travels throughout the manosphere, the message that gets communicated to young bloods is stay on your purpose, stay on your grind. You're not even ready until you're at least 30 plus. You don't even find yourself until you're 30.
I disagree
as a
with
man.
that, though.
I mean, and I
I got married when I was
right.
22 years old.
No, that part I know about you, and this is why you get all the pushback about being an anomaly and an outlier, and that's a whole nother conversation, bro, because I've come to a different understanding with you on that, so I salute and respect.
But he's not a anomaly. Do you know how many young black, like, I didn't want to bring this in.
Well, he gets that pushback all the time. I'm just saying.
I can't wait to jump in on this.
Listen, what it is, see, what happens is this. But when you tell him, the young man, first of all, he's not celibate. He's not a virgin. He's not celibate. But you're telling him to wait till he's 35 to take a woman seriously. Why he could whore the whole entire 20s and then into his mid 30s. And then you expect him to be faithful? Do you know how many problems he's bringing into that young girl's
This man is my spirit animal.
I agree.
It's not even.
He is my spirit animal, bro.
Man, it doesn't even make sense. Let me tell you something. Older men, like we men, all right? Men that's with women that wasn't with them shooting in the gym has a different type of respect for them. It's not the same. When a woman is with you shooting in the gym, witting you, watching while you learning and practicing being a leader, because what it is, she want the easy way out. Oh, he has to already have his shit together. That doesn't so you don't want to put no work in. So you just want to be able to run into a man who I got his whistling together, and you think he's going to give you the proper respect. That's never going to happen. Now you want to.
I'm about to hug my computer. Hold on.
Listen, it's just,
you don't know how long I've been waiting for this. Man.
I really will. Ooh.
Hey, yo, I'm just saying, like, so women, the problem is that we have to teach our daughters also that young man that she's in, if she's going to college, find somebody. If you're going to school for law, find somebody in law. Find somebody that's doing the same thing that y'all can grind and build something together, because she got flaws that he has to learn to deal with too. He has to learn to be a leader. And she falls in love with a man that she been with and watching him evolve and helping evolve, and this man is helping her evolve. That's a love bond, or that's a different type of bond that can't be broken, bro. Or if only people that could break it is them two. No one can really get in between that two. But an older dude who got the bread, I'm making making over $150,000 a year, and here I'm about to come save a young girl. Do you think I don't want to hear her thoughts? Do you think I want to hear her thoughts?
Oh my God, this man is preaching. I'm about to get my collection plate. Where's my collection plate?
It just doesn't make sense for men. And I watch men. First of all, most men who are successful has a woman by his side. Those men that become successful, that doesn't have a woman by his side, have trust issues, go through a whole different type of court process. Look at Tone. Tone like, yeah.
I'm about to explode.
My fault. Go ahead, bro.
I'm about to explode. I disagree on some things. I'm right with you on some other stuff. Anton, you're 100% an outlier. And then a lot of times as men, and this is the thing, and in most cases, men, we don't get our stuff together financially. there's a thing as being I totally agree with you what you're saying, being a leader. Yes, you want to be a leader, and having a woman grow with you as you become that leader is an awesome thing. But in a sense of, a lot of times there's different personality types with people like myself, where you lock in and you doing things I'll just use myself as an example.
Mm-hmm.
In the Midwest, in the late 90s, early 2000s, I say I want to be a radio personality. That shit ain't normal, because and nobody in my family does anything but education, engineering, or some type of business. So now you go to school with people that come out and they're making all this, they're making money, they can start their families. When you start off in entertainment, let me tell you, the bread ain't there. You can't support barely yourself. Most times people are living in their mama's house. So as a man, you want to be able to sustain a family. And a lot of people, and as we look now, as the world has changed, it's different. People had whole mortgages at 22. Your parents had and their grandparents had mortgages at 22. They were highly successful because of the way the world was. Now people are maturing later in a sense of financially and becoming into their own. I just think as a man.
But why though?
Hold on, Rashawn. Let me finish.
I think as a man, I just really think as a man, speaking from the male perspective, it ain't about hoeing. It's not about that. It's about having that base and being comfortable and being able to take care of and knowing you're going to be the head of that household, and being able to understand and have the responsibility, understand the responsibilities that come with it. And like I said, I mean, most guys, to me, when I look at a lot of my friends, they didn't really get into their vibe until they was like 30.
But Tone, you know the one thing that's wrong with your argument?
Okay.
Is that they wasn't celibate the whole time that they was on their come up either.
That's true. That's true.
So they were doing the things that married folks do,
Mm-hmm.
putting themselves in a position that married folks are best suited to oversee, such as the potential for having a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, they didn't want to do the things and make the steps or take the steps in order to ensure that they put themselves in the best position possible to oversee those situations. So the problem is that they still need that structure, right? Marriage is not a noose like other people, like people really think it is. It's not. It is probably one of
a lot of times people are
it's one of the best things that's ever happened to me in my entire life. And you talking to a dude that went broke. I went broke. I got up. I got down, the whole thing. And I'm just going to tell you, there's nobody in this world, not one person, not my daughter herself, that will ever garner the respect, the love, the dedication that will ever have even remotely the same type of weight as my wife do. Ever.
That's the most, and that is, I 100% echo the same sentiment, regardless, even if our minds ended in the divorce. But the best thing that ever happened to me was marriage, and the best thing because it made me serious about life. But Matone, I just want to ask you this: so you single?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's yeah.
All right. So listen. All right. Well, how you in your mid 30s?
Nope. No, 40s.
You in your mid. All right. So now you got any children?
Yes.
All right. Tony, you make it. Your argument just went in. Your argument.
Yeah, duh, it did, Tone.
No. Because I just
want to ask you one thing, Tone.
Okay, go ahead.
How hard is it to trust a woman now?
It's actually not. It's not hard in that. And for me, I'm not bringing in baggage in a sense. For me, I was worried. I mean, I've been in very serious relationships, married one time. It's those baggages you're not bringing in. I don't think.
So why you not?
For me, it's more for me. I'm just speaking from my perspective. I had to get used to Tony becoming Tone Kapone, and I've explained this on my own platform. I explained it's a different lifestyle. It's a different lifestyle from the dude that was working at Foot Locker to the man that's on the radio and on television. It's a different type. I deal with a different type of thing.
One question, I just want to ask this question. A woman that was with you from before you became Tone Kapone,
mm-hmm.
and she rocked out with you through all your stages.
Yeah.
To the man that you are today.
Yeah.
And right, that's a different woman, right?
Yeah.
Or finding a woman that you meet today that don't really know you. Like you can only give her your history, right?
Yeah.
But
Right.
she don't really knows you,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then you try to start off from who you are today. Which one are you liable to trust more?
I mean, come on, that's an argument that everybody's gonna pick the person that they knew the most. But I mean, it's the same thing with friends, right? But who's to say who's to say if you meet a new person in your life, a friend, right? A new friend. Let's say you have friends that you grew up with, right? That's been through everything with you, right? Mm-hmm. But you also met some people along the way in your journey that you may only known 2 or 3 years, but you connected with them in a way that's probably even better than the ones that you've known since you growing up.
But my thing about it was,
fellas, we're gonna bring this to a close.
I hate it because I got to get ready to get off. I got another thing I had to do. I'm really enjoying this though.
Yeah,
I'm really enjoying it. Can he respond to it? Can he?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Rashawn.
Yeah, please. I would love to hear.
I was about to say, most men that I know, right, and maybe you're an outlier. Most men that I know that's older, that's successful, now they double back and find normally those women be trophy wives to them. They don't really respect their thoughts. They don't really you can love them, but you don't really. Caring and loving is two different kind of things a little bit. So they don't really respect their mind. Like you don't, it's yes, you have a connection the whole 9 yards, but now the ones who I seen went with them, like, you know, a difference between whoever, you know, and I'm here go extreme, whoever Diddy Nell in the day, then LeBron James and Savannah. You see LeBron James and Savannah, you immediately, you know, time in. You know, it's a different type of love when he look at his woman. When you like, it's totally different than somebody who, he might love such and such, but the look is different. Like it's just totally different.
It is different, bro.
It's just totally. It is.
I will destroy somebody over Rita. Like dog. Man,
I love it. That's a beautiful thing. But I mean, like I said, like you, Anton, you one of the lucky ones. I think we're all, and I say this all the time on my show or anytime. I say, we all on our own personal journeys. My journey, everybody's journey is different. There's no right or wrong way to do it. In a sense, we just kind of got to learn. Because I said, like, you know, for me, it's a little different. I'm not gonna front and act like I was no good to any woman, and I at the time when I was first starting radio, it was too much. That's why I laugh at when I see a person, like, hate to say it outside, but like Offset, when he keeps getting caught up. Offset was dancing on YouTube videos, and now he's Offset, married to Cardi B, the most famous person in the world. He's got options that he's never had his entire life. And I make a joke about it all the time. The flesh is weak, and people make dumbass decisions. And like
I respect that, Tom. I respect that, Tom.
Yeah, I'm not. Nobody's perfect.
I don't know. I'm close to it, but I got it.
All right, we're gonna move on.
Are you leaving, Mr. Kapone?
Yeah, I have to get ready.
I'm really sad that you only got to be here for one topic.
You know what? You guys are awesome. But I actually have a call I'm getting ready to go get on.
Understandable.
Yeah, but I will come back again. This is super cool. You guys are well versed in relationships. This will give me something to talk about on my show. Thanks again to President Demetrius Sign. Pleasure to meet all of you guys. Pete, thank you.
All right, fam.
All right, Tom. I hit you up, Tom.
Absolutely. I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right. Okay.
I really had a question.
I had about 50,000.
I did too.
But we can go to the next subject.
Go ahead, Lucky. Go ahead with your question, Lucky.
Well, because I agree with what's being said, but I'm trying to understand how that applies when you're with somebody that's a girlfriend for 13 years and you're with somebody that's a girlfriend. I can see his point, but what you were saying sound right, but it's like, why didn't you marry who you're with if you're worried about what your kids see demonstrated? And then I was wondering, when you said you were getting cheated on, typically, you know, the woman's body, you know, they pH balance. So like, I was just wondering, were y'all still sexually active when she was cheating? Because I was just wondering, like, regardless if her pattern was the same, our bodies are going to tell you based on many different things. So those were just my two questions. But yeah.
You muted, really.
Who was it for?
It's only for you. It ain't for
Well,
me.
the cheating one was for you, but Rashawn, you said something about your kids see you demonstrated, but you're also a boyfriend of 13 years. So I was just
No,
he's not a boyfriend for
he not a
13
he.
years.
No, he didn't say. He said he was.
You're married
He
No,
was
he was
married.
with her. He was
Yeah.
married to her, and he was with
for
her for
13 years.
Married.
Okay, well,
I wasn't
y'all were
married.
talking so long. I was trying to
wasn't married.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I wasn't married for 13 years. We was together. I met her when I was 16 years old.
But right now, are you in a relationship?
No, I'm divorced.
Oh, okay, so you're
I'm
okay.
Yeah.
Scratch that question.
Yeah.
It was just a cheater.
It's on you, really.
Okay, so
First
on the
question.
cheating aspect, you talking pH balance and something else? No. And were we having sex? No.
Nope.
Oh, then that makes
No.
sense. Well, because I was just wondering if you would
Yeah,
say.
and what I also introduced as the variable is that I don't think men pay attention. Like, you women pay attention to
I pay attention.
But I was
Men
just
pay attention for sure.
I know every ass. I know every crevice in my chick's body.
Right.
Crevice.
Well, I'm not talking about crevices. We're talking about patterns.
I'm speaking figuratively, bro.
Well,
and for you not to pay attention to your, let me say this. For us, men can get to a point where, or I should say, in the beginning, it depending on the situation, like that you're not paying attention to certain things, but you know.
So wait,
let me something different. Like
wait, let me pause you, Rashawn, real quick, because the caveat is for you and Anton, right? You guys are both speaking from perspectives of you've been with. Both of you guys have been in relationships a decade, at least one decade.
Married,
right? So of course you're gonna know your chick, right?
Yeah, I knew her before we even got married. Like,
Rashawn, can you give the timeline? Like,
You knew her at 16?
No, I knew her at 19.
That's fair.
Rashawn, did you?
We gotta bring this subject to a close.
I was married. I got married, then I had children. But I was.
I need my likes to get up too. I need the likes up.
I got married at 26. So
okay.
My spirit animal.
Okay.
Yeah, I got married at 26, right?
So your kids are still really young.
Yeah, my oldest daughter about to be 7 November 1st.
Okay. Oh, 7.
Oh, it's a sweet age.
So
yeah.
My thing is this. See, I grew up around women. My mom had me when she was 15 years old. My mom always taught me, pay attention to whoever you're dealing with. Like, I hold conversations. I like to listen to people's thoughts. So I know once I figure out a pattern of the way how you think, not that I know everything that you're thinking of. I'm not saying that, but just a pattern, and I'm paying attention to you and I listen to you. A lot of times, a lot of men don't listen. That's the problem. A lot of men don't listen. But when you actually really trying to protect something, like you paying attention to everything that goes in your woman's mind, your children's mind, like you like the guard dog, like what's going on? You feel me? So when something is different, you catch on it like immediately. It's like, oh, where you get that from? And Anton, you can probably when your wife is talking to one of her friends, which friend she was talking to.
Yep, I sure do. I know exactly who she was hanging around.
All right, gentlemen.
I know exactly which one she hanging around. I do. I know if my chick was just talking to Lucky the other day. I said, you must have been on the phone with Lucky. She said, how you know? I said, I knew it. All right.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you get the likes up, man. There's a lot of chatter going on if the likes not up. So let's take this moment right now to get the likes up if you haven't. Appreciate it. We're not asking for no money. We just asking for the likes. That's all we want to get up. Also, while you at it, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats that came through and all the support. How y'all doing? Y'all okay? Okay.
I'm feeling great. This is a
Man,
great
hey,
night.
look, I'm digging this.
Yeah. All right,
JR,
y'all.
remember that part where you said like you keep your phone facing down just in case something falls?
I know you guys' phones was facing up.
You said in case something falls like randomly
Oh
from
yeah,
the sky.
yeah. I mean that, and then even
A meteor.
Right.
Yeah.
From ice
And then-
crystals, like
and then even well, I see with the lights off, and so I don't like that bright light when every time a notification comes, it's just lighting up the room. So just turn it over. It's nothing major. I think people are just overthinking. Again, thank you guys for all the constant support. Get the likes up. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic. We're going to be talking about a little bit of plastic surgery, makeup and weave, and how we like the women dress. The next topic is what looks do men prefer? What looks do men prefer? We're going to start with plastic surgery first. How do you guys feel about plastic surgery? Even any type of enhancement surgery, whether it's a breast lift.
I feel like people already know, but go ahead.
People already know what?
My views, but
Okay.
What are your views?
Go ahead. I'm gonna start with the ladies. Go ahead. I'm gonna start with you.
right. Fun. Okay. Who? Start with who? Me?
What are your views?
On surgery?
Because you said you felt like people already knew. What was the thing you thought?
Well, because on Anton's channel, well, it just some cosmetic surgery I don't see a problem with. Up until recently, I would say major surgery because I started seeing more people are dying from it, from evasive surgery. But as far as my opinion with like non-invasive surgery or things like that, it still stands. I don't see anything
invasive
wrong with well, whatever. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Come on.
So for the most part, like people get crow's feet or, like I said on Anton's channel, a double chin, or there's certain things like fillers, like some Caucasian people with no lips, like they may get injections. I don't see anything wrong with certain surgeries. So, yeah. But what looks men prefer, I think men.
Lucky trying to get her head knocked off. That's all.
It is what it is.
All right, Corey, then I'm gonna go to you. We're talking about plastic surgery first. What are your thoughts about it?
To each his own. I have no problem if a woman wants to do something enhancing themselves, or even a man to, if it makes them feel better about themselves. I mean, that's on them.
Courtney.
Yeah, it's on them.
Courtney.
You don't think when I start getting, I'm not gonna think about maybe getting some Botox later in life?
Anton head about to explode.
Thank you.
Courtney, I did not expect this from you.
Why not? Let stuff start sagging. I'm gonna start pushing them up.
Okay, wait. Okay, Courtney, I got a follow-up question. So are you cool with all types of surgery, or just
for
like
me or
is it
people
certain
in
kind?
general? So some of it's gone obviously.
People in general.
It's gone overboard when you see women walking around looking like ants. It's like come on,
or wisdom teeth lucky.
Right, pregnant roaches. Shout out Kay and they started looking like the roaches. Then it's a problem.
The roaches.
Don't worry, man. Don't come at us. Let me let the ladies get this.
But yeah, I definitely think men prefer a natural look, and that's with hair, body, just period. Men prefer something natural. They want to see who you are. I remember there was a story of an Asian man suing his wife because she had all that plastic surgery and they had a baby, and the baby was looking like who done it and why. And he's like, "This ain't you. Like you fooling me. Like this is all sorcery." So no, I think men prefer something more natural. It's just a little Harry Potter up in here. So no, natural for sure. But a little here and there, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Courtney, just quickly, do you see women with surgery getting married?
Depends on the surgery.
Well, right, because you said natural looking, right?
Yes.
So do you know of a lot of women that have had surgery that men do not know?
Absolutely. Tummy tucks.
That was for Anton.
We can see. We know what y'all did. We ain't stupid.
No, you
don't.
We be knowing what y'all belly button all the way, be all the way up at your
Rowland had
nipples.
breast implants, but y'all keep putting her up
Your
there.
belly button is at your nipples.
Well, I mean, it depends on your doctor. Obviously, it depends on what you have done. But there's surgeries that you can get done that, you know, it's natural looking, which I don't think men have a problem with. You know, I don't want to know, like, butts. You know, I don't think men, if it's just too big and hard and you don't have a jiggle, it's like, okay, this is clearly BBL.
Y'all all get the same butts. Y'all get them. Y'all ever been in the barbershop and you got the number 3 up there? You got the number 3. The butt. Y'all are in freaking Miami.
So
Listen,
what
I
about
stayed
the
in Miami
abs that men get? Men get surgery.
They get what?
They get surgery to have
ain't talking about that. I ain't never heard of that.
I think that's
what y'all want to talk about women. Y'all want to talk about women.
I heard about the hair weave, but I ain't heard about that. Well, the topic is about do men prefer all natural. So we're gonna keep it there. Courtney, real quick. Let's talk about dress real. And I'm gonna come to you ladies as well with these questions. I want to make sure I get through before we go to the men. But when it comes to dressing, like how do you think that men like for women to dress?
Yeah, well, especially out in public, conservative. I don't think a man, especially if it's his wife, want all the TNA out so everyone can look and showing attention. Because as a man, for me, I would assume and be like, come on now, I'm your man. I give you the attention that you need. Don't be coming out here showing all my stuff. So look conservative. A man wants someone that's attractive and sexy, but he don't have to show everything to exude sexiness.
Okay, what about makeup?
Home,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Stay at home now.
Okay, what about makeup and weave?
So makeup, the exact same thing. I think the contouring has gone overboard. Again, you're not who you are. Once you take off the makeup, you know, you over there looking like Janet Jackson, coming home looking like Freddie Jackson. No, you know, take all the contouring and make your nose thinner and like you got cheekbones when your face is really fat. It's not you. It's not authentically you. And that shows insecurities. You're insecure about what you look because you're going outside looking like somebody completely different. And it's, again, sorcery.
Sorcery.
Yeah. So
this word.
Are you talking about like extreme makeup?
Well, I'm talking about the couture.
Like drag queen makeup.
Well, not even that.
Like all the contouring, the baking.
All the contouring, the makeup where you look like you about to play football with the eyes, you know.
You know how you bake and all this stuff, yeah. Well, honestly, I think that type of makeup looks best in pictures and on film.
And then take that,
like not in real life.
But women are getting ready, doing an hour of makeup every day to put on this facade of who they really are. And the same with weaves. I don't, from men tell me if I'm wrong. I know men don't like wigs. The lace front wigs, I know men are tired of that.
You got that right.
People told me
they are like,
don't like the wigs. You know, they would prefer natural hair, whether you wear it like Kay or me or Lucky, natural hair, of course. But if you want a little piece in, just as long as it looks natural. The idea is not out here looking like a clown and looking like a fool.
I don't think men like natural.
You don't think men like natural hair?
Well, we're going to get to the man. We're going to find out about
I think they say it. I like to learn. I think they say it, but I had a situation where a scenario where I had a friend go out and she was more like Kay, more natural. When they say natural, I don't think they realize it. That means natural. They don't approach that woman. They more so approach the woman that's more
they do. What?
I'm not saying you. Maybe
no. I'm saying just in general.
But
they do.
In my
experience, just didn't approach your friend.
It could be.
What's her face look like?
No, that's not the case. Because there's a situation where
that people don't approach.
Hold on, Kay. I'm trying to.
No, what I'm saying is, I think it also depends on the age range and things like that and what they prefer. Because you can go out and have your hair natural means no blow dry. I washed it and it air dried for the most part. If you mean all natural,
that doesn't mean natural.
No,
natural.
When you go into technicalities of natural, for the most part, I get what women think. Like natural just mean my own. Like I would say you were natural, Courtney, but some men would say you weren't because you're not naturally blonde. You see what I'm saying? And you flat ironed it.
Oh, this reminds me of our My First episode.
Well, hold on.
No, but what I'm trying to explain.
Hold on, Courtney.
What I'm trying to explain is different. Not every man is gonna say natural the same way. So when we had the experience, the woman that was more put together and all of this, when she
what
did
do you
this,
mean put together?
Hold on, let her finish.
Hold on.
So when she went out a different way, and she is pretty, all of that, she got more approached by men who she was I'm gonna just say the men that she liked. The older men who she wasn't really attracted to were more so, oh, I like your hair. Caucasian people, oh, can I touch it? But when she went and she flat ironed it, she put a weave in, all of that, more men approached her when she was more put together. So I get they say natural, but I'm just saying in my experience, I think it's how it's presented. If it doesn't look too drag queeny, I think men would like it. I don't think it necessarily, oh, that's not your real hair, I'm not going to talk to you, because we see women all the time with wigs and they have long hair, but they wear it as a protective style and men still date them. So I think it just depends.
Well,
I go to Courtney and then Kay.
I want to push back saying that having natural hair, whether you first, if Kay walks out like that, her hair is put together. So having natural hair, whether it's blow dried or not, it's yours. It's coming out of your root. And I think that's what men focus on. Can I pull your hair and not snatch out a track?
Right, but it's also
swimming and your wig ain't floating in the pool.
Right. But that's how often, like, for the most part, I know a lot of men who wouldn't approach Kay because she has two puff balls. They don't like that type of, like Anton say, the Afrocentric look. Some men do, is what I'm saying. So when you say men prefer, that could be open. A lot of the times they don't like that look. They would prefer your look.
Yeah, well, everyone has a preference. And I know men that would like women with wigs that's all down to their back because they have an essence of looking like a stripper. So they would approach them faster because they think they can get a little bit more, a little easier than someone like Kay that read 1,000 books per day.
All right, go ahead, Kay. What you have to say, Kay? Go ahead.
Look at the bookshelf.
Come on. You know, I just hate the notion that natural hair isn't put together. Lucky, you kind of said something like her natural hair versus when she got it flat ironed and it looked put together. Like, decolonize your mind. Your hair can be exactly like mine.
Don't do that.
You just said that, though.
Hold on, Lucky.
You just said that, Lucky.
Yeah, but you said decolonize like that.
Because you just said that hair straighten.
She said she knows her.
Anton, please let her talk.
No. Okay,
because we don't grown, and I actually
have to be genuine.
We are cool. We can have this conversation.
Hey, hold on, Anton.
I'm trying to save you from her.
I
know who Lucky really is. No, honestly, I'm being real. I'm trying to save you from her.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
All right, we're both grown. We
don't say that I didn't warn you. Don't say that I didn't warn you.
Okay, thanks. But I just kind of don't like, and you know, it reminds me of the very first show I was on, if y'all remember. But your hair can absolutely be put together and be not straightened. I think that's problematic to think that your hair is put together when it's straightened and it's not when it's not straight. I definitely know that men like natural hair. Some men like straightened natural hair, and some men like weaves. Different men like different things. I wouldn't say that the overwhelming majority of men, I mean, just in my observation and experience, prefer fake hair or, you know, whatever. I think that a lot of men, in my experience and my observation, prefer natural hair, whether it be straight, whether it be in Afro, whatever the case may be. But to say men don't approach women with hair like mine, like as often, I think that's totally off. And you can ask natural haired women. I mean, I get that in the media and whatnot, you know, different types of hair are seen as more favorable, but approached, like, I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily accurate.
Well, I mean,
Hold
you
on.
have your individual experiences. I understand
So do
that.
you.
That's why I said that from my experience,
Mhm.
when you're doing that, I know a lot of men who would be like, what is she, Red Lady in Rage? They would clown you because of how your hair is.
Oh,
so what I'm saying, you don't have to take it personal. I'm just giving an example.
No, I'm
And
not
sure
taking
you
it
know a lot. I'm
personal.
sure your boyfriend likes your hair, which is fine.
I'm not
But what
taking
I'm
it
saying
personal.
is on the question, of course, I don't know all men. I'm sure the men up here would love your hair. Then it will go against my opinion. But in my experiences, I know a lot of men who don't like the Afro look or the Jada Pinkett shave your head. I am not my hair. And they don't really care for that because they feel like it comes with the whole chakra woke type of thing. I'm just saying in my experience.
That's
I'm not
fine.
saying
Are you okay,
Hold on,
Lucky?
Kay. Hold on, Kay.
Hold on, Courtney. Hold on, Courtney.
I don't know why
Courtney.
you're
Let her
mad.
cook. Hold on, let her
I'm
cook
not
for a second.
mad. I'm just not. I just push back. You give attitude.
Okay.
I give.
I mean, I didn't give you attitude.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do good things. So
Who called me?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's me. I want to get your opinion real quick before I get to the gentleman about dress. How do you think that men prefer women to dress?
I think not too much, not too much showing, but definitely, you know, looking nice, looking, you know, maybe a little bit sexy, not extremely revealing.
Sexy. What's sexy? What's sexy?
You know, maybe a little cleavage, maybe a little skin showing, but not. And it depends where you're going to. Like if you're just going to the grocery store, like you don't have to put on a dress like you about to go to the Grammys. Like it just, I think it really just depends where you're going. Some men love to show off their woman in a certain type of way, and some don't. It just depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a question for
All
Lucky.
right, we're gonna go ahead with the
real quick.
question. Lucky respond. We're gonna get to the gentleman.
Okay, Lucky, are you saying that the guys that you know or whom you talk to they don't prefer Kay's hair because these are men that talk to you and you wear your hair straightened or with a piece, so you attract men that like your type of hair and will tell you something about Kay? So is that more of an anecdotal thing that they're telling you what you want to hear because you don't rock your hair like Kay?
it's not necessarily them talking to me. I'm just saying over experience and growing up, or just you can meet people. We all are given anecdotal. I mean, to be honest, but in the real, I'm saying just on my experience, just even, I mean, I don't know. We have to wait till the men on the panel. They'll probably have their preferences. I'm just saying, coming across, whether it be at school, whether it be this, it can be a lot of reasons. I just don't know many men that would prefer a woman with just an afro or just in a certain state, even if it was like a curl, maybe like, you know, some sort of way where you can wear your natural curl, but just blown out. I don't know many men that would prefer that over straightened hair or a hair that they don't really care if it's fake or if it's something, like you said, a real look. It's the same thing with surgery. As long as you look like yourself and you don't look different. But when it comes to hair, no, I don't know many men that would prefer a Afrocentric type of looking woman. That's just me.
All right, I want to move on to the men. Move on to the men. Let's get the men thoughts about this. It's not every man, but we do have 4 gentlemen on the panel right now. Start with you, Rilla. We're gonna go from left. Well, from left to right. You're looking at the screen. Do you prefer natural hair or straight hair? We're gonna start there.
Natural.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer it flat out, man.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rilla.
So let me say this though, because I thought the ladies in them answering the question and even that back and forth that we just saw, I think for context, what may be getting left out is that Lucky is part of a particular age group and demographic. She's also in a particular part of the country. So what she's saying makes sense for her age group and for the particular part of the country. And I don't want to disclose where you live at. I know where you live at, but I'm just saying.
How old are you, Lucky?
She's go ahead. She's grown.
It's fine. I turned 30 this year. Yeah.
I'm 34. Like we're not that far apart.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Chicago, I'm not sure.
Wait, I know you're not sure.
We're
Kay.
in the same like. You said particular age group.
Bruh. Come on, Rilla, own that. Speak, man.
I'm just saying.
Because I don't. When we get into these, Kay, I honestly, I be trying to figure out like where is she going.
Beat your chest on this. Go ahead.
No, because
I
you
just be trying
said
to figure
of her
out, like,
age
Kay,
group. Who's
right.
the person?
Okay, so listen, Kay.
Talk your talk.
Nah,
Rilla.
listen, Kay, listen. You move in the
King talk, Rilla. Come on.
Wait, cut it out, JR.
They are with the encouragement.
Listen, wait, because I think that is what's being left out. She is in a specific demographic and group. She's not in the same group that you're in, Kay. I know you wanted to.
Yeah, but it's not about.
We're only 4 years apart.
But Chicago, it's not about.
No. It's not. Listen, Kay, I promise you, I would love to do this with you. I'm not. I'm really
not doing what?
Because I don't understand where you be going. Like, I'm making a specific point. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
It's not about her. It's about the people, man.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah,
I get it, but I'm just
go ahead,
saying,
talk to the people. Let them know what you're talking right now. Go ahead.
JR, you funny. What I'm saying is for Lucky, she's in a specific part of the country, and for her age group and for the people that she connects with and socializes with in her part of the country, in her age group, it makes sense what she's saying. But what I thought also was interesting is that the ladies more or less overwhelmingly spoke to what they prefer and what their preferences were, and did not elaborate at all on what the men's preferences were. And I know y'all could jump. I know y'all could jump in and say, "I said, overwhelmed." Go back and listen to it, and be introspective.
Go back and listen, and you'll see.
Outside. I know y'all said this is what I think men prefer. What I'm telling you is, the question was,
Rilla, are you okay? Because you're not making any sense. You're contradicting yourself.
But no, really, honestly,
my head is about to
explode
at this point.
You see why they laughed? You see why they laughed when you did that? Because
but
you ain't been
go ahead, Rilla. Go ahead, Rilla.
The thing of it is, like, this, like,
Anton, don't
real talk.
Hold on. Okay, let Rilla talk.
No. Look. I guarantee you, all the men and every man in the chat is probably all gonna say the same thing. Right?
What?
We prefer women with natural looks, your natural hair. We prefer you with little to no makeup. We prefer you with no plastic surgery, right? And what y'all don't understand is there's a difference between the things that we play with and the things that we commit to, right? And so what y'all wound up telling us was, I think it's okay if you get this, and I think it's okay if you get that, but I think men prefer, and I think men prefer. Y'all didn't elaborate on what the men think. And if y'all are on the market, like if y'all are on the market for men, right? Then the question as it's posed, you should be given the answer that reflects what men want, right?
Really,
but what you said was, this is what I prefer.
I see what
I didn't say that at all, Rilla. I said,
hold on, ladies. I'm gonna give y'all. Go ahead, Courtney, and then we go over to Rashawn.
I didn't interrupt y'all not one time.
Right.
He didn't.
Well, we finally getting to talk after an hour and a half, so maybe we're just excited. Okay. Let's be real. So I did say men want women that are natural. Now, I said I don't have a preference because it was, what do you think about plastic surgery? That was the question to me. I said I don't have a problem with it, me personally. But what I said, men want something natural. And even if a woman nips and tucks, it got to look natural, unnoticeable. I said men like natural hair, whether it's like Kay's or mine. Men want to be able to grab a hold onto it, shake that thing, and nothing come out of it. Men want to see you go swimming, and the thing ain't floating in the 9 feet, and you over here in the 5 feet.
I got one question. Hold on. I just got one question. Because Rilla, the thing that people keep trying to overlook is the conversation that Lucky was having. And what she was saying is that different men look at natural different ways. Some people would consider Kay natural. Some people would consider Kay and Courtney natural. So when you say you prefer natural, Rilla, what are you referring to specifically?
Specifically, is it growing out of your head? Does it belong to you? Can I to Courtney's point? And I said I acknowledge what you said, Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
I acknowledge what you said and what you thought men's preferences was. So I'm saying that. To answer Anton's question, my personal preference and what I think most men's preferences are, we don't really too much care about the coloring of the hair when you say natural. We want to know, is it yours? Right? Did it grow out of your head, whether you color it, dye it, whatever, if I tug it or whatever, if I run my fingers through it, am I coming back with something? Right? So that's what most men mean when they say natural.
Okay. I want to get to Rashawn. I think you covered everything too, Rilla. You covered the plastic surgery, makeup, and weave, how they dress, right? Yeah, okay. Rashawn.
First of all, I'm always natural. Let's just make that perfectly clear here. But I just want to say, first of all, I only date will only be with a black woman, and black women produce all textures of hair, all shades of colors of hair. Rather if it's coarse hair, rather if it's fine hair or medium hair. I like natural. I don't want to be running my fingers through your head and I'm running on tracks. I don't want that at all. And most men, and I think Rilla made a great point. Women say, well, y'all be liking those Instagram girls, they be having fake bodies, this and the third. That's lust. You don't confuse what we play with, right? Or really who we, somebody that we like rather than someone who we love. Those women there's not a whole bunch of men lining up to ready to marry those women who be running around with the plastic surgery. First of all, I had in psychology, right? I always go into things like the makeup of the mind. I don't want to be walking around. I got a whole bunch of white shirts that I'm wearing. I wear suits all the time. I don't need to be having a whole bunch of caked up makeup all over my what's the name. I need to know that you have confidence in yourself. The person who I'm waking up with. Some women out here, like, I never experienced this in my life, but I heard dudes like, yo, bro, she been wearing makeup every time she go to sleep with me. Like, bro, that's crazy. Like, that's a crazy thing. I haven't experienced that, but I heard a lot of people experienced that because they don't like the rings around their eyes, so they always put some underneath their eyes underneath. And things in that criteria, like, love yourself and wear whatever. And a lot of times women be having insecurities about something about that they don't like about themselves, but us men look at it, be like, damn, nah, I like that. You know what I mean? That's what makes you pop out. You know what I mean? I like those little freckles, Stank. Like, I want to see those freckles. Now you want to cover it up with some makeup. I don't cover that thing up. I want to see all of that. You know what I'm saying? And men, I'm gonna tell you the difference. When I think Lucky, you said about a certain type of women that men a lot of times might like get a lot of attention. They get a lot of attention. A lot of times when a man see a woman caked up, makeup, tracks, the whole bunch of weave in their hair, in reality, in his mind, he think that she's easy. The woman that's natural and got her thing, that looks like she got her thing together, or for instance, would be sitting with a, and not like, they be like, damn, I got to put more work in. So the woman that, just because a woman get a lot of attention, you are getting a lot of attention. You getting every now and again a few good men, but majority of those niggas is bad. They not good men. A majority of them, because at the end of the day, it's like more easy. He not probably saying it consciously, but subconsciously is like, she don't have that much love for herself. She walking around all this caked up makeup, the whole 9 yards.
Why do you have to keep saying caked up? Like, or we a whole bunch of weave? Like, I'm just saying, I thought it was like,
because it's either I don't need to be caked up. She got makeup on and she got weave. Period.
Okay, because that's a difference.
It don't have to be caked up. She got kicked. Okay. She got makeup on and she got weave. Now, the only, and fellas, let me stop me if I'm wrong. The only real exceptions to the rule when it comes to weave is when we see y'all micro braids, those protective style joints, like the little micro braids, the whole
What's
9
a micro braid?
I like the little box braids they be having. Like, sometimes.
Anton, you know what braids are.
Yeah. I said, what's micro braids? I don't
Very
know.
Small ones. Micro.
Why would I know what micro braids are?
Because micro means small and braid, you know what it is.
I don't like no braids. I don't like none of that junk. I don't like braids.
Yeah. I know you don't like any of them.
I got you, bro.
I don't like braids, bro. I don't.
No, and I feel you. I feel you. I'm just saying for the a lot of times the exception to the rule for weave for like kind of like, and most men who love natural, like for a woman to be natural, is the braids, the box braids that y'all be getting. You know what I'm saying?
That's in the same category with afros and all that braids.
Yeah, because like we could go, you know, at the end of the day. So I just say to the land is plain, you know, I'm not with the surgery. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I'm never marrying a woman that got surgery. It's never gonna happen.
Are you gonna take her to a doctor and have her investigate it to make sure? Make sure that she has not had any surgery.
Listen, if your belly button ain't where it's supposed to
have lipo.
Then that's something I don't know. Like, obviously, I don't know.
Okay, so as long as you don't know, it's cool.
Yeah, listen, but
that's what Courtney was saying earlier.
Come on.
I just like when you exhibit confidence. Mm-hmm. If I'd rather me encourage my woman if she's out of shape a little bit. Come on, babe, we're gonna work out together. You feel me? And I know that's going to give you long-term confidence and self-satisfaction because you know you did the work instead of paying $5,000 to go get something done. And that didn't change your habit. It really doesn't. A lot of times it really doesn't change the habits. A lot of times, you know what I mean? Then you acting like you going to the gym after you done got your body done, acting like you done got that thing. And lastly, dressing. I'm always with class. I like class. I like a woman that has class. I love a woman that I don't even like. You got a hint of it, but until we alone, you take that thing off. Now I'm like, damn. I like a woman that make me respect her mind instead of her behind. So at the end of the day, like when you get me on that level, and then you take me home. And you take those things that clothes off. I'm wrapped up in you because now, like, damn, you hot and all that. No, fellas, you know, you've been married for a minute, Anton. So
yeah, you can count me out of this one.
Yeah, but I'm saying, don't act like you've never been in the position. I mean, even if you know, it could be a certain style of clothing your woman might have been wearing. Then as soon as you come home, as soon as they come out of that clothing, like, damn, like.
No, I'm talking about the take me home part. Like where you going to?
Yeah, you going home to your wife. You feel me?
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah. I got you.
All right, I want to kind of chime in on this conversation a little bit. I like natural women. I like a little bit enhancement if they, you know, ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of enhancement. If you got like a little lipstick on, a little bit of, you know, something here. You know what I mean? I get it. But when it's, I know you don't like this word, Lucky, but caked up means a whole lot of makeup.
I don't mind the word. I was just seeing how y'all say no, and then y'all go to a drastic change, and I'm just looking like sometimes women wear a little makeup.
So enhancements are okay. I get it. Okay. I mean, it's just kind of part of like dress, but when you wear something that's like caked up, like you a totally different person, that's something that I do not like. I do not like. Plastic surgery. I know a lot of women that do small enhancements. When it comes to something drastic, like when you're trying to make your boobs like really big, I don't like it. I'm not a boob person. I'm more of like lower body. If you stack lower, you got a little something up top, then you all good with me. I mean, that's how I like it. You know, I got a thigh fetish. I just love some thighs, but then I love that ass. Man, I'm just talking a little bit too much, but it is what it is, man. It's like you build like a stallion, you know. That's how I like it. So small waist, big ass, big thighs. But when it comes to plastic surgery, I do get when you get of age. The only thing is that I just hear so many bad stories about plastic surgeries. I don't know which ones are safe, you know, if any. I don't know if it's the doctor. I don't know if it's you out of the country, you stay in the U.S. Those are things that I don't know. So I am kind of timid when it comes to somebody saying they want to have plastic surgery. But I do get, you know, when the breasts sag, you know, but I do understand that with age comes the age of the body. And if my body decides to change and whatever it is, I'm just going to accept it. You know, I'm still a king at the end of the day. You know, I'm still going to walk how I walk and do what I do.
I'm not gonna let you accept it, Jared. We gonna stay in the gym until.
Oh no, I'm gonna stay in the gym. I'm gonna be in my 50s. I'm gonna be cut. I'm gonna be chiseled. You know, that body gonna be sculpted. But I'm just saying, like, I get certain things that you just can't control. Like women can't sculpt they titties. You know, they can't make them stay up here. And once they go down here, I get like
you can go to a doctor and figure that out.
You know, you can kind of scoop it up. You can scoop it up a little bit, like
things back up, baby.
I got them, baby.
So would natural be the same when men like fill in their beard or their hairline with the little hair in the can? Or they do their little lace thing. Like, would it be the same? Because
the Beijing,
like it's the same thing with men. I mean, you know, like some women don't like for men to be fake. You know, like them to be all natural. They be wanting them the gray to come in, and I do understand some guys don't want the gray to come in, but it is what it. But that's like small enhancements. Those are small enhancements. If you're doing something, drastic would be like putting that lace front that make it like you got hair.
I'm just saying,
and then next month you just a completely different type of person. You know, that's something that you can't do. If you spraying something on and then you know you do like this, I ain't gonna even lie. That shit ain't cool. You know, if you just might as well just go bald. I tell people all the day, man, just go bald, man. Because you don't want to be in that circumstance where you get in the car, you just scrape your head like, oh shit, you know, you just got yourself together, and now you about to go out, and now you going back in the house and try to fix your shit. It's just too much. It's just too much maintenance. Too much maintenance, man.
I cut hair, bro. Let me tell you how I got out the street. I
got to piss, man. Go ahead.
When I be doing, I do be doing the man weaves on dudes, yo.
Isn't it pretty popular? How popular, Rashawn?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something, bro.
I just want to know, like,
I tell you laughing too now.
Listen, hey, yo, I hope they don't cut this, yo. Bro, I'm talking about they straight bald like you, dog. Like for real.
Like you, dog.
Like they straight bald, but I give them that good. They waves looking, spinning the whole 9 yards.
You get them 360s in?
Yo, bro. Yo, listen.
Is it popular?
Right. Yeah, how popular?
It's very, very popular. But listen, I said, women want to wear a weave. You want to fool him, he gonna fool you.
I think it's absolutely fine for a man.
That's the sorcery that I'm talking about.
Sorcery, Courtney. You cannot say sorcery again.
That's what it is. Like, now you got hair.
So do y'all go live every day or every week?
Every Thursday.
Anton's every day.
I go live every day on my channel.
Anton goes live every
day.
And
Anton next Thursday got a full fro.
I would be like, that's
there. And give Anton like some dreadlocks.
Hey yo,
I'm gonna show up with a full next week.
So Rashawn, could you transform Anton into like having a fade with waves? Like
100%.
Yeah, I can grow my hair.
Anton, I didn't say you couldn't. I was just asking if he could transform it.
In a week, I can. Wait.
Anton, oh my goodness. I already see your face, Anton. Please stop. I see you.
Hey, what you say, Anton? We're going to have a new look on the
tour. You know what? Just because of this conversation, I'm about to start growing my hair out.
Oh my, yes, please, Anton. I think I did see you with hair on an older video.
So
Anton had hair before.
Rashawn, I have a question. How long does that stay on a man?
But don't think I'm not gonna get no enhancements when I get my hair.
For a month.
Getting some enhancements.
For a month?
It can last for a month.
I don't know no guy that don't have enhancements when he get his line up. When you get the look, every single dude I know getting sprayed up.
Women dye their hair every
single.
There's nothing wrong with men.
Getting sprayed up.
Listen, especially if you, let me tell you something, and y'all got a platform, especially being in the public's eye, you know, you want to get the wisdom that y'all giving, you know, people are learning and listening. So you want to attract the youth. And a lot of times when a youth, you can be older all you want, but if you look and appear young to them, they're even more willing to listen to you.
I don't think the youth is hear that much based on these antiquated.
No, but you never know where your stuff your stuff could go viral. What I'm saying is your point could go viral.
Yeah.
Where you wake up on the street room, and at the end of the day, like, you know, you want people to be like have that, like, you got your thing together. You know what I'm saying? And you not, because the youth don't listen to older people. Like, they really don't listen to older people. But when you appear to be young or look like you ain't got no grays in, and like, if you want to do the gray, it's a way of doing it. Like, it's
look, I have like one little streak right here. I'm trying to get my. I'm trying to be.
No, I'm straight. I see. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, honestly, we take it to extremes. Listen, first of all, I don't want to be around no earthy chick, right? I don't want.
Anton, can you explain what earthy is?
Hold on. Y'all know what earthy is.
No, please. No, explain, because I've been asking this for months. Anton, I've been asking you for months.
But here's the thing, though. Like,
today
I don't
could be
even. Here's the thing, though. I don't restrict Rita from doing whatever she want to do. Here's the thing, though. You just gonna have to know that I might not like it and I might not be turned on, and so you're gonna have to live with the consequences that come along with that, right? I'm gonna do it based off of what my mom always say. Every building need some paint on it. That's what she say about women. Every building needs some paint on you. You need something on your lips, but don't be extreme with it. Like, I'm cool with you doing whatever it is that you do, but I don't want you looking like a completely different person when I go to bed with you at night. And that's the key. I just don't want no extremities. Anything in its extremes. I don't want no surgeries at all. I'm cool off the surgeries. I don't want no extremes. And the dressing. I like classy. I prefer classy. I believe that a woman can show off her body and all of that without being extreme when it comes to, you know, looking like they 13 years old. I don't want you looking like you're 13 years old, you know, and you about to do a K-pop video. I'm good off that. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I just like classy. You know what I'm saying? I think that dudes can see what you shape like without you having to show every single piece of your, you know, every piece of skin of your body. I don't like extremes, and I don't like earthy chicks. Like, I don't want my chick having, when she's going gray, to just have gray coming everywhere. I'm good off that.
How is that earthy?
I didn't say that was earthy. I said that I don't want my chick.
Oh, that was a different thing. Okay.
Just to have gray coming through. Like, I'm cool if she dye her hair and she could do whatever she wants to. Just don't do anything in extremes and make it look good. And I'm with that. I'm cool with that.
Anton, today is the day. Please tell us
what earthy is. I've already explained to you what earthy is.
No, you haven't. You
said,
wait a minute.
I'm just curious.
Right.
You said Crystal, no shoes, no deodorant.
No shoes on.
I need to know more.
Just the sage.
And you know, Anton, somebody in the group said something about it like 2 days ago, maybe. So I was like, man, on Thursday, I hope he says earthy.
What did they say?
They just asked something, or I think they said like Anton doesn't like earthy women. What is earthy? I don't know. Good. Don't quote me. But I have no idea. Don't quote me. But it was something.
Matter of fact, Rashawn is here because I don't know.
I was about to say, Anton,
what's happening?
I think I understand. Let me check me if I'm wrong. Like, for instance, you have some women that go too far. We are living in modern day time.
Yes.
Right? So that means.
You're talking about earthy, Rashawn?
I'm about to get on earthy.
Okay.
But he's earthy. Okay. And I, you know, he used that term, but like you see some women won't wear no deodorant.
They won't.
Bro, like, no, put on some deodorant. You don't have to put on the anti-depressant one. I use natural deodorant too. I don't use
but it's chicks that don't wear no deodorant at all.
Exactly.
But some women don't. I'm talking about they straight cold turkey, nothing. Like, bro, buy you go to Whole Foods, go get you the crystals. You can use that. Go to the Africans. They got the crystal deodorants.
That crystal works.
The crystal, that definitely works.
That's that.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You got, and then sometimes women be like, well, I'm going natural. That means not doing your hair. No, you got to do your hair. Like,
please.
Rashawn, do you think my hair is done?
Well, you got it in a puff, so yes, you did something to it. But okay. I'm saying, like, you have some people who just think that doing nothing, like, you don't, and like, I got daughters. I have 3 daughters. We make sure every night while training their hair, giving them 1,000 brushes a night, like every night to train their hair. Because the more coarse, like my daughters actually got a little more, they hair more finer than mine, but you trying to train it to do what I want it to do, right?
What do you want it to do?
Huh?
What do you want it to do?
I want it to grow nice and healthy, which means you have to brush it. I'm a cosmetologist. Like I got my
psychologist, cosmetologist, financial advisor. Look,
listen,
you are a jack of all trades.
But that's how I got out the streets.
I see. I'm proud of you, bro.
From getting my cosmetology license and being around, a lot of African women going over to Africa, watching how they actually take care of their hair. You have to brush your hair. Like when some women thinking that, oh, well, I'm natural, I don't brush your hair, train it.
What kind of brush? Do you use a Denman brush or like a?
Well,
I'm just asking.
Y'all gonna do this.
Talking about 1,000 brushes. I just gotta know which brush.
Rashawn, go ahead. Go ahead. That's after hours. Go ahead, Rashawn.
Right.
Yeah, my bad. It's we have a brush in the nation that we sell, right? And the nation's all natural brush, but it's dope though. Like it follows for the waves.
I want one.
But my point is, you have to do. People think, oh, I'm natural, that you don't have to do nothing. That's sometimes how they translate that.
Right.
You have to still take care of yourself. You still have to keep your hygiene up. Use like people think, oh, I just took a shower. Relax. You have to put some goddamn deodorant on. Like you gotta, you know what I mean? At the end of the day. So it stopped me. That's what you kind of talk about when you say earthy, Anton.
Yep, and many other things.
Yeah,
like
and
what, Anton?
Of course, there's many. Definitely, I ain't going down that.
I
Can I ask a question before for the?
Go ahead, Lucky. Go ahead, Lucky.
Because I do want to understand. Because I like to learn. So when because men up here are saying natural, do you guys prefer natural like a down there? Do you want that natural like a bush? Some men
no.
I'm just saying when you say natural.
I want to be smooth sailing.
Yeah, I don't think anybody perming nothing or weaving it down there.
No, but some things could be unnatural that it's not there.
But here's the thing, though. What people don't understand. I hate to teach a hygiene class here, but even when it comes to the beard, like I'm deep shampooing my beard every single day. Hair holds germs, an extreme amount of germs, and it's a lot of people that don't really know how to take care of themselves. And so when you see people that are extra bushy, you're gonna have to take a pause. And I'm talking about people with their beards, people, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So people don't understand, I want the minimum amount of hair possible, except for if it's on your head. Other than that, please get everything scraped off. I want everything scraped, shaved, however you want to frame it. Get everything gone. I'm good.
Can I ask you a question?
Listen. I am quick in the swimming pool. My whole body is aerodynamic.
You're aerodynamic.
I'm aerodynamic.
Anton, you made a good point. But do you know, and this is the reason why I don't really carry facial hair. When a man grows a man's beard is even more dirtier than a toilet seat.
Yes, I know.
I can believe that.
And so when they don't, that's what I'm saying.
My beard every day.
JR is like
every day, bro.
Yeah.
Every day I deep shampoo.
Hey,
everything, bro.
It is true when it comes to shampoo and conditioner, because if you just condition your hair, then it's going to get all like cake. It's going to feel different. You have to shampoo your hair. That shampoo does cleanse it. You cleanse it of all that, the oils and everything, and then you shampoo it, and then like that's what makes it soft afterwards. So you have to do both. You have to at least shampoo at least like twice a month if you got a beard, and then condition. But that's holla at your boy.
I do mine every day, bro. Every day I do.
So like when you wash your face, Anton, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I spend a lot of time.
Yeah.
Like every morning grooming myself. I shave my head every single day. I make sure I line everything. I spend a lot of time making sure that I smell good, that I'm groomed, that I got the electric toothbrush, I got the spray for the water flosser, all of that.
30
Like
seconds,
I
30 seconds.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time in the bathroom, bro.
Yes,
every day.
skincare and flossing, absolutely, yes.
Yep.
Good job.
Yep. Hey, I want to ask you guys. Now I know Anton say he don't like the gray. I think that depending on the man and the woman, I think they have to understand if it look good on them or not, right? Because you know some women do rock it. And it's this woman in particular, man. This woman right here, I think she rocks the gray pretty nice.
Yeah,
I love her. And
Beautiful.
the other one.
Yeah, I think she rocks it. I haven't seen it too much. It could be the grain of the hair. I don't know what it is, but she rocks the gray pretty nice, man.
She looks good.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
and it could be the
all of them
skin.
can't pull that off though, bro.
Right? Yeah, I know all of them can't pull it off. So I think that you have to be comfortable, you know, with yourself. You know, when it comes to if you are married and you know, and you just do a drastic change or you just fall off, you're gonna have to make some enhancements a little bit, man. You're gonna have to do something. And, you know, if he ain't been creeping up in that bed, that's the reason why. He looking like Freddie, like somebody said earlier.
That's that Friday.
Yeah. All right. If you guys
Like
are just tuning in,
like
welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Appreciate all the super chats that have came through, even though y'all been light, but a few of them came through. Also subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all continue to get them likes. So we're gonna move on to our next topic. What y'all laughing at? Somebody laughing? I'm grieving.
Courtney is your arch nemesis, JR.
It may be.
What?
She be calling you Junior. She just be doing all kinds of things.
That's all right. I'm gonna call HR. Don't worry about it.
Don't
I ain't gonna deal with this shit.
because I already got a foul on you this thick.
I ain't got time for this shit. I got time for this shit. All right, we're gonna move on to our next topic, which is actually I had a video real quick, man. I want to tone it through, man. It's about repairing your image, right? Repairing your image. And I'm gonna talk about Young Bird, aka Hitmaker. Pretty sure you know about him. He actually did a podcast, and I got a little clip from it. It was I think it was on the Shade Room. And I literally witnessed this guy hit rock bottom. I mean, he was like Bow Wow rock bottom when it comes to image, not money, and he actually converted over into being one of the top producers, man. So I wanted to kind of discuss about repairing your image. You know, us as content creators, I think that we have our ups and our downs. And I think that this is something to talk about real quick. I don't want to go around, but I just want to just kind of discuss about how we can, you know, how we can convert over to actually being on the other side. Let me play this real quick.
What's so crazy is like on my journey to becoming an executive, like I just started having the Big Sean bounce backs, and I had a few different records that was bubbling, and I went and did Breakfast Club. And I really went up there and spoke it to existence.
Like I've been offered a couple positions from labels right now. Like I have like 3 different labels trying to offer me positions, A&Rs and stuff like that.
I just said it. Wasn't nobody trying to holler at me. You said it. Yes, I just threw it out there as bait.
All right, it's a little short clip, man. But I mean, basically, if anybody watched that interview with the Breakfast Club, you would have probably thought that he was telling the truth. You know, I think he had a little buzz at the time, but for him to just speak that into existence, man, I just think it just speak volumes, man, especially coming from where you come from. So I just want to talk about it real quick. I know I really like you, a little edgy to talk about it. And again, everybody ain't got to speak on it, but just get a few people to talk about it before we move on to the next topic. Go ahead, Ray.
No, I just think you know, Youngberg is definitely an example. You go from the trick situation, right? And then where he gets his chain taken and all this other stuff, and becomes kind of like a laughing stock in the industry, and then flips into Hitmaker and starts to produce, and so he leaves the artist side. You know, I think that's a really dope story. I mean, we saw that also with 2 Chainz, right? Who went from Titty Boy, kind of reinvented himself, and how that is applicable to me in everyday life is that, you know, you never count it out. Right. So it's like not everybody can change their name, but you can always reinvent yourself. And I think that's one of the dopest things that we talk about, that as men, you know, when you're investing in yourself and becoming the best version of yourself, you never count it out. you can always, more maturity, more growth, more investment, more, only to become the best version of yourself that works out well in the end for you.
Okay.
I don't know though. Really, the problem with that though is that people aren't truly taking the lessons that come along with that, right? Perfect example. We see it every day. If I say you can have a phenomenal marriage, I just did a video the other day where I talked about Coach Greg Adams and he got his new Porsche and all of that. And I said, yo, that's dope. I rock with Coach. He said a lot of good things in that video. But the one thing I disagreed with him with is he said that if you get a Porsche or you get a sports car, she not going to want you to have it. Whoever you married to, they going to reject it. And I said, I don't know that life. I don't know that life. Like everything that I do, when I wake up in the morning, when I jump on my thing in the morning, is speaking in abundance. I'm motivated because the way that you talk, it translates into your everyday actions. And believe it or not, you manifest every single thing that your life turn into on a regular basis. But then what I see in the chat is the overwhelming majority of the guys say, no, you can't have that. No, Anton, you're the anomaly. No, Anton, your relationship is the unicorn, and they reject it. See, look, I just looked in the chat. Jaquan, that's you, Anton, not everyone. Anecdotal Anton. People they don't get it. They don't understand that the way that you talk is how you really believe, and that translates. Look, Anton has no clue. I'm looking at it just to see what people is saying. They never want to have a conversation about what the opportunities could be or to project the abundance into their life. They always look at it from a glass half empty mentality. They never look at it from a glass half full mentality. So what you'll see is that their life and what their results are, often it will translate and it'll manifest itself. When they go into a relationship, right, they're looking for the worst parts of it. They looking to find, okay, what's her skeletons? I know she gonna be for the streets. I know this, I know that. So they attract that type of energy. They attract those type of people. They always are gonna always be around the type of people and the type of existence where it manifests itself to be the worst version of people because they look for it. And what you talk about, it manifests itself into existence, and people can't figure it out. They think that I'm an anomaly, but they don't understand that the thing that I do and the things that I say is a reflection of the things that I seek and work towards on a regular basis. So when you see a young Berg, right, I had to believe that I was going to be an executive before I became an executive. When I walked into the interview room, I was so confident that I was going to become an executive. I'm sorry, y'all got to I'm passionate about this one. I was so confident that I was going to win and that I was going to level up that it had to translate, and they felt that energy off of me. If you are a woman and you sit in there pouting, don't nobody want to be around the girl that's pouting and looking like she's the worst person on the planet and she needs to be picked up. Don't nobody want to be around that. We can see it all over you. Women see your confidence, and that translates before you even open your mouth. So when you see people talk like that and they're always saying things negative, it's more of a reflection of them than it is of you. And you know that they never gonna get the results ever. It only comes from people that's looking for the opportunities, and that often at times translates into the way that they communicate, how they carry themselves, and you can see it in their results. And the people that's gonna complain about it, they can have it too, but they'll never get it because they only look at things from a duress mindset. They don't even look at things from an abundance mindset. And so I see what happened to him with Young Berg, and he still talks that way today, and he continues to rise up. He continues to grow. He continues to become more awesome because he's already changed his mindset to manifest success. And that's the type of stuff that attract. That's what his actions and his work is going towards. That's what he gonna always get.
I want to kind of
Anton, that sounded so earthy.
Okay,
you're secretly earthy, Anton.
Okay, like I kind of want to piggyback on that a little bit. It's not only that women can see your confidence, but men can see your confidence as well. You know, that's why I think that they see when men are leaders. I had a similar situation. It wasn't an executive position, but I was going for an interview at a job that I had, and I made sure that I was dressed to par. You know, I always had a suit on. I made sure I had like a little notepad. I made sure that I was prepared. So even if I wasn't gonna take no notes, I had the look going on. So when I walked in there, I made a direct connection with the person that I was interviewing with. And I knew based off the conversation that I had the job. When I left, I kind of glanced back and I seen them looking at me. And I knew from that moment I walked out. There was about 24, 25 people out there. I knew I had the job because it was just the mentality that I had when I walked up in there. So that confidence exhibits itself not only for women, but for men, for everyone, kids, whatever it may be. So it's a great deal to be confident whenever the situation is. Always walk in, act like you're supposed to be there. And when you walk up out of there, man, you just shitting on them.
It means something, bro.
Yeah.
I'm curious though, Anton. You talk often about, you know, the time when you hit rock bottom and you was at your lowest, right? We talking about repairing your image. Walk us through that, man. Because
But here's the key. Here's the first thing that I did. And Rita, you remember this. The first thing that I did, I fell to my knees. I prayed. I let all that junk out. I let it go. I balled that junk up, put it on a piece of paper, and I threw that junk away. And the first thing that I did, I stayed up all night and I prayed for my daughter. I prayed for my wife. And when she woke up in the morning, I said, you know, we're going to be rich again, right? And she was like, what you talking about? I said, listen, every fiber in my body is going to be dedicated to making sure that we get rich again. We going to have so much money that we not even going to know what to do with none of this crap. And I'm telling you, from that day forward, I put in 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have more than we ever thought we knew. We wrote down exactly what cars we was going to drive, what neighborhoods we was going to live in, the school that my daughter was going to be able to go to. We manifested every single thing, and I put the work in because I believed it. But I had to first get rid of that negative mindset and throw all of that crap away when I was at my rock bottom. And when I said it, she believed me, she backed me in it, and she said, all right, we going to do this. And it translated, man. But if you walking into things thinking that everything is going to go wrong, I'm telling you, there's going to be no stone unturned where there's a wrong thing that manifests itself and make itself available for you to go ahead and pick it up and add it into your badge of wrongness that you can put your coat on top of and carry it with you. I'm telling you that junk is real.
You said something. I echo the same sentiment, bro. I think for the same sentiment, you know, a lot of times as you're talking about speaking on image, you have to just believe in yourself. Like when you understand who you are and you start believing in yourself, it brings confidence, right? Believing in yourself brings confidence. You walk not arrogance, but just confidence. Not that you feel like you're better than anyone. You just sure of your gift, that what you can do, the gift that you have been received from the Most High, is something that no one else can do, and you can't be no one else. You only could be the best version of yourself, bro. I look at, I'm a numbers person, and you know, I look at algorithms. I go on Instagram. I'm like, dang, such and such got 2 million followers, but when I look at the likes, they only have maybe 60,000 likes. So it's something's not adding up there. So my focus, I only focus on 1,000 people. I might have 5,300 followers, but I sold a merch and I had 1,500 people giving me $100, right? So I make, in a matter of, only thing I did was the people who follow me, they rock with me. And at the end of the day, you know, I was fixing credit, like, because I'm good at fixing people credit. I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna teach you not stop focusing on your personal credit. Give me a business. I'm gonna show you how to get what you need to get, everything out of business credit, and you can period, right? And 1,500 people immediately, just like that, right? Because of but I knew ahead of time that I know what I can do. I watch how all these other people be lying to people. Oh, it takes you a year. No, it doesn't. It takes you give me 30 days, 60 days tops. You will have great credit in the business. I got you. Right. So, when you know yourself and your gift, you believe in yourself, things translate, it attracts. And I only attract good people. I only attract the people that I need to have in my life. I don't really have too many people that I run around and attract that's bad people. You know what I mean? I really don't. Like, I could honestly say that. And, you know, I feel with Young Bird, like, yeah, he looked like he was at rock bottom. And you can be, I mean, when to get out the streets, I lost all my money that I saved up because I wanted to cut hair, and I was sleeping in the barbershop. It took before I started sleeping in the barbershop, because I was young. I was like 20, 21 years old. I was on the train, sleeping on a train for 45 minutes to one spot, back on the train for 45 minutes to come back. I would take bird baths in the barbershop, but I turned up, went dumb crazy, and I only lasted that struggle for like 6 months. So at the end of the day, because I knew, as he said, I knew what I wanted. I knew exactly I was going to put my every fiber of knowing what I wanted in life. And then I start turning up in real estate, buying this property, buying that property. Now I don't even, at the end of the day, now I live without even paying my mortgage. Tenants pay my mortgage for me. You know what I mean? At the end of the day. So those are the things that, and just believing in yourself, bro. And then the right people come into your life, bro. I easily, if I need it, I don't even use my money personally to really invest. When your name is good as gold, you can go to people, multimillionaires who need to have tax breaks. They need to give up money. Yo, bro, let me get such and such X, Y, and Z. I got a deal over here. I need to do this. I need to do that. You know what I'm saying? And then I was able to do, in the pandemic, taking $150,000 cash and invest into Black companies. You know what I mean? At the end of the day. So you just got to believe in yourself. And I agree with you, Anton, 100%, bro.
Okay.
But I would definitely say, yo, it's, I gotta go. I have to go. I got another detail that I have to do. It was great. I would definitely love to come back where, I would make the time. Normally we record on 8 at the Tables on Thursdays, but if you let me know like ahead of time, this was like, it was just, he just stayed in the DMs, bro. You still available? You still tied up on Thursdays? I was like, yeah, ironically, I'm good today. You know what I mean? So if I would definitely make the time to jump back on here. Y'all think all y'all dope. Even the caddy thing that was going back and forth, that was dope. But it was dope though. I really appreciate y'all, and I'm really humbled that y'all allowed me to come on the show. And this was dope, man. It was really, really dope.
I appreciate you, Rashawn. Thanks again, man.
Yeah,
Hey, thanks for the combo, bro.
Most definitely. I really appreciate it.
All right.
Bye.
Well, y'all not off the hook, so I don't think y'all about to ready to have y'all little ex
Courtney,
Courtney,
Lucky,
Kay. There ain't none of that.
I got a Jersey Mike in the refrigerator. I really gotta go.
I don't want to hear none of that.
The tomato making my bread soggy. Gotta go.
Yeah, I do appreciate the guests. I know they're not used to being here for 4 or 5 hours, 6, 7 hours sometimes. Yeah, but we dedicated, man. That's what we do over here, man. That's why we the greatest show ever. Appreciate all the super chats. Make sure you guys get the likes up. I don't know where we are, man. I know we was low a little bit ago, but hopefully we made quota. And make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic. That was a bonus topic. Let me get that off the screen real quick for you guys. All right. So moving on to our next topic. Are backgrounds necessary or a red flag for self? Our background, I gotta put S on that. Backgrounds, no, but that's right. Are background checks necessary or a red flag for self? Start with you, Kay. Seem to be energetic. Go ahead.
Thanks, JR. So, why? In terms of like launching your own investigation on a person.
Real quick, I don't think you understand, but that's your sound. That's you.
I love cats.
Yeah, you gotta own that. When you hear that's a K sound. That's a K sound right there.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm just letting you know.
I like it. I like it.
They just let the cats do the thing. There you go. What the hell was that? Was that you? No, don't do that shit. I thought you was having the asthma.
Do it one more time, Kay. Can you hit us one more time, Kay?
Why did you say asthma attack? No, I don't have asthma.
What the hell was that?
That's pretty good. I like that.
Okay. I like that sound because I like cats. I have two.
What?
I know, but are background checks necessary or a red flag? You got to make these words go across faster. Are background checks necessary or a red flag for self?
What?
Do you mean like people researching their mates?
Okay, we're gonna come back to you, Lucky.
No,
Our
they
background, no. Just take a break.
No,
Relax.
I don't understand.
Relax. Like this not your lane right now, Kay. I get it.
No,
but just tell me one thing.
Lucky.
You mean researching your mate?
Okay.
Yes or
background checks. Okay, so you're in a relationship, right?
Okay.
And you have a woman or a man that wants to do a background check, right?
Oh, like a professional
yeah,
one. Okay.
Yeah, they want to find out more about this person. I hear it too often. I'm gonna do a background check on this guy. I'm gonna do a background check.
Like a professional one?
I'm just yes. You know, they put the name in, look them up, see what they're about. If social media not giving them enough, then they're looking to do a background check. So are background checks necessary or is a red flag for yourself?
I think that if you're trying to launch a full background check, I have a friend that's a private investigator, and I don't even I've never thought to be like, do a background check on this person. So if you're to the point, really? So if you're to the point, if you're to the point where you're like doing full background checks on people, and I'm not talking about just looking at somebody's social media or whatever, but full background check, like you're hiring a professional. I don't know what that is.
People accountable, especially since I got a platform.
That's Anton. Wait. I recognize the voice. If you're talking about doing full background checks on people, like hiring someone, that's a lot. And maybe you need to do a little introspection. Maybe there's some counseling you might need to seek, because why do you feel the need to like hire a professional to do a background check as a regular person? Now, I could see if you were like the president or like something like very high profile. Okay, fine. But like regular people walking around, I don't think you need to.
It's an app for that though. So you don't have to hire a professional. You can buy an app for $1.
Wait. You said that.
App.
So wait, you saying that? You saying that a
For
person
y'all
needs
people that
to
double
have,
check phones, y'all sure know the background check website.
That's more important than the phone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
I mean, I just know my information.
Okay.
All right, okay. Courtney, I'm gonna go to you. Are background checks necessary or red flags for self?
That's a good question. I've never necessarily done a background check on someone where, I'm dating and I'm like, let me see, does he own a home? I can find out, is he really married? Like I said, find out a marriage license. So I haven't done that to say that I wouldn't. I would probably lie, but my stakes are higher. So me being that I have a daughter, if I, the guy that I choose to be around my daughter, which necessarily hasn't happened yet, where, I can't say that I necessarily wouldn't. And knowing that I watch a lot of Dr. Phil. So of course, the person that's going to hurt, especially if you have a child in the home, it's usually the boyfriend, it's usually the fiance. Like some stuff that I feel like I have to know a little bit more, because I have a little girl at home that I got to protect. And not saying that I don't trust you, but it might be something that you're not telling me that I need to know. Are you on a list of, child molesters in the neighborhood? I look in the neighborhood and see where they are. So I always, do a background check on my neighbors like that. But that's a good question for me, because like I said, my stakes are a little higher.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Rilla, I'm gonna go to you. A background check necessary or a red flag for self? Do you need to check self? Are you really do you got some issues, some trauma or something like that you're carrying on over where you got to do a background check?
Yeah, I don't think most men are out here doing background checks on females like that. I think most of the time we hear that is females doing the background check. Courtney, I thought your point was interesting.
Yeah.
I really did. And it made me think about the fact that you know, the situations that I've been in. I always, you know, I shield my kids, so I don't bring them around anybody until I feel comfortable with them. But I did think that was an interesting point that you made and the way that you position that. So salute to you on that, because I don't think there are enough women that vet the men that they choose to bring around their kids, which is why we always hear these
horror stories,
egregious stories
yeah,
about what dudes are doing to these kids. But I don't think like so for me, if I find myself in a position where I got to do a background check on the female, then I'm definitely checking. It's a red flag for me. I'm definitely checking self, right? Because either there's some insecurity with me, or I'm not vetting that woman thoroughly. But I do think that women more than men, definitely, you know, scouring through the Facebook, you know, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, you know. And I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing. I think women deal with a lot in the dating pool, and so their guards do tend to be up. But if a dude, for me, I'm just saying as a man, if I'm having to do a background check on the female, then that's a red flag for self, and I gotta, you know, check out.
Okay.
Yeah.
What you think about it, Anton? Are background checks necessary or a red flag for self?
You know, that's such a weird thing for me because I've known my wife since the beginning of time. So I couldn't even imagine, you know what I'm saying, even putting myself in a position to where I would even consider marrying somebody else, right? But I think that I would do a background check. I would do a general check, right? Because it's the same way that I look at people when I'm looking to hire somebody, right? The first thing that I do is I don't even care about what you say. I want to see what you're posting on social media. I'm going to your Facebook. I'm going to your Instagram. I'm going to you know, I'm going to Google search you. I'm going to do whatever. I'm going to do a general check to find out who you really are, just in a general sense. I don't think that I need to do an extensive check at all. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even believe in dating. And so you're going to show yourself to be whoever you truly, really are in a general sense. And I think that I'm a pretty good judge of character as far as trying to evaluate whether or not somebody got an agenda behind it or whatever, so on and so forth. So I'm not doing no extensive background check, hypothetically, if I was ever in that position at all. I'm not doing no like, you know, criminal check and all that other type of stuff. You get out of line, I'm gonna beat your ass. That's all I gotta do. You don't get these hands. You know, I don't mind putting my hands on some people. So it is what it is. We rocking out. That was a joke for you, Kay. Don't worry about it.
Pull up on me. Pull up. Ouch.
Kay, you all right? What happened to your cat noise? Whatever the piss that you do.
I don't make the cat noise. That's
bullshit.
You just made the cat noise.
No, I was just making an example of what JR was doing. I never made that noise until today.
Amira, our background checks necessary or red flag for self? You're on mute.
Hey guys, nice to see you again. And yeah, I think
I said, what's going on? You look good. I like that. Like you got something going on there.
Thank you. I just came from the pumpkin patch. I did a little like corn maze right now. Right. So I think a background check is an easier way to get past all of the nonsense. If you really want to get married to a person quickly and just get straight to the point, I do recommend doing a background check. Why not? And another way to do background checks is vetting the people's surroundings, vetting their family, their friends, and so on and so forth. That's another reason why in our culture it works out well that we get married this way through our families, because that is part of your background check. Your family, your friends, your name, your last name, your status, that's part of your background check as well. So it goes further than just Facebook or social media. And like I said, if you want to get married quickly, in order to prevent having a surprise in the future, just do the background check and get it over with so you can walk down the aisle as soon as possible.
So wait, Amir, so I got a question then. Is the background check on both of y'all or is it only on the guy?
Well, that'd be on him. Amira's not gonna do a background check on herself. So if he decides to do it, that's on him. But for sure,
Well, no. I'm saying
No, I
like,
think he means like each person get a background check, right? Is that what you mean?
yeah, what because often at times so most of the time people associate background check with guys. Let's just be real.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like in a general sense, most skepticism is associated with men. People don't generally do whole background checks. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but people don't generally do background checks for women. Like when you're looking at the registration, whatever the registration was that Courtney mentioned, most of the time it's men that be on that list. There don't be a whole bunch of women. You know what I'm saying? So in a general sense, should we be doing more background checks on women in the same way that background checks is being done on guys?
Yes.
If you want to. This is a personal choice.
Hey, Lucky, are background checks necessary or a red flag for self?
I totally agree with Courtney. Especially in any aspect, babysitters, family members. Like, you can check family, but you don't even know, like, you can have anybody, you know. I think a background check is necessary because you don't know if, like she said, child molesters, you probably murdered your ex-wife or husband.
No, not the murder, Luck.
Anything, like, you should definitely do a background check to know who somebody is, because these days people can portray anything. Like, you could tell somebody exactly what you're looking for and they could portray that. Their family could lie, people's mothers and dads lie for them. So, I mean, I think a background check is necessary.
Women are the finessers. Guys is true pretty much.
I mean, I get you gonna put gender on it, but people lie in general. So I think
nah, women finesse way harder than guys. Women finesse way harder than men. Women are the kings. I'm not even gonna say queens. They're kings of finessing. Women are the finesse kings.
I don't think it's a more thing, because men finesse women to get what they want the same way.
No, they don't.
Finesse men.
No, they don't. No, they
You
don't.
haven't
Men are
even
pretty
been
straight
dating
up.
for.
See,
I know.
How do you know?
Lucky, you know, I know a million dudes. I know how these dudes is.
But you're not dating them.
No, of course I'm not.
And I don't think the
I only
background
date
is about finessing.
Right.
What you say?
They don't even have to have a background check.
Me and JR is the only
Bro.
ones that's dating.
Bro.
Nope.
Nope. Anyhow, I don't know. You guys bring up an interesting point, though. I mean, I don't think too many guys do background checks. At least not in my circle. I haven't heard too many guys willing to do that. I've heard of a lot of women doing background checks. I'm assuming, I guess guys must be liar these days, but that's like it's a woman's thing. But is it insecurity? It could be. 9 times out of 10, when they do a background check, you would usually find out more than what you wanted to know or thought that you would know anyway. I mean, that's what a background check does. It just provide a lot of data, unless you're open book like Anton. But if you're not, and you're not bringing everything to the table as far as your past life, you know, if you moved on, if you're a new person, you probably 9 times out of 10 you're not gonna bring that up. So a background check would show a lot. But
So if your daughter was dating, you wouldn't do a background check on who she was dating. Would that be insecure of you, or you're just being a protective person to make sure that they're not nobody crazy, or you know what I'm saying? Not necessarily just for a guy, even a girl, your son.
I would vet them in person. You know, I mean, it had to be some type of signs or something like that that would make me look a little bit deeper past that. But I don't think background check. I've never done a background check on nobody. I just think that I have a conversation with them, you know, see how they are. I mean, people do change. I mean, even myself, I'm not going to say I'm the same person that I was. I'm definitely a different person than I am now, you know. So
and I think it's a balance to that as well too. So when I say a background check, I'm not looking if you got in a fight and got arrested for it 10 years ago. Like, get it, that happens. But I'm speaking seriously because I'm in a situation where I have to. So if I see that you sexually assaulted someone 10 years ago, yeah, you might have changed, but I'm not here to figure it out if you are. So that's a no-go. 10 years, 15 years ago. That's me. It don't have to be you. Sexual assault is rape.
Okay, so let me ask y'all a question, just in a general sense, right? Objectively. If we all just genuinely laid out all of the skeletons in our closet, are we really dateable? Well, I guess I'm not throwing myself in there, but if we laid out the skeletons in our closet, is everybody really dateable? Because I think that is, and I'm not saying you or nothing, but I'm just in general, I think it's so easy for us to, because I'm wondering, okay, so when y'all find out this information, do you just completely cut them off, or do you have a conversation because context matters, right? The reason why you got put on that list might be, or the reason you went to jail or whatever, you might have went to jail and said, I killed somebody. Was it manslaughter? Was it, you know what I'm saying? It's the context matters. So I'm wondering, are y'all having a conversation to go along with it? Or is it only, this is what I found, I'm not rocking with it?
Yeah, no, context.
And are we really dateable?
Context does matter. Because I've known someone that spent some time in prison because he didn't snitch. But the context matters of reason why and things that happen. So yeah, context does matter. But
that's why I subscribe to the concept of getting out the ugly first. Right.
Yeah.
When you with somebody, you have that conversation. Right.
A lot of ugly in some of these closets.
No, I agree. I agree. And that's why you have that conversation up front when you know it's about to get serious. I'll say it like this. With my girl, we had it. Go ahead.
People don't even want to tell their body count. What makes you think they're gonna tell them?
Listen, bro, I don't disagree.
Ain't nobody
That's
even
why you do a background.
We having
That's
so many problems
check.
with people even being willing to talk about the people that they slept with. You think that people are going to disclose their skeletons and get the ugly out? Yeah, right. You're going to have to figure that out.
Let me tell you one thing I'm learning being in this space is I'm glad I'm in this relationship that I'm in, because it's wild out here, fam. It's wild out here, trying to date somebody. Yeah. It's wild out here right now. But I honestly do believe in having that conversation up front. Maya Angelou said, when somebody,
you say having a conversation up front, having what conversation up front?
Getting out the ugly. When you
getting out the ugly, give me an example. What's considered ugly?
I need to hear this one.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. So when me and my girl was talking, I don't want to give too much specific, but we had a conversation that, what Anton, you said, if we got out the skeletons, would that make somebody undateable? We had a conversation that, we knew we were getting serious, and the conversation entailed things that would make that person undateable, right? And then you had to make a decision. Do you still want to pursue this path? Yes or no? Does that turn you off? Is that something is that a deal breaker for you, right?
Okay, so let's play that game, right?
Go ahead.
Let's say y'all got out what you thought was all
and
out.
You're not gonna, and that's the caveat. You're not gonna get everything in that one.
That's what I'm saying. Okay,
yeah,
so then you get connected with her, and let's say you find out some other ugly. How ugly is ugly before you say,
ugly?
You know what?
Ugly would be if you found out that your woman had a threesome with two men. If you told you she had a threesome,
JR's ugly is a different type of ugly, ain't it?
That's a deal breaker. That's a deal breaker for me. That's not
hold up. People change.
JR's
though, right?
ugly is a different type of
matters,
ugly.
right?
But see, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But people.
So if your girl, you found out someone got arrested for prostitution 15 years ago, is that a deal breaker?
Yeah, you gotta have that conversation up front.
No. That's a
deal breaker.
But is it not a double standard?
You telling me she was walking the streets and she got arrested?
I don't know what she was doing. It said prostitution.
But
that's when you get
choosing the pimping.
No,
but that's where.
So she was. So wait a minute.
I want to keep it there. I want to keep it there with the.
You telling me she was getting what's the movie? She was getting what's the 3 6 Mafia movie?
Oh,
no, look that shit. You telling me she was getting hustle and flowed?
That's right. Yeah. Oh, I do a good Terrence Howard too.
Oh my goodness, man! Come on, man. Let's hear it, man.
Go ahead.
Telling me she was in the back seat of somebody's 86 Cutlass, and I'm supposed to rock with that?
Come on, man.
No.
I got it. But I do Terrence after hours.
Okay. All right, Rilla, go ahead. Like it's on you.
Mm-mm.
So
I had finished my
I mean,
point. Go
9
ahead.
times out of 10, a woman not gonna bring that up. She's just not gonna bring that up. But if
See?
she was willing to bring it up, would you want to know?
What, the prostitution stuff?
No, that she had a train ran on her.
Oh man, listen, and but see, okay, so let's go your route, right? So let's say we had the initial conversation. This is the getting out the ugly conversation, right? Then you bring it up later on down the line. I got to check out because you had an opportunity to reveal that the first time. Right now, there's a trust issue. Now you're withholding information from me.
Oh,
how's it a trust issue?
You know that was a story.
You know, was she supposed to tell you that? Or like, are you asking for that? Are you asking that she tell you all the skeletons?
When you having this conversation, bro, and this is just something I learned, and I get it. It's not for everybody, or maybe a new concept, man. It to me, it's the deal breaker conversation. I just call it getting out the ugly, right? You get out all the ugly things about you, right? Now, there been things in my relationship, like later on down the line, we talk a little bit more, we uncover a little bit more, we reveal a little bit more about ourselves. Yeah, but these aren't the deal breaker things. These are just, little things along the way. Like, okay, we having the conversation in passing. But something like, what did you say? Oh, she had a train ran on her? Nah, fam. That's a deal breaker for me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get that. So with me, I'm not gonna ask a woman what she's done in the past. I'm not gonna just not gonna happen. Now it'd be a different story if my man's came up like, man, we ran a train on her. It's gonna be like one of them, like, God damn, like I got 7 years in this shit. Like you come with this, you just not telling me just now. Like,
7 years.
You putting me in a hard ass.
So that's not a deal breaker for you?
7 years.
After 7 years?
It's gonna be a deal breaker, but if you got kids, it's gonna be something like I don't know what I would do. I had to go through therapy. I mean, that'd be something I got to get some counseling through, because at that point it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like you just laid down on your backside and just got rammed. Like
Eiffel Tower, got the Eiffel Tower.
There was a recent story of a woman. She was like going for Miss America or whatnot. Beautiful girl, got married. Husband was a surgeon, and she was making money. Was lying to him about how how she was getting paid. Come to find out, she was a high escort.
Yeah,
you see that? Yeah, and he divorced. I don't know why she continued to do it throughout the marriage, even though he was a surgeon. But still, and he divorced her. Because
some background checks to tell you if you're really with a woman.
No, that's the devil. That's the devil at work right there.
You do a background check, you've been with for 7 years, and it's
you should know.
Nah, you can figure that out.
Easy.
You don't think you can figure that out?
I don't know. That would be for men to know. They have surgeries and stuff like that. So.
You can't make it ain't looking the same. You can tell it's surgery. It ain't looking the same.
Oh, no.
Let me ask you guys a question. So for women, it's all about her sexual history, her sexual background. But for men, it's about criminal background. So what if a woman has a criminal background? Are men more accepting about that rather than finding about sexual background?
It depends on how extensive.
Yeah, she might be a
criminal
snake or
aspect
something.
of it.
But cracking cards.
The aspect of it?
Cracking cards.
Breaking and entering.
Assault.
Look that trick.
JR went to cracking cards, man.
Honestly, I just don't think that I would ever
deposit
even do a criminal check
money in
on
your
a chick.
account.
I can't imagine
open an
myself
account at
ever doing a
TCF.
criminal check on a chick. I just can't.
Well, everything that's done in the dark comes to light. So regardless of whatever you're trying to hide, it's going to it reveals
Not
itself.
everything.
I think it reveals itself. You can't hide too much long. You can't be fake for too long. Bye.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. It's definitely getting a little spicy and a little raunchy.
Like it's demon time.
Yeah.
Ooh, muy caliente.
Yeah, said she cracking cards and got a train ran on.
Yeah, that's real talk. It happened for real, man.
That has
happened for real, man. I mean, depending on the man, when he hear that type of news, man, it'll crush him, man. It'll crush him, man. But you gotta understand that to me, I know that women never reveal 100% everything, man. So it's always the possibility, man. So I think if you approach every relationship with that mindset, I think that you'll be pretty much comfortable. It's gonna probably hurt you, man. But you get them years in, man. It'll probably be hard to turn away. But
Junior,
I
have a question.
Put your mouth in there. Go ahead.
So is your woman, if she got a train ran on her, is that different from her having a threesome with another woman?
You breaking my heart.
Yeah,
that be a deal?
It is different.
That's a deal breaker.
It's
Is
way
that a deal
different.
breaker to you as well?
Yeah.
That's way different.
Is
Who's
that a
you?
deal breaker?
You talking to me?
Yeah, both of you, the guys.
Is it a deal breaker? It all depends on the time. I mean, I'm definitely gonna be like, damn, that shit fucked up. But I mean, if you got so many years invested in that, man, I mean, it'd just be like in the back of your head. It'll probably be in the back of my head, man. But it all depends on how serious. Yeah, we married, and I find this shit out like 10 years later. It's like, what do you do at that point? But somebody you dating, it's like, damn, it's like the potential. But if she's been showing me 10 years that she's been this person, then it'd be like, damn, it's fucked up. But I don't know, man. I have to cross that bridge if it ever comes. It is a fucked up situation, man. But I think about all the things that I've done as well. So I don't know. I mean, I've done some fucked up shit too. So
let's talk about that after hours.
No, we ain't talking about that. We ain't talking about that.
I don't. Is it a deal breaker with regard to what? Like dating or marriage? Which one?
Marriage.
Like I'm married to her.
You want to marry her and you find this out.
Oh no! I don't want to marry her. That's it. You gotta. What you talking about? Just like some dudes bust her down, like the cruise.
Well, I was doing
No, she was saying not a train. She was saying she had a menage with another woman and a dude.
Oh yeah, I can get over that. I'm chill with that.
So it's
Women are beautiful creatures. So it's a different thing. It's just completely different. Now, okay, all right. You want to go there since we on demon time?
We're not on there yet.
Yes, we are. No, you wanted to ask the question.
Go there,
bruh.
No, that's after hours. I ain't got my light turned off yet.
No. Listen, wait.
You gotta put the red light up for it.
What if at one point he said, what was that clip where he was like, I'm not gay no more?
Oh,
what if he What if he said, all right, listen, since we getting all the ugly out, and I was listening to Rilla, I was looking at Lapeef, let's talk, and I think we should get the ugly out. What if at one point he liked man butt?
What?
A pussy?
Yeah. What if he was the girl?
No,
in the relationship.
That's a deal breaker.
But he changed now, Courtney.
No.
He said, I'm not gay no more. I like women's.
Women.
What if he? No, he different now. He a man's man, but he disclosed that. Yeah, there you go, and he changed.
No,
I don't think that women would accept it, but I believe you can change because that's a double standard that's just there.
Yep.
The same way with JR, he would. If like she gave the scenario, let's
use JR as an example. Come on.
No, I'm saying the same way she gave an example. If the woman had a threesome versus if she had it with girls or guys, it's just some double standards, just necessary.
Yeah, double standards exist.
I kind of checked. I don't know what y'all talking about right now.
And it's a deal breaker for me.
But it is different. Listen, dog. Listen, bro. If a chick been with another chick, like we can forgive that. But if a man slaps your butt, bro, that's a different conversation, Courtney. That's different.
I believe in double standards. I partake.
You don't believe in equality. You don't believe in equality, Courtney?
I sure don't. I believe in double standards. I partake in them, and this double standards I am with. Okay, women, men. It's different to me. Call it what you want, but it is a deal breaker for me. If I know, the man I was with was doing a dude with Bert and he Ernie.
What? Okay, and let me give you one more scenario, and I know JR got some other questions that he want to ask, but I just got one more scenario, Courtney.
Oh God.
What if he said? What if he was in prison? He did a dime in the pen, right? And if you asked him, hey, listen, I know it's been a long time or whatever like that, did that ever happen to you, or did you ever get into it? And what if he just said? What if he didn't answer and he said,
Really?
I don't want to talk. I just don't want to talk about
If
it.
he
To be
was-
honest with you, Court.
It's called gay.
What if he said, I don't?
It's called gay for the stay.
Okay, but listen, but he didn't say yes or no. He said, I don't really want to talk about that. To be honest with you, that's just that was like, I don't want to talk about nothing with regard to jail. What you gonna do? What's your move?
I'm gonna have to ask a little bit more, but that would probably.
Ain't nobody got
But
time for that.
he don't want to talk about that. He feel triggered when he talk about what happened back then.
Then it's a reason why he doesn't want to talk about it.
What he says, he just don't want to talk about his time in the pen at all.
It's some stuff I need to know. If you did a dime,
Like when you ask the women that question, when the men that do ask the women that question, I mean, people are slow. There's a reason why they want to tell you.
the reason why, right? It's the reason why. So for me, if you did a dime, and I know it's a Fleece Johnson's up in there,
But he clean. He got it tested. He got tested. He ain't got no disease or nothing. He good for you. He good.
Court,
He rocking with you.
he said, I liked you and I want you.
we can
So we can do this the easy way
or the hard way.
So okay. So Kay, can I ask you a question, Kay? Do you believe in double standards?
Yeah.
You do believe in double standards?
Mm-hmm.
So do you, okay. Considering that, is it more important for the person to be what it is that they say they are, to be clean, or does how much of their past plays a role as far as, whether or not they've actually done something? Let's say they're willing to come clean and tell you everything that they did, whatever, right? How much does their past play versus them being authentic and being clean without any diseases or whatever? Could you still rock with them if they've just been forthcoming, but they had a real dark past?
Personally, I mean, I have certain things that places where I draw the line personally. But I can see how some people would be accepting of certain people. For me, I think there's things that I would draw the line at. Like if you've R-worded someone, you could be reformed, whatever. That is something that I'm just not okay with, regardless of how reformed you are. But certain things like that you may have done is whatever.
Okay.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We definitely appreciate all the constant support. Make sure you guys get them likes up, man. I don't know where we are on the likes, but I know the likes been down all night. Make sure we get them likes up. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Y'all good, family? Y'all good?
I'm phenomenal.
All right, let's go. Let's rock out.
I'm about to get my drink. It's about to be demon time.
Your
Look like
purple
it's
cup.
going
You
that way.
started early,
Purple cup. The
Yeah, I don't
mug,
know what
Anton.
I listen.
And,
I felt a little bit more intimidated by that Muslim sign that was in the back, whatever that was, and so I said, "Let me clean up my act for the first half of the show."
That was at all well, Mo. 5 on it.
right on the fin. Anton finna give us no 16 bars. You finna give us that die
Nah,
line.
I'm done. I told y'all
Die line.
I'm about to go get my drinks. I'm done.
We definitely finna get 16 bars now.
Look, if they missed
Wait a minute,
after hours, they missed a treat.
That probably was
guys-
dope as well.
Spoken word.
Hey,
Hey, I have
I
an
didn't
off
have
the
them
record
bars.
question for you.
I've
Hey,
been listening to New Kids on the Block all
if you-
week because of you.
if you guys missed it, man, we had a dope after hours last Thursday. So make sure you guys tap in. We're gonna have a little after hours tonight. I got a bunch of new tracks too, man. So even the end,
You don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you don't know what's gonna happen on here, man. I got some shit for y'all, motherfuckers.
JR, are these your beats?
Where's my pole? Where is my pole?
I got the heat for y'all, man. Y'all, hey.
Courtney
Yeah.
went M-Town on him. You went
The way you
M-Town.
asked for the poll,
You went Orange Mound.
I just
Orange Mound. That's what we on, Court.
What you know about that mound? Come on. Wait a minute. Y'all see this roll?
I told y'all I was coming with that heat. Then I tell y'all, man, y'all don't know what y'all missing, man. It's the greatest show ever, man. Get them likes up, man. Why y'all fucking around, man?
okay,
Them likes.
JR, I see you. JR is like serious tonight.
You know what I mean, son? Yeah. Spoken Word was last Thursday. I know you heard, man. Yeah. Kick it back up for y'all motherfuckers. Yeah. Yo, this the greatest show ever. Clever. The ass light, back pockets on the team's touch. We call that shit feather. Spoken Word. We breathe earth. Y'all motherfuckers crazy.
Did you say
bring it
Earth
back.
with an F?
Okay.
Hey, bring it back. You know you ain't got no ass in your back pockets on your jeans touch.
He shouted out
I
earth.
love it.
My man said we breathe.
That's what I'm
earth.
talking about.
Bars.
No, you gonna snaps up, man. Spoken
Yeah, what
Word for
happened to
y'all
the last one?
motherfuckers.
We are
Bars.
here. We are here.
Bars.
You are there.
Yeah. Let's get back, man. Y'all, hey,
Bars,
that's
JR.
after hours, man. Y'all giving them a sneak
I know.
peek, man, into the future.
No,
man.
that was you. You got the beats going. You
I
started.
know, man. I
doing
gotta
your
turn
little-
my little AC unit on. I'm too
AC
hot in this
unit.
motherfucker, man. I'm out
I'm
here
hot too.
fingertips sweaty, you know.
Whitley Gilbert up there doing
Yeah.
the body roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that?
Yeah.
Courtney first was like, "Where is my pole?"
Where is my
And then she's
pole?
like, "Did you see that roll?"
All right, y'all, we're gonna move on to.
bar.
All right, we're gonna move on to our
Courtney,
last,
I can't.
ladies and gents. Well, we got to move on to our last topic real quick before we open up the phone lines so we can get to after hours. Our last topic of the night is talking about older women that date younger men. We're talking about these cougars, older women that date younger men.
Pumas or cougars?
I don't know, man.
The guys would be Pumas, wouldn't they?
No, we talking
No,
about
they're
cougars. We're
tigers.
talking about
They're
cougars.
tigers.
Like, are they only looking for sex? Can it last? Let's talk about it. Start with you, Lucky.
Just kidding. Can you put the question up?
Okay, here you go. Older women that date younger men.
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
I don't think women should date younger men. Unless you're just a woman and you're trying to find yourself. That's the only time I really see it, when they want to feel young again or something like that. But personally, I don't think that women should date men younger. But sometimes it works out. You see those crazy situations where the younger man is actually the best fit. I just always wonder, like, when they get older, how would that be? Like, is he going to be around to change your diaper and stuff like that? Like, is he really committed to doing that and catering to you in that way? But usually when I see or hear older women dating younger men, is usually because they want to get their groove back, or men maybe in their age aren't really looking for them, so they can probably pretty much date someone younger, or because sometimes younger men prefer older women. So that's typically what I see. But I don't think that, personally, I don't think that women should pursue younger men.
Let me ask you this: if it does happen, do you think it'll last?
I guess it would depend on their age. Like, he could be like 40 and she could be 50. She could be 45, he could be 40. So, or he could be 25. I think it just depends on how large the gap is of how much younger he is. Would determine if it works out, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've been one of them guys that dated older women at a younger age, and it's a little, it's not bad, but I think that when a woman's talking about that they're like 60, I think that's just like, that sounds crazy to me. That sounds like grandma status. But I don't think it'll last, to be honest. I think that women are just setting themselves up. I think it's a great time for men. It's the challenge. Like, I got me an older woman, you know, I'm pushing her brakes back, but
what was the age gap, JR?
So I was in my 20s and I was dating a woman in her 40s. I dated like several women in their 40s. So
do you think that was about her having control, or was that about her getting her groove back?
I don't know. I would say it's about her feeling attractive, her seeing that a woman, I mean not a woman, but a man at a younger age still want her. So it's about her getting her groove back. I think
Sometimes it's the sex though.
Yeah, I mean that too.
Yeah.
That too, because typically if the men not laying it down, or as the older they get, they start to slack off a little bit. So I do understand that, and yeah, that is some truth to that too. But I just think that for the man that's in his 20s, he don't give a damn. Telling her what she want to hear, and laying that pipe down.
Or you was rotating a tire.
What?
I mean, however you want to put it.
Yeah, maturity plays a factor too, though. So I get.
I'm gonna get your thoughts about it. What do you think about it, Kay? Older women dating younger men.
I mean, I kind of agree with Lucky. Like, it just depends on the gap, the age gap, who the people are. I mean, and this is obviously, people that are of appropriate ages. I just don't think that, I don't know, you can't do a one size fits all. Some people have happy relationships with a older woman and a younger man. So I don't know if there's an overwhelming majority of older women, younger man couples that don't, make it. Like, I don't know those data points, but I think it just depends. It can definitely work. It might not. It depends on the intentions of the people.
I think it'll work for only so long, because at some point in time it's gonna get odd.
I mean,
it's gonna be odd. If you got somebody that's 70 and somebody that's in their 40s, it's just gonna be odd.
It depends on the people. And that's
I don't really see nobody looking at nobody. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like,
that's a pretty big age gap, like 40 to 70.
But here's the thing, JR, would you say that if the man was 70 and the woman was 40?
It's still odd.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
I don't think it's true happiness. I think that he's able to financially keep her, and she's just there for the ride. But for the most part, I mean, they may grow some type of chemistry or some type of bond, but ultimately, I just think when they first start off, it's usually a agenda. He's trying to get just the company, and she just trying to get to the bag.
I'm curious though, like, because Lucky was saying like I don't know if it's anecdotal, but I think she was saying that she knew of successful relationships where the woman was older. I know when we look at older men dating younger women, right? So if we just celebrity profile that most people would be familiar with. If you look at what's old girl that's on the Real Housewives of Atlanta, and she just lost her husband. Like, God bless her.
Nene Leakes.
Right, she just lost her husband,
yeah.
right? He was significantly older than her, right? But she rolled with him whole time. She rode it out with him whole time, held him down whole time, right? When you look at Ronald Isley, he has a younger wife, right? And just aesthetically, they appear to be happy, fully functioning, so on and so forth. So I'm just curious, when we talk about, this idea of an older woman dating or marrying a younger man, where do we see that played out successfully?
Oh, well, if you're just talking about TV, I mean, you have couples like Tammy Roman, who's been with a younger dude. And she's been trying to leave him because that situation, but he loves her and he's willing to sacrifice whatever just to go through the rest of life with her.
That's
so I think it would,
dude?
Huh?
That's the baseball dude.
I don't know.
I don't know what he
does.
does.
What does he do?
I don't know who you're talking about.
We just call him Tammy's husband. But I think when we say successful relationships, I'm just kind of like, it depends. We can't determine what's successful for them, So I would just say it from the looks of it. He love her. He rocking with her. He's willing to sacrifice her not being able to bear his children just because he loves her that much. So in my opinion, just looking at it, not knowing them, that would be successful.
Yeah.
Wait. Question real quick. Gentlemen on the panel, like, if I say, a successful marriage, would y'all know what I'm talking about?
Say it again.
Yeah, I do. I mean, but I use my own as a.
I get it, but
barometer,
if I just said not anecdote, just general statement, like we talking about successful marriage, would you know what I'm saying?
You mean like they stayed together till death do us part?
Nah, I'm just curious because typically what happens is like the women will defer to, well, it just depends. Like we can't define success for everybody. It looks different from this person to this person, but as men, we understand what successful marriage looks like. So I'm just curious as to like why.
I do.
Well,
it's very simple for me.
I'm just curious as to why when we say certain things and we're talking generally, right? Why do we scale it back and then say, well, it depends, or depends on this situation or this scenario? I'm just curious. Honest question.
Are you asking the women why do we scale it back?
Yeah, I'm asking the women.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, obviously I don't have that much experience in being married, so I don't think I'm qualified to speak on that type of subject. I'm here to learn. So as far as what looks successful to me, if they happy together and it says till death do us part and they take their vows till death do us part, I would classify that as a successful marriage. But I'm, help me out. If that's not.
I don't know. But there is, to answer your question too earlier though, when you were saying about, older women and younger men that's been successful. I know Anton's going to push me back. I didn't say it was successful. It's an interesting relationship. But however, like Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, she's older than him. Lisa Bonet and Jason, that big, tall, burly man.
Momoa.
Yeah.
Whatever
that
his name
thing.
is.
She's older.
Yeah,
She's like 53. He's like 40.
That dude is beautiful. He might be my man. He might be my man crush.
He's a god.
That's my man crush. Brad Pitt used to be my man crush.
What?
Brad Pitt and Troy? Dog. When he was knocking that chick over. When he was knocking that chick over. No, listen, here's the thing. I
don't have no man crushes.
Yeah, I do. Brad Pitt and Troy. Brad Pitt and Troy was so dope, bro. Because here's the thing though, bro. Like, I look at how certain dudes move and I be like, dog, one day I'm gonna sculpt my body like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I identify certain things from dudes that do something. Like how the chicks was rocking with Denzel when I was coming up. I was like, man, I'm a master that walk. Like when I was younger, for me, you know what I'm saying? Like it was just dudes that I was looking at like, yo, that dude is dope in this way, or this dude is dope in that way. Look at the confidence my man exude. And so I just identify the dudes that's dope and I rock with them. Mm-hmm. I just take what I can learn from
this
them.
After hours finna be lit. You see Anton pinky going up. You see the pinky going up with the red cup.
Double red cup.
It is what it is. You know me. Listen.
Amira, older women that date younger men.
I think it takes, there's a many questions that I have for you all. Are they just dating or are they getting married? Because there's different answers for both.
Okay, let's give it for both.
Okay. For marriage, it takes a special woman, I believe, to be with a man who's younger than her and not abuse him, because a lot of women, I believe that maybe you guys can love each other, but the problem is a lot of women, because of how we are, it's just so easy to have this kind of mother complex over you, and we might emasculate you even though we don't want to. I think that we end up emasculating you in so many ways, and that's why it's just not common, or it doesn't usually work out when it's a man that's younger than a woman. Another thing is, I do believe that the age gap doesn't need to be more than 5 years. If you're going to go with a woman older than you, if you really want it to be successful, then I wouldn't recommend anything bigger than 5 years because again, of that mother complex, that emasculation. It takes a very special woman to be able to be older, more than 5 years than the man, and still respect him as the leader and see him as someone that is over her, protecting her in her head. The other thing is dating. I have no idea how that works because I don't really understand the point of dating anyway. So I don't understand why you guys just going to be together and then separate later. I don't know. But as for marriage, those are my thoughts.
Okay. Who hasn't gone yet?
I agree with the 5-year gap. Totally. Yeah.
I
But
haven't
you
gone.
saying that it shouldn't be a 5-year gap?
It shouldn't be more than a 5-year gap, I believe, because more than 5 years, it just seems too much. It seems too much. I believe within
I
5
don't
years.
know, man. It's different when you get older.
It depends. Right. And especially
Yeah.
if, you know, someone's 40, someone's 30. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
You know, someone's 50, someone's 40. You know, when you get older, it's a little different.
I think it's even worse when you get older.
I'm sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
You think it's worse than when you get? Why did you say you think it's worse?
Because the woman, you see, women, we age differently than men. So the woman being older, yeah, we don't age like men. So
Melanin, baby.
How do women age?
I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Melanin,
women,
baby.
we age more. How can I say? Men get better as they get older. So, and a woman, for us, we don't tend to get better as we get older. So you have to remember, even when they're younger, it's going to be weird. But as they get older, the woman is going to feel significantly more older than her man because of the way we age. So I think it's even worse when you get up into the 40s. Men, when they hit 40, they look great. They look great. And women,
I don't think I agree. Because I mean, well, let's look at Angela Bassett that's in her 60s.
She's
that's looking better than women in their 20s. Like these
women. Court, some of these chicks be looking like a bag of bricks. The older
but she's
that they
rare.
get.
Angela Bassett is very rare.
These chicks that I went, some of these chicks I went to high school with.
You can go down the line. I agree, Courtney, because there's a lot of women.
My mother, you wouldn't be able to tell how old she is. My grandmother as well. Sometimes
they built different. These chicks.
But compare that to a man. Compare that to a man who looks better at 40.
They aging rapidly.
Some men after 40 look horrible with the beer belly.
Right.
It depends on how you take care
of
yourself.
It depends on the man. It depends on the woman.
Yeah.
The chicks from today.
I think a woman would have the problem with her body because remember JR said the breast sag. So I think certain things with the body part. But,
and that's why you go to Dr. Miami.
Dog, nah. These chicks today, they not aging well. They breaking down earlier.
I disagree. I really think women of older age look a lot better than women right now in their 20s. These 20-year-olds are looking older.
That's what I'm saying, Courtney. You looking at two different generations of women. When you talking about the Angela Bassett women, right?
Right.
That's a whole nother generation. Maybe they ate different. Maybe they was roller skating more when they was younger. I don't know what they did differently. But the chicks of today, listen, I just had a 20-year reunion, right?
Okay. I
seen some of them pictures. I was like, oh no, like it was nah, I couldn't. I'm not about to do it. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. Then I'm gonna have to do the Drake. I'm gonna make them get security. You know what I'm saying? I'm the star. I'm a star now. I'm the richest in my class. All right, we're not gonna go there. Anyways, the point that I'm making is that was a joke. But the point that I'm making is that yo, seriously, I don't know what they doing. I don't know if they getting too much surgery. I don't know what's happening. But these girls ain't aging the same no more. That whole they don't look the same. And my mom at almost 70 years old look younger than some of these chicks that's 40 and 42 and 43 years old.
It's the food.
But this is what I'm saying though, is that to support Amir's argument, she's kind of right, because these women look way older and they're not aging the same as the women of yesteryear. And so when you start compartmentalizing that and you start breaking that down, these women now conversely, the dudes, I see them in the gym, they looking good. When they start getting a little bit of gray, they start being more attractive to women, all of this other type of stuff. It's different. The guys is aging better than the women now.
Well, it depends on what you're saying at age. I'm saying women 35 and older are still looking good when I see them. But when I'm looking at these 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds, but they're looking older. They're making themselves look older. When I see these IG models that are around 35 and below, they look my age. And I'm like,
You know what I think is happening? Honestly,
They're older.
you know what I think is happening? I think that women have really, really embraced trying to be like men and entering the workforce and putting their bodies to the things that men are built for.
Distress.
And it's just a theory. I'm just guessing, right? But just theoretically, I think that their bodies are aging unlike the women of yesteryear that was more feminine and relaxed and didn't have to go through some of the rigors that these women have put themselves through as a result of trying to compete more now. And you're now seeing what the reflection of that is going to be in their later years. I just don't. It's not working well out for these chicks. I don't know what's wrong with them.
In general, you don't really see an Angela Bassett or the girl he put on the screen in general. And typically, yeah. But I thought we were talking about as far as dating, the look part of an older woman dating a younger dude.
Well, we was talking about the aspect of what Amira was saying when it kind of threw me for a loop when she said it too, when she was talking about the fact that women are aging as well as men are today. And that's kind of the part that we was kind of exploring.
We can't act like the typical older man looks like Blair Underwood or Idris Elba. Like, that's also not the case. I think that it's very even. Like, there are some older women who look really great. There are some older men who look really great. And then for the most part, people are average. That's why it's average.
Do you think the great older looking man is going to go for the younger girl instead of the great older looking woman, and then the great older looking woman is probably going for the younger person too?
I mean, well, let's use the pinnacle of rich men, Jeff Bezos. The woman he just got with is not some young IG model.
Oh, I never seen her
at all. We remember Courtney when we brought her up on the
screen. She looked better than the chick that he left.
But she was
they're on the same level.
No, they're not on the same level.
She was cuter.
She was more like made up. She was definitely on the same level.
And Jeff looks significantly younger than he did before he got rich. Let's be clear. Jeff looks better than when he did when he was
born in what, 64?
Yeah.
He's not.
I don't know when he was born. I seen the picture of 25 years ago and the picture now, and Jeff looks great.
Anton, you are just funny. Like, you're funny, Anton.
I saw a meme. It was
I'm just being real.
You're not ugly, you just broke.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I said the same thing.
Yeah,
I saw that too.
But again, I would say this. I would argue to say that the men between the ages of 40 and 50 look better than the women between the ages of 40 and 50.
The majority of the time.
Well, there's a deeper conversation to be had there because women's aging is rejected by society. Think about all the commercials you've been seeing your whole life. Think about all the magazines. Everything goes against women getting a gray hair, getting a wrinkle, getting whatever.
Getting a BBL.
No. I'm talking about.
Throw that in there.
Okay, I'm talking about in terms of aging. These things are put onto a person, right? So people look at women aging as a negative thing, whereas men are marketed as more sophisticated, more refined as they get older. Hold on. It's marketing. It's very much marketing. Now, I do know that maybe a man might be more successful or whatever when he gets older, but we are purely talking about looks because that's what we were talking about. So men and women both age.
More older men are in the gym than older women. That's a fact. That's a fact. You can go in any gym. It's because it's not just marketing, it's real life. Like men spend more of their resources taking care of their bodies today at between 40 and 50 than women between the ages of 40 and 50. That's a fact.
Right, but you had to understand.
So then why do you think most things marketed towards beauty and whatnot are marketed towards women?
Hold on.
Because women spend more money.
Well, that's
right.
But here's the thing.
That has nothing to do with how they're.
Don't you think they use those things, Anton?
Health versus.
Don't you think they use things?
No. Health versus being a consumer is different.
If you're trying to market, there's fitness, there's diet, there's diet culture, all types of stuff.
Listen, but Kay, me and you both understand that there's a difference between being in the gym and going under the knife. It's a difference between being in the gym and buying more makeup. It's a difference between being in the gym and you see what I'm saying? So just because they market it to you because you're the consumer and wait, Kay. And overwhelmingly, women spend the majority of the money in the household also. So if the woman is the decision maker for the entirety of the family, for the majority of what's being purchased in a married couple's household, they're going to market it to her. That does not mean or have any relevance whatsoever into what it is that men are doing as far as improving their health versus what women are doing between a certain age range.
So then why do men die earlier and why are men less healthy? That's facts.
Stress and work.
All right. So let me talk about the gym too, because I know we say this a lot where we see more men in the gym than women. But I'll push back on that because yes, you see it as far as in the gym. However, it's not like men in droves are going to the gym. So let's not have the idea that 60% of men that's older are in the gym working it out. The gyms are very light until the first of the year when you make that resolution that y'all going to lose those 20
That's not true, Court. I'm telling you.
You know, people be in the gym, men and women.
The gym is popping.
But typically,
right now,
women, as they get older, they get lazy.
My Planet Fitness.
You're right. They do.
My
they get more
Planet
relaxed.
See, Planet Fitness is not the place.
It's $20 a month.
It has. You gotta get.
Is it?
I'm frugal.
Oh my gosh.
I think that the reason that men are viewed positively as they are like a 40-year-old man versus a 40-year-old woman are viewed differently because of how it's marketed.
It doesn't matter what she looks like.
That's it.
There's a guy that said, like Carrie
it's not
Hilson,
that inherently a 40-year-old man is better than a 40-year-old woman.
Yeah. I had a guy to tell me that he would not date Carrie Hilson or Ashanti because they've hit the wall. Carrie Hilson is probably one of the most beautiful celebrities that I know.
Who said they wouldn't date Ashanti and Carrie Hilson?
I had a guy that told me that.
Just like a regular man?
A regular guy.
They will date them, but they're not going to marry them.
A regular guy. They wish that they could date a Carrie Hilson. You know what she looks like?
They wish they could marry. Amira, the thing you're not seeing is that people marry daily women who are in much different situations, let me just say it that way, than Carrie Hilson and Ashanti.
That's okay, but if you take a man and a woman and you put them in the same age, men typically look better than a woman of the same age.
What does that have to do
past the age of 40? Everybody knows that. It's not a secret.
What?
The average 40-year-old woman is not working out, though. The average 40-year-old woman is not working out.
Is the average 40-year-old man?
Men like to cycle.
I think so. Yes, they
ride
are.
bikes. Yeah.
Okay.
What was
Why
that?
would you get a dog?
You got a dog.
I have a dog.
I was like,
real fast, and then he played the dog.
because I didn't know. Because I was thinking like Kay got all these animals when I ain't never.
No,
had no dog.
do you remember we was live streaming and you asked a question and he
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, I remember.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. A little bit. Taking a detour real quick, man, before we move on to our last topic. I know we talked about twerking, right? And we talked about it being like a little ratchet thing, but I'm just curious, within relationships or marriages, do you mind if your wife twerks? Is it ever appropriate if your wife twerks? I mean, is it like a fun thing? Does it turn you on? Is it just one of those things that, you know, that she kind of does to the side, or maybe it's a wedding? I typically see it at a lot of weddings that women will go out there, do a little twerking. Is it a bad thing?
Wait. You talking about twerking for the public or twerking for the ton dog?
Ton dog.
There's gonna be people around. I mean, if you had a wedding reception and it's time to turn up, I'm just trying to figure out how that twerking is. I'm gonna start with you, Rella. What you think about twerking, man? Is it?
Nope.
You know, she can't twerk at all?
Nope. Not in public. No.
Why not? I mean, and what do you consider in public? I'm not talking about social media, but I'm just talking about like friends and family. She's doing a little twerk, not just on Instagram.
Nah, man. I mean, gosh, I don't want to do a deep dive on twerking, but we know what that is, man. Like that's number one is sexual, right? Number one. And number two, who you trying to show all that to and for what? What's the attention you trying to get? What expression are you trying to get out of that? Now, if you want to step, we can step. You know, we can do that. You know, you want to do a little two-step, we can do that too. But twerking, nah, don't be showing that off to nobody but me. That's it.
Okay. Lucky, how do you feel about women twerking? If you're in a relationship, you're comfortable, you know she ain't going nowhere. Is it appropriate at all?
I think in the house it's appropriate. I think it helps to keep it fun. I don't see anything wrong with it. But in public, I've seen couples where they go to parties, they dance, and she just dance on her man, and he's cool with that, you know. But she's not really like auditioning for a video, you know, like really getting into it. But I think twerking is fine at home with your partner. Nothing wrong with it.
Brilla, if she's not your lady and she's just somebody you just dating, is it okay then?
If it's somebody I'm dating, I'm seriously dating her. In my current situation, I'm gonna say like this. In my current situation,
I'm not talking about seriously dating. I'm just saying, you know, you just going out with them.
That ain't no issue. You actually revealing who you are. But here's what I want to say about this idea of twerking and even twerking on your man and all this other stuff, man. You know, we've gotten away from like keeping certain intimate things intimate, right? And when you're dancing, it should be symbiotic between a man and a woman. That's an expression. So again, if you're going back to twerking, we talking about a sexual expression that we're putting out in public for everybody to see. For everybody. Nah, that's for me and you. That's for me and you.
Okay, interesting.
Would you date a girl that twerked in public?
I don't think I have, bro. I don't.
Would you?
That has twerked in public?
I think a lot of
like you seen her, like she might be a dope person, but she might hit the dance floor and she might get her twerk off a little bit.
I mean, listen, if that's what she did before we started dating or whatever, then I mean, I'm not gonna hold that against
you spotted her in
deal,
public twerking,
ain't no deal. That's not a deal. Yeah, so let me be clear on that. That's not a deal breaker in terms of me dating. That's something she did.
1,000 out with us, with her.
Yeah, but that's something she did before. That's not a penalty to her, right? But now, if we're together and you're twerking, that's a deal breaker.
Okay, what if she with her girls? You know, let's just say that her girls went out of town and went to Miami and they twerked a little bit. You caught a little footage.
You get asked that question 7 ways to Sunday, bro. The answer's still gonna come back the same. Nah, it's not cool. Like girl trip, no girl trip, girls, she girl on girl action, whatever. This, that, and the third. If I'm with you, ain't no twerking popping off, man. Ain't no. That's just me.
So your woman's not allowed to twerk ever
in public. I mean, let me ask you this, Kay, are you allowed to twerk in public?
What if she's twerking on you?
I said no, man.
So not even with you?
In public? No.
What?
Okay.
Hey, listen, Kay hit him with this.
I'm serious. So wait, Kay, let me ask you, Kay, wait. So you twerk in public on your man?
You know, it's been COVID.
Before COVID. We only been in COVID for a year and a half. You been with your guy for a minute.
Not that long, not that much longer than COVID, but
you at the wild.
My man has no problem. Like if me and him are out and we're dancing together,
you twerking on him.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
My man, when I'm with him, there's a lot of things that I feel safe doing.
Okay, I want to ask you this: like, would you say a man that's not comfortable with his girl twerking, would you say that's an insecurity?
Not necessarily. I think that it's just like, okay, so growing up Nigerian, shaking your butt is a very common thing from young children to grandmas. It's just a thing. Like, it's not always sexual. It's just a dance that people do. And I've been seeing this for my entire life, like from a little kid to whatever. So that's why when people are like, it's sexual, I'm like, not necessarily. Like, So I just think that it depends how you view it. It's not always that, but that's just me.
Okay.
I know a lot of people might not have.
Courtney, I want to get your take about twerking. Twerking with your man, is that an issue? You see an issue with women twerking with the girls? Is there like some type of limit or cap? Is it ever too much?
Yeah, there is definitely too much as far as just getting. I mean, the twerking that I see on videos, of course, a world star doing all that, and you're in a relationship. Yeah, that's absolutely too much. Like, let's have some respect for me. But if I'm with my man at a lounge, I'm not doing all that twerking. But if he's behind me, I'm gonna do a little.
Exactly.
Maybe that's my little body roll that I be doing. But I can do a little, pop, pop, pop on him a little bit, but nothing outlandish where it's just I'm bent over, my head's on the.
It's not like a city girl music video situation.
Yeah, so no, I'm not doing that. A cute little dance when he behind me and doing all that. Yes, I don't see anything wrong with that. But just twerking outlandishly like world star, no. Now at home.
I agree, Courtney.
You always keep saying at home, Courtney. I just kind of noticed that throughout the night.
Things are different at
home.
Things are different at home. But I got a bad knee.
Home.
No, I can't even do that anyway. I got a bad knee.
So when it rains,
You
have a raining knee.
We seen your IG stories, Court. We seen your IG stories. Cut it out.
No, I got a bad knee now. One time
you seen that stanky leg, brother?
Right. Putting up that swag surfing.
Whatever. I got a bad
knee.
That
swag surf. Come on, ain't nobody got no bad knee.
That's how I hurt my knee.
All knees heal during the swag surf.
It's all knees heal.
If it's a brunch, it's a flag surf. Every knee is healed.
Amir, twerking. You know what twerking is, right, Amir?
Yes.
Okay. Is twerking sexy in a relationship at all?
We don't believe in any public mating calls. If you're going to do a mating call, it should be at home because you don't know who else is going to respond to it. And we have belly dancing in our culture. So for the women's, we belly dance. Like I belly dance too, but you wouldn't see me doing outside because culturally we're supposed to belly dance for our husbands. That's what belly dance was made for. It was made for women at home for their husbands. So, yeah. So no, I don't believe in that. And as for twerking outside in public, you mentioned something about doing it at a wedding. Of all places, that should be the last place that you do it because where's Courtney? Because that's where the family is. Your in-laws are going to see you. The elders are there, and then you're going to do that dance. I don't think that's appropriate at all, especially in a wedding. So no.
Amir, I want to ask you this: when you guys are belly dancing, does a guy just stand there and watch, or does he engage? Does he join?
No. Belly dancing is made for women. The man is supposed to sit and enjoy.
Oh, okay. So he can't touch.
I mean, it's your husband. He can touch you. I mean, eventually he's going to touch you.
But all that belly motion, I don't know.
I have a question too, Amir.
Get over here.
I have a question too about that. Is that specific to your Lebanese culture? Because I know that people do belly dance at like events and weddings, celebrations, whatever.
Yeah.
So is that like specific to Lebanon? Because I know that other places do belly dance in front of people that are not their husband.
They do have girls that do shows and such, but you wouldn't see them belly dancing on a nightclub dance floor or doing something.
No, we're not talking about nightclub. I'm talking about like a wedding, a birthday, like a celebration for family and friends.
Typically not in weddings. You wouldn't typically see belly dancers at weddings. If you have a belly dancer
in your culture, right? Like Lebanon.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Typically, if you rent a belly dancer, that's usually for like hookah bars and those kind of things, lounges. But you wouldn't see that at a wedding. No.
Interesting.
What's your question?
No, I mean, I just.
Come on.
I've heard different things about that.
You've heard about belly dancing at weddings?
At just different like celebrations, right? not necessarily just at home with your husband.
No, I mean, there are belly dancers that dance in lounges and such. Yes, people can rent them. You can rent a belly dancer. But like I said, typically you won't see just regular girls doing it. We're talking about girls like twerking or dancing provocatively outside in public. We wouldn't be doing that, especially, we wouldn't be doing that in public. That's for home. That's for your husband. But yeah, you can rent a belly dancer. And a lot of belly dancers are Americans or of a different culture too. So yeah, depends.
What the hell? What is that?
That's the family is downstairs cutting up pumpkins.
You should go on mute.
Well, I was talking, that's why I'm not on mute, but now I'm going on mute.
Wow.
JR was like, what was that?
Hey, you so nice, nasty.
Lucky. So are you.
I know, that's why I recognize it.
Lucky, you were like, what I said, was
yeah, that's why I recognize. You see,
and you
when
know,
I first met you, I said I like
Lucky.
you.
It's so funny because me and you go way back in these Facebook streets.
Mm-hmm.
What?
We do.
Yeah, I like Kay, but
we've gone back and forth even on Facebook, so it's cool.
We might have to have a conversation about that.
No, that's why our certain similarities clash.
I don't know.
Wow.
Okay, you trying to take over all of my prodigies, and I don't like it.
Anton, so
why do you keep trying to steal?
Anton, do you think I'm an alpha man?
Yes.
Am I infringing? I asked Anton.
Why are you trying
am
to
I
steal all of my
infringing
prodigies,
upon
bro?
your territory as an alpha male?
I'm trying to groom Lucky.
Groom
to be a different type of person. And now Lucky is telling me that y'all go back in these Facebook streets. I don't like what I'm hearing right now. Look.
Anton, you know we go back. You be saying you're not in the
Anton, listen. You are. I'm still waiting on a call back.
What do you mean? What from? We'll talk about that later.
You're in the accountability corner.
We're talking about that later.
If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Moving on to our final topic before we open up the lines. Make sure
I don't like the term nice nasty.
Make sure you guys get those likes up.
I accept
also,
all
make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Me and Lucky discussed this little situation, but I think it's unique. Came up about yesterday, and we had Mike Epps' wife, Michelle McCain, spilled some tea about him cheating with his new wife while still married to her. So that posed this question where it was, give me 1 second, bring it up for you guys. Should a person wait to move on until their divorce is final before dating? Should a person wait to move on until their divorce is final before dating? It appears to be that Mike Epps' ex-wife currently, she was still sleeping around with him while he was married, or at least engaged or something like that. I'm gonna start with you, Lucky. I know you got more insight on this. Should a person wait to move on until their divorce is final before dating?
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes as far as move on because you're still in a situation. You want me to elaborate more on that particular dynamic?
Yeah, please do.
That particular dynamic, I think that I felt sorry for her at first because she said that he's the one who filed for divorce. But she did say she didn't even try after he filed because she realized he was already messing with someone else, but she was still sleeping with him. So I would say, I think you should wait until you're officially divorced to move on. But once you file for divorce, like sometimes some people's divorce take a while and they haven't even technically been together. So I'm going to say the right thing to do would be wait until you officially get divorced to actually start dating somebody else, because you never know what can happen during a divorce process. You might want to rekindle it with your spouse. or anything. So I would just say wait to close that chapter before you start a new one.
Okay. Rilla, should a person wait to move on until the divorce is final before dating?
Yeah, I think the honorable thing to do is to wait until your divorce is final. But here's the thing: most people that tend to move on, they were already moved on before the divorce was finalized anyway, right? So in those situations, most times we find that they're already cheating. Which my perspective on that is, if you feel like you got to step out, then you shouldn't be in that situation to begin with, right? You should have already communicated that. And I do understand we have these conversations. I mean, speaking around about Mike Epps in particular, I don't know if he's considered a HVM. I know we have this conversation about certain types of men who are able to exercise options and all these different types of things. But for me personally, cheating is cheating is cheating. Period. Point blank. End of sentence.
Okay, let me ask you this: what if the marriage is, what the divorce is dragging out? Do you still wait? Let's just say it's going on like 3 years. Do you still wait?
I mean, again, I don't know why a divorce would take 3 years, but I understand if there's assets to dissolve and stuff like that. Again, I think the honorable thing to do is to wait until everything is finalized. But I guess this is definitely one of those situations where everybody's people in that circumstances is a little bit different. But again, I think in those situations, typically that person has moved on before divorce proceedings already started.
Okay. Courtney, should you wait to move on before the divorce is final before dating? Should a person wait?
Yes, I definitely think a person should wait. Because the person is still married. Again, you don't know if that person is going to go back. And then especially when you get to a certain age and the dating is like, look, I'm looking, for a husband. You can't marry me and you still married. So no, it needs to be finalized before you can definitely get serious with someone.
Okay, I got you. Anton, what are your thoughts about it? Should a person wait to move on until the divorce is final?
You know me, I'm very black and white, and I believe either you're single or you're married, and I also don't believe that you should be having sex outside of marriage. So, um, I don't see why anybody. Listen, you need time to figure out what the piss is going on in your life. You got some pieces you need to pick up. You need to. You might need some therapy. You might need to put together. Who knows? You need some self reflection. You may need to go to church tomorrow. Whatever. It's so many things that you need to work on and pay attention to. You might need to address whether or not you want to get back with your spouse. I think that Lucky mentioned that. There's so many other things that you need to be focused on instead of focused on another person. And I find that people that jump straight into relationships right after they got out of one are still taking themselves with you. It reminds me of somebody that continues to get fired from job to job to job. And it's like, yo, you don't realize that you are still taking yourself with you. It's not always your boss's fault. It can't be everybody else around you. You're going to have to do some self-reflecting and figure out what it is that you need to do differently so you can stop getting fired. And it's the same thing when it comes to relationships. You need to gather yourself, figure that out. Spend some time dating you. Figure out what you want. Figure out who it is that you are. Whatever that looks like. I don't like it when people jump from relationship. Every single minute moment, you got a new boyfriend every time I see you. Whatever that is. So yeah, as it relates to the situation, as far as waiting to move on before the divorce, yeah, I don't believe in that. I believe that you should very much be disciplined enough to even be able to wait. And I wouldn't even want to talk to you if you were going through a divorce. Okay, you figure that out. I don't even know if you're lying or not. A lot of people be lying like I'm going through a divorce. Nah, you married.
Mm-hmm.
Get on out of my face with that crap.
Okay.
Those are the facts.
What do you think about it, Kay? Should a person wait to move on until their divorce is final before dating?
Ideally, that would be the case. Yes, you should wait until your divorce is finalized, all of this. But I do understand that life happens. And if you have been separated from a person for a long time, sometimes divorces may take a while, whatever. I don't know. But I think it just ideally, yes, all of that should be completely finalized before you do anything or even think about dating. But I wouldn't necessarily say somebody's like a bad person if they're in the divorce process and they've been separated for years and all of this and they're dating someone.
Okay. Anybody want to follow up on that one?
I don't understand the idea behind separation either. I really don't. What is separation? What does that mean for y'all? Like, what do you get out of that?
It seems like just viewing it, because I'm not married, but just viewing it, it seems like I need some time apart. Maybe it's been too hectic and under the same roof. So let's start from square one. And some marriages, they start to date each other all over again, and from separate houses to try to get back because it's so chaotic or certain things happen. So they take a separation to evaluate their lives, or sometimes women need to go to counseling in the middle of what happened in the marriage. Sometimes men do.
But isn't it like a legal separation? Isn't it something that what do you
want me to read the definition?
I want to answer the question dictionary when you get a chance.
Yeah, read it for me, Kay.
Okay. So it says separation, an arrangement whereby a husband and wife live apart from each other while remaining married, either by mutual consent, often in a written agreement, or by judicial decree. The act of carrying out such an arrangement, also termed separation from bed and board, and then it gets into a bunch of legal stuff. The status of a husband and wife having begun such an arrangement, or the judgment or contract that brought about that arrangement.
Okay, so let me
So it's
summarize
like a legal
it.
term.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So let me summarize it, and y'all cut me a little bit of rope, but see if if this resonate with y'all too. A separation is an opportunity for people to be apart but still have the same benefits that come along with being married. You get the pension, you get the healthcare coverage, you get all of these other different things, but you don't have to actually be in the same house with the person. Am I off? With the possibility of staying married, if you guys decide to stay married without having to go through the marriage process again. That's kind of my summary of what it is that you just read.
Can I answer the question, please?
Go ahead, Amir.
I wanted to say, like, when it comes down, the question, I didn't even remember it. It's, should you wait until the divorce process is final? I wanted to say, I've seen that American divorces can last very long, years, in fact. So is there a separation between your religious marriage and your legal marriage in this country? Because religiously, we can divorce like at the drop of a dime, but legally, we can still be married and still be waiting for that to finish. So in my opinion, if you properly separated religiously, I think you should be able to do what you please, even if you're not legally by the government standards on paper divorced.
Why?
But if you have religiously already divorced.
Shouldn't everything be aligned though?
But it's that's all I was asking you. Does that matter in America or no?
I think everything.
No,
should
it
be
matters.
aligned.
Yeah, it matters. That sounds like a line a man will use on a woman. I'm not married to her in the church.
Yeah, you're right.
It's legal. We ain't really together biblically.
I think that everything
Like,
should
no,
be aligned.
I need you separated totally.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, I think you should wait until it's that. But American divorces take forever, so I don't know.
We definitely
All
appreciate
billboard,
that.
$2.99.
Yeah, we appreciate all that. That's good talk, y'all. Good talk. We got the phone lines open up, and of course, we already got people waiting already. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Get them likes up right now. Also, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats, all the support. Pick up our first person that popped in. So, Black, what's going on?
What's going on, my guy?
Shocker.
What's going on, my guy?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Black.
What's going on, Jarilla, JR, Anton, Courtney, Lucky? Glad to see you here. Mira, and Hey. Well, today was a good show, and I comprised a list for us. the list on why men actually enjoy fake or enhanced hair in women. First of all, men like the cushion, extra
what?
firm.
Your internet connection kind of.
It just kind of glitched.
Your audio is choppy.
Audio is choppy.
But your video is in like 8K.
Of course.
But is this better? Is this better?
What's the thing that you just said? Yeah.
No, just go ahead, E Black. I don't think it's gonna get no better, but go ahead. Let's see what we got.
JR.
No, it's not. I can just because every time he talks, you hearing the popping.
JR is an expert. I know.
It's the popping. Okay, so first of all, it's the cushion. So men like the cushion. If you ever been on a bumper car rides, we like to have the safety in the cushion. If you ever watched Django, remember he got on that horse and he pulled that mane. Did he not look secure in that mane? So, we like to feel that combat grip. It changes. One day you might have Amber Rose. The day you might have a long-haired female. So that's really cool. The upkeep, women who have fake hair or fake makeup, they like to keep themselves together. So we appreciate that. And if you're a man of value, we will spend that money to ensure that your upkeep is best. TV ready. When I walk around with you, you're always going to be ready for the lights. You're always going to be ready, and you're always going to have you're going to be the finest person in the space. So that's the reason why I think men enjoy having a woman with that type of makeup and fake hairness. So I appreciate y'all.
Can I respond to that?
Wait a minute.
I gotta respond to it.
You're saying women that have makeup and weave means that they're camera ready and they take care. That's a sign of them taking care of themselves. Yeah, I totally disagree. I think it's the opposite. The women that have to do the extras because they don't take care of themselves and they're not exhibiting natural sexiness and beauty. They have to put on the fake hair because they're not taking care of themselves internally for their hair to grow. They have to do all that makeup because they're not taking care of themselves for the acne, for the blemishes, not drinking enough water, not getting enough sleep. So I think it's a cover up for what you're not doing.
That's a good point. But I would suggest that, man would see his woman, hey, let's go to the store. She could just pop on a new wig.
You know what, E Black? This is the thing too. I think people forget that everything is a show. The media, the marketing, all of these things are a show. A lot of the people with a lot of wealth, you have no idea. They're out at a store with their whatever kind of clothes. You don't even know those clothes are expensive. But meanwhile, that wealth is whispering to other people who know what it looks like. Regular people don't even know. So as a regular person, you think that having a weave and a Louis Vuitton bag and all whatever means that you're rich. Whereas there's a whole nother culture of wealthy people who don't even do all that. They have a quiet wealth that they display in ways. It might be a Mark Zuckerberg, that little gray t-shirt. It looks like a gray t-shirt, but other rich people know that's not just a regular gray t-shirt. So like to think that a woman, just because she has her weave and her makeup and her bag, means that there's this air of whatever, is just incorrect. And I know that marketing and just what people push works. And that's why so many people go beyond their means to try to get these things that appear wealthy so that they can look a certain way to people, because people will be like, man, this woman is together. Meanwhile, some of the richest people in your neighborhood got their hair up in a sloppy bun and got some old dusty looking shoes and they're running to the store. Meanwhile, the brokest people have their bag and all this stuff. Like all of that doesn't matter.
I agree with you.
We cannot continue to be fooled by that. And the fact that we even are buying into it is concerning, because the richest people don't walk around with logomania. They don't. If you think that these people that you see are the richest, I don't know what to tell you, but that's just not the case. They're not out here covered in Gucci, covered in Versace, covered in all of these other things. They have things that you think look regular. Come to find out, that old raggedy looking sweater costs $8,000. And that's a language.
What's going on with JR?
That's a language of rich people. That's the language of the wealthy that regular people don't understand.
Yes.
So
we think.
So Kay, you don't think we can't speak it into existence by putting it on our hair?
Well, we got to keep it brief.
What?
Y'all. We got
What?
a lot of people.
I don't even know.
No,
What
hold on. I got
a
a question for
E-Black.
E-Black.
Just
I got a
inbox
question
me
for
or something.
E-Black.
I don't know what that
Speak
means.
into
But
existence by putting on our hair.
Yeah,
So you think
this is going.
I wear a wig, that means my hair gonna grow.
Hold tight, y'all. Hold tight. E-Black, let me ask you a question, bro. Do you think this is way off topic? Do you think it's okay for men to talk about other men behind other men's backs?
What?
Come on, Rilla.
Really, you are
I personally do not. I personally do not subscribe to that type of philosophy.
Gotcha. Do you think it's cool to keep company with men who talk about other men behind their backs?
What are we talking about?
I mean,
ladies, please, relax, ladies, relax, please.
Okay,
Ladies,
I know where he's
please,
going with.
Relax.
Okay, Rilla.
So, do I think it's okay to keep company with men that exhibit certain behaviors? Nah, I think, for the most part, if you're
it's okay to build a platform on the back of another man's platform.
Oh, hell nah.
Okay. Shout out to the Four Horsemen, man. Shout out to y'all.
To us. Really, if you got something to say,
that's what I'm saying too.
Yeah.
I'm just bigging you up. I'm just asking questions. You giving answers. Shout out to y'all.
Is this passive aggressive?
It is very passive aggressive.
Hey, come on now.
Come in.
Really, if you got something to say about my presence,
grown men talking, they can talk.
If you have an issue with me being on the presence of somebody else,
no issue. Absolutely not. I've seen you on plenty platforms, brother. I've seen you on plenty platforms.
Thank you.
Right. I've seen you on plenty platforms. Yeah, and I figure
so I can't control.
Yeah, I figure you rock with this platform pretty tough. I don't expect, loyalty or anything like that. And I'm definitely not going to speak for other grown men, but I just find it interesting, you know what I'm saying, when other men who rock with this platform go on other platforms where they openly speaking about people who are not there to represent their views. And then we're 2 weeks into this now. We still having the same conversation that's been dealt with weeks ago. Right. And then,
okay.
I personally consider you like a friend of the show, same as you've been here longer than me, right? You've been on this platform longer than me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And to sit up there and allow folk to talk in a way, you know what I'm saying? And you had nothing to say. You was chiming in, kikiing and kicking it up with them and the whole nine. I just find that interesting.
Okay.
That's all. I just had a couple questions.
Well, let me just say it like this. I can't control the mic. I'm my own person. I will definitely speak out when people are disrespectful, but at the same time, I'm not in charge. So
you didn't find anything. Wait. You didn't find anything anybody said last night disrespectful?
I did say you got to relax and you got to chill out. And if it was me in that situation, I'm pulling up. I sit here and go back and forth. I can't police the internet, Rilla. Know that. You know that. I can't police the internet. So I appreciate you understanding. I appreciate you explaining that. But at the same time, I cannot police the platforms that I'm on. I'm just a small fish in this. I get called gay.
But as a man,
wait. Let me say this.
Actions, right? As a
Let
man,
me say
you're
this.
responsible for how you conduct yourself.
Hold on, you Black. Let Rilla talk.
As a man, right? You responsible for how you conduct yourself. Nobody's asking you to police other platforms, right? You can't go on somebody
Mhm.
else's platform and tell them how to run their house. I don't come up here and tell JR how to run his house, but I am responsible for what I choose to participate in. When I went on Lead Attorney Show, I specifically said what I was there for. When they was discussing Karen Civil, I specifically said what I was there to discuss and what I wasn't there to discuss. Right? And I don't go on other people's platforms and let them talk slick about this network. Right? I'll either dismiss myself, right, or I check it in the moment.
Okay.
I didn't see that happen, brother. I'm just telling you, I didn't see that happening. You rock with this show. You a friend of the show. I was very disappointed, fam. Straight up. And then what happened? So wait, that happens. That show happened, and then guess who's the first caller of the night? Like clockwork.
Okay.
Well,
Well, like I said,
very two-faced, brother. That seemed very two-faced.
Is there any way that y'all can give it a synopsis? Everyone doesn't know what happened.
No,
we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay, so real, I get that. But like I said, if a guy is, if I'm a guest on your platform and somebody calls me gay, calls me a swinger, calls me a gigolo, I don't hear nobody speaking up about that. I don't hear nobody addressing my wife.
Wait.
In the way that I've been disrespected. But no, I let you speak. I did let you speak. I did let you speak.
You can address them right then and there. There's a difference, fam.
No, man, look, I understand what you're doing, and I appreciate that. But I'm letting you know now, I'm a small fish in this. And all I'm doing is having conversations. And I do feel like somebody getting disrespectful. I do address it like I have been. But there's only so much policing I can do. Now, if you want me to jump out of frame and jump to other people's platforms, I'm sorry, I'm not that type of brother. Nor am I doing that here. I've learned my lesson. Nobody ever see me get to the point to where I'm getting out of character like that. So I appreciate you on that. I love Lapeef, but whatever's got going on between two grown men, they're going to have to squash it. But I'm not going to stop my message from spreading across and trying to get myself in a position to where I can support my family. Especially when I don't get the same respect.
Say no more, champ.
All right, Black. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all.
All right.
Shout out to the homie Rilla. Hey, Rilla. You the real one of the real ones, bro. No. Real talk. And you know me. I always shout you out and I give you real talk. We kick it behind the scenes. I give you praise publicly and privately. And so I'm going to just say, you one of the real ones for saying exactly what you think when you think it, and you don't bite your tongue for nobody. So I'm just going to give you your props for saying what you thought. That's your thoughts. You said what it is that you thought. I stayed out of it. I'm chilling. I ain't got nothing to say. We can keep it moving now. Back to the regular.
Do you know what they're talking about?
Yep, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Because I was lost. I was like, what?
Don't even worry about it. It's all men.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I just didn't know.
You good, Kay. You good. No, you good. you dope. Let's rock.
Hi, before the billions.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hi.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be on the channel. I'm actually kind of nervous now after that last call. But
you ain't gotta be nervous. You good.
Man, you a billionaire. What you talking about?
Not yet, but I'm getting there. Right. So yeah, I just wanted to show my face, show my support for you guys. I always rock with Anton, so you probably have seen me on his channel a few times. So and I kind of wanted to come in. I heard you guys talking about Mike Epps and his divorce. And I kind of wanted to get you guys' opinion because I do subscribe to the same exact thing that you guys do. I think everybody kind of was in agreement saying that you should not move on while you're already in a marriage. I think you should probably wait until after that marriage is or after that divorce is finalized. It's pretty much what everybody said. But when you see stories like this, do you still tell people to hey, forget seeing these stories? Do you still tell people like me who are younger who can go ahead and make steps towards marriage, even though all these kinds of things are happening in the world now?
Who was that for? That's for me?
It was just for everybody.
Oh, okay. Ladies, y'all said that y'all ain't get enough talk time tonight. I want to hear what y'all got to say.
Okay.
Well, what was the question? I don't.
Yeah, that's
I'm trying to figure out what the question is.
Lucky.
Yes, I'll go ahead and say the question. So the question is, after you see stories like the Mike Epps story with his divorce, do you still tell younger people to go ahead and still make steps towards marriage and like kind of ignore a lot of these things that you see in the world?
Mike Epps is not the representative for Black marriages or just marriages in general. I think it's problematic that people look at people like Mike Epps as just the end all be all of what, I mean, I'm not saying anything is wrong with him. I'm not saying that, but there should be some kind of social infrastructure, your family, your friends, somebody around you that has a functional marriage so that you don't have to be like, man, Mike Epps, his marriage failed, so we might as well just forget it. Like, what type of logic?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on marriage before
I'm
the billions?
confused.
Yeah, my thoughts on marriage. I want to be married, so I'm already in a relationship now that's heading towards marriage.
Good.
So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I think that people should be going towards marriage. But when you go online and on YouTube, then you see people saying different because of the court system and all these other kinds of things. So I just kind of wanted to see what you guys were thinking about that.
Let me tell you this, and this is something that I had to learn, definitely being on this platform and even navigating through YouTube. This is a small microcosm of the world. So we tend to look at stuff and it's an echo chamber of the platform, but we're really kind of saying, have like-minded opinions and people on it. This is a very small microcosm. The world doesn't think like we do, or like all of us do. So don't have, what we say is our opinion, but don't have it change what God has for your life. If you're already wanting to marry her and create a family and, be a father and a husband, don't let someone that has been in a bitter relationship, that hate women, that'll tell you, women ain't no good, they'll do you wrong, and don't let that hinder what God has for you. Just because it didn't work out for this man, that man, you not that man.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about marriage being a business, and I just kind of had this about, like, I thought about it yesterday when I was doing my interesting show. But I was like, we look at marriages and it's 70% of women file for divorce. So why would I do it? And I told someone on our page, I said, well, would you tell an entrepreneur that? Because majority of small businesses, especially within 5 years, fail. Almost 90%.
Yep.
But would you tell an entrepreneur, don't you start your business? Don't you work for yourself because you're going to fail, or majority of people fail for it? You wouldn't. You be the difference. You look and see what happened and why it failed as a business, and you do something different.
Yes,
you do the
Courtney.
same thing as marriage. Mm-hmm. Just because it's 70% now or divorce rates are high now doesn't mean that can't change. But we can't change it if we're scared. Marriage is a business. So look at it like that. This is your business and this is your house. So you figure out how to make it work so you can be an example for other young men that want the same, but they're hearing these echo chambers of men scared of being married and scared of being with a woman. You be that difference. Let God use you. Don't be letting these men change what God has for you.
That's what I'm talking about, Courtney. Go ahead. That was perfect.
I'm scared
of it. You wouldn't say that if you started a business, now would you? No.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So. All right, Billionaires, we gotta keep the show rolling. Hopefully you got the insight you needed.
Yes, sir. Salute to you guys, and I'll see you on the next
video. And congratulations to you.
All right, thank you.
Bye, family.
Bye.
All right. What's going on, B9?
Hello, everyone.
What up, B?
What's up, homie? How you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling phenomenal, bro.
That's good. That's good. I hope everybody's having a wonderful, blessed evening as usual. I'm gonna get to the topics, but I want to address what just happened. Everything that just went on between Rilla and E Black, all I could think of was the what was the movie that something in Judas, where the guy that started the lunch program in Chicago, and Judas was
Yeah, you talking about Fred Hampton. I didn't even see that, man. But go ahead. I didn't even see that.
It was really good.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
But that's exactly what popped in my head going through looking at the dialogue between you two, because everything that he was saying was bullshit, point blank, period, BS. Because the reality of it is that you got a backbone. You supposed to be a man. You ain't nobody forced you to be on nobody else's platform. You out there clout chasing, trying to get ahead, and you doing it with no morals, and you doing it with no loyalty. The one thing that I give Kay credit for is Kay is committed to the sisterhood. She has recruited Courtney into the sisterhood.
Recruited?
Oh yeah, she's
B9, you come on here doing all this.
You do it every
you're
week.
so quick.
Hold on. Let him make his point, y'all, before y'all kick.
Because the point's always the same. He comes on here to critique us.
Hold on. You gotta let him finish first and then respond.
Then why did you talk about us?
Black.
Then what have we got to do with it?
Stop getting in your feelings. Just because your name comes up don't mean that you are the topic of discussion. There's a thing called footnotes.
What? Is he right?
What? Footnotes. Added. My goodness.
Go ahead, B9.
Like I said, stop being so sensitive just because you hear your name.
I
did not say anything negative about you, Miss Courtney. I love you, Miss Courtney. Just because your name,
Courtney, be feminine and sensitive, but don't be sensitive.
No, like I was trying to say, I'm giving y'all credit for y'all sisterhood for sticking together. I'm giving you credit. I'm not saying anything disparaging about you all. I'm giving you credit. So we need that type of solidarity in the brotherhood. That's all that I'm trying to say, is that for once, I'm trying to use you as an example for what we can actually learn from your solidarity. Let me calm down.
Get out of your fields.
I'm not.
Follow us, men. Follow us. Me and Courtney, we're the leaders. Follow us. Learn from us.
Chuckle, 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 chuckle.
Oh my!
There's much you can learn.
You're hilarious, Kay. You'll be here all week, I'm sure. But the moral of
B9, are you okay?
But the moral of the story is that we can draw. I'm trying to give you all credit, because this is what you all have been preaching for the longest, that there's actually something that we can draw from you all, and I'm agreeing with you. Your sisterhood is because you don't care if you make any sense at all. You stick together.
That's not true. So
hold on, y'all.
I'm just trying to get him to get back.
Right now it's a little too much. Right now,
can y'all please just let him make his point, y'all?
Easy.
He's not.
What's the?
Y'all approving my example.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Let's go ahead, B9. Go ahead.
Everything that y'all keep saying that y'all not doing, your actions are proving my words to be true.
Jesus.
Okay, so what does that have to do with Chicago and E Black?
Hold on. Can he just finish, please?
Once again, the whole point is that we are never going to build. You're never going to have the men, Miss Courtney, that you claim that you want, the strong black men that you want. You're not going to have until you have a brotherhood that is strong enough to build and facilitate and pour into these young black men and the current black men to give us the confidence that we need and the support that we need to give you, the ladies, what you claim you want from us. But you don't understand the process. You want, like the gentleman said earlier, you have to be there in the gym with us. And this whole platform is about being in the gym, having your words, not mine, having the tough conversations that no other platform and no one else is having. And when I come on and try to just converse with you, it always seems to be a buzzword that throws off the whole conversation versus actually taking in the whole point. And it's infuriating, to be honest with you.
It is.
And that's why in the chat, everybody has kind of veered away from you a little bit and gravitated to Miss Amira. And it has nothing to do with color or melanin or anything of that nature. These things that you keep trying to go on to.
I don't care, honey.
I don't care if you don't care.
So talk about the show. Quit talking about us. Talk about the show. Like right now, you're acting emotional, very feminine, and you gotta chill. Talk about what you came on to talk about. Leave me out of it because I have nothing to do with this.
Miss Courtney,
I'm not has nothing to do with this.
I'm talking about truth.
B9 was trying to talk about Chicago.
I brought up Amira's name.
And
nobody's jumping on me about why you bringing up Amira's name.
Because we don't
I brought up Kay's name. But you're the only one that's like, make my name taste like shit in your mouth. What I don't understand. I'm not doing
that. And the fact that y'all let him go on, like, what is wrong with you?
I'll let you be.
B9, what was your other point, B9, that you was gonna make?
The next point that I'm trying to make, I'm trying to get back to the show now. Y'all got to stop lying to yourselves. The truth is the truth. And if God did not make it, it is not natural. If God did not give it to you, it is not natural. We know that green hair and pink hair and all these other color hairs are not natural. So just because there's blonde hair on this earth, if God did not give you blonde hair, it is not natural. And that is the problem, is that we keep trying to facilitate this comfortable lie and to make everybody feel like they're in the group. You're not in the group. You either are or you aren't. I do not ask a non-pregnant person, what is it like to be pregnant? You ask a person that has gone through the experience. Y'all are having too many conversations about marriage and this and that and hypothetical this. There's only 3 people now on the panel that are actually married. And I'm one of them. But nobody wants to hear from the people that are actually living it. Anton, Amira, whenever the marriage topic comes up, Kay is blah, 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 blah. And I don't think this, that. And Kay is no closer to being married than my dog is.
How do you know? And this is becoming mad disrespectful.
JR, every week you get on here and do the same thing.
Questions. He's on a panel.
Because I've been married for 20 years, so I know what it
bless her
like.
soul. Jesus.
Like B9, it's getting real weird.
It's getting weird. And the fact that y'all let him ramble and bamble like
B9 comes here every week to do this. He pretends he has some other point. He was trying to talk about Chicago and E-Black, and then suddenly it becomes about me and Courtney. B9, are you okay? I mean,
I'm better than okay, Kay.
Okay, so be easy. You don't know us.
Hey, I don't have to know you. I am only commenting on this show.
What are you commenting
on what I am looking at on YouTube. That's all I'm commenting on. I don't know any of you all. You all don't know me.
Okay, and we aren't out here saying anything about you, but you come here week after week doing the exact same thing under the guise of some wisdom of some man. Like, it's becoming very obvious and strange.
All right. You're when I first came on the show, I gave an example of Kevin Samuels of how all men, regardless of what their status is, should get the same respect of Kevin Samuels. The second I said that, the first thing out your mouth will prove to me that you're on Kevin Samuels' level. You missed the whole.
All men don't deserve the same, just like all women don't deserve.
Go back and forth and argue with somebody who does not have the intellect.
So then, why are you constantly even mentioning me? Leave me alone.
Hold on. We can't talk over each other.
B9, leave me alone. Don't ever talk to me again.
I think it's amazing that this man has just come up, has taken over the show by trying to critique us, and has said nothing about what we have talked about for hours.
Every week
he
does
something
it.
to say about the topic. This is what
He does it every week.
Hold on, B9. Hold on, B9. Let her talk, B9.
Every single week, you come on here. Every single week, you have something to say about me, something to say about Kay, and we don't think about you at all. I don't care what the comments say. So for you to bring that up is completely childish. And I don't know if you're trying to make a point or try to clout chase on your own while you're talking about E Black, but it's disappointing and it's disgusting.
It's the
if
same
you have
thing.
something to say about the show, say it. If you have a personal tag that you want to do on me or Kay, then bring that to me in my DMs and we can go head on this. But quit doing that. It's mad annoying.
Yeah,
you're grown and you're married for that. Have that energy for your wife.
That like I said, I will allow you to have your
Black,
own
final thoughts, E Black. I mean, B9.
And we just letting him do it. We're not wrapping it up.
I will allow you to have your own narrative. Think what you want to think. That's fine. I don't control anybody's mind. However, I'm here because once again, I speak only truth. And the truth of the matter is that you are a fake prophet. You talk the talk, but you don't walk the walk.
A
person like me comes up there and lets you know.
B9. We're gonna move on, B9. Appreciate
and the
you.
men are just quiet.
Hey, and the last point that I want to make, and like I said, I won't call in anymore after this. You won't see my face ever again after this. But the last point that I want to make, I love your show. I love all of you all, but JR, to you also, I've come on this show numerous times and stood up for you and Anton. We have to get our brothers' hood as strong as they are with their sisterhood. And until there's all the links in the chain connect strongly as they should, I don't want to hear nobody complain about anything because you're your own problem. God bless you.
Bye.
Good riddance.
Oh, I see you with your camera.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, good.
I remember you.
That camera.
Yes.
It looks like a movie.
Hello, Courtney.
Hi, darling. How are you?
I became your enemy the minute I said anti. It's fine. How y'all doing? Great show. I wanted to talk about the twerking thing. Keep stuff light. It's not nothing deep, serious, whatever. How I view it, twerking is more so symbolic of us dancing, our culture. You know, I like to think of it as a mating call, so to speak. So, of course, you being a single woman twerking regularly, you attract men, and y'all know, when you get attention, i.e., a club, wedding, something like that. Guys are gawking at you. Typically. So when you are in a relationship, not saying you can't do it. I know women like to have fun too as well. You don't feel like you're being controlled, but just have some disdain, some level of respect for your man, because other men are looking at you, especially if you're curvaceous, you're going to attract what you put out. If you're putting out more so this sexual energy, guess what you're going to get in return. So more so, guys are just trying to explain to you that it's not that we're insecure by any means. It's more so, hey, you're with me now. This prestige that comes with me being your man, your protector, your provider, if he's doing what he's supposed to do. You have a man here. So any other guy be looking at you like, it can't be your girl if you out there popping that thing like that, throwing it back like that. He might try it, or, hey, she might be looking for some attention and I'm going to give it to her. So instead of putting him in a weird situation, I would just suggest hold back a little bit. You might be the twerk queen. It's just in a relationship, think a little twice before you do that, because most men don't put y'all in situations like that unless we like staring at a girl, right? So most of the time you're getting stared at when you're doing something, whether they with their girl or not. So just think about it in both ways. I would like to hear y'all opinions about that. Women, your opinions about that statement.
I think you get to know your man and you know what he's okay with, and you should absolutely, you know, be in line with that. So like certain dances might be okay, but if you're like, you know, on a handstand and doing all types of stuff, maybe your man doesn't like that, and you know, there's something you should know about him, and you should not do it if, you know, it makes him uncomfortable. It just depends on your person. But I agree with you. You should not put your significant other in any situation knowingly. Like if you know they're not into that, just don't do it. And if you feel like you have to do it, find another significant other. Like it's simple.
I agree.
I agree. Well, no, yeah, I agree. I think it was when you said super twerker. I mean,
well, they said on a handstand. I wasn't going that far.
I mean, I'm just saying, you know, whatever.
Trying to get some money thrown at you.
They definitely do, but you know, it's a time and place for everything. And you know, when you're in a relationship, you're not only reflecting yourself, you're reflecting your partner.
Exactly.
So, you know, I think it's very important that when you go out, how you dress, how you present yourself, you know, will make your husband or your spouse proud. So doing all the twerking and stuff, I mean, it's enticing for other men, but what would you want your, you know, man out there doing this little strip tease? What's it? I can't even think what a movie with the man was stripping. I wouldn't want my man doing all that on a chair and bringing a woman on him. So no.
Talking about Magic Mike.
Magic Mike. There we go.
I need to talk a really
There we go.
Nope.
No.
Scared.
I don't want my man
You down there in the A, ain't you? You down there in the A.
You already know.
Yeah, you've been on 75 North.
I'm about to get some more drink, bro.
The minute you walk in that thing,
my buzz wore off and everything.
I don't need you doing that. So, but like I said, this whole show. But when we get home,
that's when you perform.
that thing gonna be thinking.
That's when you perform. So
She said she got a pole.
I didn't necessarily say I had a pole. I just said where the pole go.
Oh, okay. I'm like, oh, okay, Courtney.
Wow.
I was like, where's my pole?
Wow. Interesting.
I have the same opinion that I had earlier.
Yeah.
I think it's a time and a place, and I think it depends on the relationship. Some men like certain things to be spicy, or they like to feel like they would a different girl, or like, you know, old school saying, lady in the streets, freak in the sheet. So I think that's staying. So
That's that.
It depends.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. Amira? She's just
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
On having a pool?
What?
A pool?
A pole. Oh, you talking about a pole. No.
I thought you said a pool. I said we swimming.
No.
We're swimming.
We're swimming.
Get out of the mindset. Get out. Come back. Come back. Come back. Twerking while you're married, of course. So, of course, your views on it with belly dancing. I did hear your response with that, so I'm pretty sure you agree. It's a respect. You're thinking about that pole. Woo. Have a great show. I'm not gonna take up most of your time. Thank you for putting me on. It was a pleasure.
Bye, friend.
All right.
Good to see you again.
What's going on, Angel, Ty, LeBron?
How's it going, guys?
Hi.
What's going fine about yourself? Where you calling from, man?
I'm calling from New York City.
New York City? You on your phone, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
I could tell, yeah.
Yeah.
When you come in like that with that connection.
Where are you in these connections?
Yeah.
And
Wait, my connection isn't good right now?
Oh my goodness, it is hilarious.
No, it's okay, but I just heard something that reminded me of a cell phone. But go ahead.
All right. So I was kind of like a little bit confused about in the topic of like marrying based on like the age. So I was wondering like if you guys feel that when you get married, like let's say I was 23 and making a lot of money, does that mean that I shouldn't be pursuing any type of marriage at that age, like being too young, or are you guys saying that, marriage is more so based on financial or age? Like, I was just kind of confused on what the position is on that.
Where's Anton? Go ahead.
Why are you asking? Me
Because
and
you
Angel
got
talk all the time. Angel,
because you
part of
got
the
married
Patreon. That's
young.
my guy.
Because you got married young, and I think that your response would be valuable here.
Okay, what's the question again?
So I was kind of confused because I know like you always preach like, hey, like focus on yourself while you're young, build up, don't worry about these chicks. So I was kind of wondering, like, when you guys were talking earlier, it seemed like you guys were saying that you should be getting, not should, but it's okay to be getting married at a younger age, kind of as long as if you're in a good financial position maybe. But I was wondering, like,
No,
if you
I
are
don't
even,
think that is. I don't think that is based off of finances whatsoever.
Mhm.
The thing that I don't want you to do as a person that pushes you and coaches you is I don't want you to get distracted and start focusing more on women than you are supposed to be focusing on the thing that actually that I'm telling you need to be doing on a daily basis. Now, here's the key. I'll also tell you that you need to be networking, right?
Yeah.
Because again, I don't believe in dating. So you need to be building your network. You need to be out and about. You are very fit. You in a gym. You know what I'm saying? You dope. You going in. You moving in a really great direction. And then your wife is going to ultimately reveal herself. So you don't have to chase women, right? You're going to be in a position where ultimately the person that you're supposed to be with is going to be a part of your network because they're going to be going in the direction that you're going in. So network, interact with people, you know what I'm saying? Build authentic friendships so you can find out what she's really about instead of trying to lead with what it is that she looked like or trying to get in her pants and sex, because you can't build a strong relationship just based off of that alone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying. It's okay to get married early, but it's not okay to lead with that as far as your main objective.
Okay.
Your main objective should be to be the best version of yourself. You see what I'm saying now?
Okay.
Anton, don't you
Yeah.
think it's not good for the majority of men, though, to marry that young? Don't you think it's more proper for men to marry after 30? Because during that time in the 20s, you should be focused on you and what you're going to be doing instead of trying to provide. Because marriage is a job. It's not just a relationship.
Well, the only way that I could recommend that is if they didn't actually, if they remain celibate, they exercise their discipline. But the problem is that they're gonna be out here doing, not you, Angel, but the problem is a lot of these guys are gonna be out here doing stuff that married couples do, and I just don't believe in it. I believe if you're gonna do things, or you're gonna go about doing things a certain type of way, then you need to do it all the way. I don't believe in halfway. So, I just think that people should be standing on taking care of business. And if you're going to take care of business or you're going to pretend to be married, then really be married.
I see. Because then you don't risk any mistakes.
Yeah, I just believe in being intentional the whole way around. I don't believe in doing stuff halfway.
Yes, connection has dropped. What's going on, TJ? Welcome to the show. How you doing? Can you hear us?
Fine. How y'all doing? I have a bad connection, so I'm not going to take up much time. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Just a good, I was going to say good show. Very interesting, very intriguing as always. Never a dull moment. Just want to lend my support. I'm very sleepy. It's past my bedtime. So I just want to say good show. Yeah, I don't have much to offer this time.
Well, thank you for rocking with us.
I don't have much to offer. Y'all be nice though. Y'all need to be nice to each other.
Oh, we all nice.
y'all need to be nice to
These
each
past 2 to 3 weeks, this has been
To
the
each
nicest
other.
that we've ever been to each other.
I
would
feel
say.
like that too, Anton.
Until
Well, keep it
today.
up. Keep it moving in the right
Courtney,
direction.
we've been incredibly nice to each other. What are you talking about? Everybody. Oh, no. I guess we're going to be having that phone call in the morning.
I told you.
Junior and went back to JR. Junior is now JR again.
That's right. Mr. Lapeef and Mr. Daniels.
But TJ, we definitely appreciate you.
Really, I don't think I've ever seen you that spicy.
wasn't spicy. I was just trying to gain clarity. That's all.
Right.
No, you're very much in the clear, Rilla. You have no mistakes
No, I know.
whatsoever right now.
I
You
was just telling Miss TJ, you know, it wasn't spicy talk. It was two grown men having a real conversation.
All righty. Well, anyway, y'all have a good night and keep up the good work.
I appreciate
All right,
it.
love.
Night.
Thanks for rocking
Bye,
with us.
TJ.
Bye.
YouTube streets are crazy, huh?
Man, listen.
Been crazy.
Shit. It's a whole other. You know what's crazy is that some people don't even have YouTube. You ever try to have a conversation about it on YouTube? You're like, man, just forget about it, man. You don't even understand. Like I talk to people like it's a whole nother world. Like it's different. It's a whole community, man.
It is.
Texan.
What? You should do ASMR. Like, okay.
No,
We'll
I was
talk about
talking
that
to
later.
my parrot.
Hey, get that
First, you were talking
dude.
about icicles
I'm
falling
looking
on your
I'm
phone.
looking in the chat right now,
And now-
I'm feeling a little spicy. I'm feeling a little amped up right now.
You feel
It's
spicy,
this dude
Anton?
named. I'm feeling spicy now. It's this dude named Vicious Dreadhead.
Is he coming on?
I hope he call up because
No,
I've
you
been
know who
seeing
that is.
this dude
Who is
has
that?
been in so many of he been in the comments of my videos, my personal channel, my after hours channel, this channel, all of that other type of stuff.
You know who
Say
that
what
is.
you mean and mean what you say. Go ahead and call up, family.
Hey, Rilla, who
Let's
is
have
that?
a conversation.
If
know
I'm
who
not
this dude
mistaken, it's my man with the essays.
Who?
What?
The homie that be
Oh,
writing
what the notebooks?
Are they in the that writes down the notes?
No.
JR.
Okay,
Know what should
link is for you.
happen?
Yeah, tell him to cam up. Make JR, if you can, make some room for him. Let's see him say what it don't matter. And it's funny because I didn't know that was him. But no matter what it is, no, sir, don't time him out of none of that. I see that just happened. Don't time him out. Let him say what he want to say.
I understand.
But it don't matter what it is. I don't know. He got timed out for some reason. It don't matter what it is. The dude got a lot to say. I'd be like, yeah, I love being married. Well, Anton, we don't. I'm like, man, who is this dude? But now I know who he is, and he feels some type of way because he read his essay to me the other day, and I didn't respond to him. It's okay though. Let him cam up. And let's have a conversation because I'm so tired of this motherfucker living in the victim Olympics, bro. This dude
Let's
got
just have
more
a
to say.
conversation.
That
This
red
dude
cup
got
kicking
more to
in.
say. He got more to
Let's have a
say.
conversation.
So let him cam up and then we can have a conversation because
Let's just have a conversation.
say what you gotta say,
What's
bro.
going on, McCain? Welcome to the show, man.
How you doing, Lapeef? Appreciate y'all. Great show.
Hi, Mr. McCain Entertainment.
Thank you. How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. I just want to say shout out to everybody on the show. Rilla, appreciate what you did with E Black. And I respect B9's, but I think he was out of line.
Why do you respect him?
Well, I respect him as a man, but I don't agree with his perspective. I think he disrespected the ladies tonight.
Completely.
And so,
Every week, that's all he does.
Yeah, so I don't.
Kay, what you doing here?
Yeah,
you need to get rid of Kay. Like what?
Yeah.
Courtney, what's going on? What?
But I want to acknowledge
Kay,
Lapeef.
shut up.
Hold on.
I want to acknowledge Lapeef. I've had a couple of conversations on the Patreon. So for anyone who's interested in gaining wisdom, check out Lapeef's Patreon. He's doing great things on there, especially Anton. I'm actually on both of you guys' Patreons. I'm on Lapeef and Anton's. You guys are putting out mad games. So I just wanted to say, keep doing what y'all doing. I appreciate y'all. I have some perspective on it, but I'm still learning life. So I'm got a small perspective on it. I'm not, I'm still learning. I'm still learning life. So I don't have too much to say. But I would just say from my perspective, when it comes to side pieces, I say if you're married, you fight for your marriage. If you're dating, you move on. Period. That's a red flag to me. If she's stepping out, that means it's a red flag. Plastic surgery, I don't understand it. I respect the woman's freedom, but for me, natural is the way to go. Background checks, I think, are necessary, not from like a we got to go to the private investigator. But I do believe like social media is something you got to look at, because I believe that social media, that's at least how people want to be perceived. And the way I think the way people perceive themselves, you need to pay attention to. I think you need to see what they're doing and how they move. And if you agree with them or not, I think that's something that you need to look at. And Cougars on the Prowl. I mean, my parents are, my mother's a year older than my father. I think it depends. I think in general, I think women being older than men, it could be a problem. But I do know that there are situations where there was a woman who was 10 years older than her husband, and they've been married for 15, 20 years. So I think it just depends. I think in general, I think it's tougher, but I think specifically, I think there's possibilities there.
Man, I definitely appreciate your perspective, man. I appreciate you rocking with us, man. I think it's good. Like, I definitely accept it, man, because it's all perspectives are accepted. And I want to thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
All right.
Y'all have a good one.
All right. Appreciate the support too, McCain. Thank you.
Absolutely. Peace, y'all. Have a good one.
All right.
JR, real quick.
Yes.
We should do a show. I mean, I know it's you and Anton, but I'm just saying there should be a show where it's just like callers to bring, because Anton just reminded me of it when he was like, I hope whoever you were talking about, you were like,
You
I
want us
hope
to
you
do a
bring
smoke show?
Yes. That's
I don't have
it.
a problem, but you guys got to make time. You guys got to make time.
What do you mean, like on a day of the week?
I'm just saying, like, you guys got to be available. Everybody.
I'm available.
It's hard trying to get everybody together.
Look, JR, I will make time. As long as it's not during school hours, I would love to do that show. Because a lot of people have a lot to say, and they don't, like, Anton, you know me, and you go back and forth like brothers and sisters. But I completely agree with you in terms of like, just say what you gotta say. Like, stop doing all this comment nonsense. Get on here, say it, have that same energy.
I'm with a smoke show. I think that's a great idea.
Let's do it. Ding ding.
What's going on, Rick Judah? Welcome to the show. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. What's going on? Shout out to the brothers. I appreciate the show. Brother Lapeef, Anton, Courtney, K, Amir,
Hi, Rick Judah.
Umbrella. Yeah. I've been in the group a little bit, so I've had a few interactions. But hey, like I said, show was good. Thank you. Like I said, just wanted to touch on y'all. I know y'all talked about marriage, and y'all talked about how basically it doesn't. Early on with the brother with the moon, the half moon Muslim thing in the background.
Rashawn.
Yeah. Rashawn, yeah, he had some good points. Hey, brother's on point about some things about how basically he wouldn't want his daughter with someone that was just dating her, and he wouldn't even want to give his stuff away to his daughter, to his daughter's boyfriend if something happened to her. I completely feel it because it doesn't make a difference if you're not married. Pretty much doesn't mean anything. It's just you're just here, So and they say if she was grown, if she was 18 plus or whatever, how old she was, why would I want to do that? Why would I want my child, regardless if they're grown or not, if my grown daughter does not move in the way that I have her move, then she's not under my covering. She's not under my covering. Why would I even, subject myself to that, even do anything with that? And I just want to touch on one more part with the whole thing, even with the background check, because I understand a background check, but it wouldn't be a whole criminal background check going through the system. No, it would just be actually find out who this person is. Like, actually see what's going on, because I don't even think a woman should do a background check.
Through what means?
Oh, a background check? The father.
Okay, so family. Okay, so vetting.
Yes, and when I say background check with the father, I'm talking about in the sense of where the woman's like, she's not going to be the one doing the check. It's going to be all the father. Like, because, no disrespect to the sisters, but y'all not going to make good decisions because y'all think with y'all's emotions. Men are more logical. We're going to stick to, how God is. God is going to guide Christ. And then the man, that's why the man is in charge. And, just putting it like that. And it should be going that way. What'd you have on? I see you had a comment. Okay.
Men are not emotional. Meanwhile, people are out here lots of men are out here committing all types of violent crimes, which are driven by emotions such as anger, resentment, jealousy. Let's not act like men are not emotional.
I never said men didn't have emotions.
Yeah, but
God
let's not even act like men are
emotions.
any less emotional than women. I think the problem comes in where people think that crying is the only emotion. Okay, women cry more than men, whatever. But if we're thinking about actual emotions and all the emotions that exist, let's not act like humans are not just emotional beings. People are emotional, men and women. So to try to act like men are more logical, even though they're the ones out here mostly doing the stalking, harassing, killing, rape, R-wording, all these things that are emotionally driven, like we can't dismiss that.
Okay, again, as I said, men have emotions. We have them. We're just in better control of them. That's why God.
But so if men are in better control,
when it says a man is in control,
if men are in better control, why do they commit so many crimes?
One at a time. One at a time.
Hold on. I got an honest question, real quick. Is that a cheetah print couch, bro?
Oh no! It's my TV. I just don't want the reflection going on in the rest of the house.
Oh, I thought that was a cheetah print couch.
Was like, oh, I like
the couch.
I'm telling you like the couch.
Nah. Yeah, I gotta cover it.
That's a Lisa.
If I got people walking around outside, and my wife and my daughter's walking around, I don't want nobody seeing the reflection.
I got you, bro.
Men and women, men are emotional, which is why a lot of the things that happen. We cannot keep saying that women are just so emotional that they can't do this and can't do that. Because look at the crimes. Like, this is not my opinion. This is actual factual data.
Listen, weak men are
okay. Well, maybe there's a lot of weak men because there's a lot of crimes that happen that are emotionally driven, whether that emotion be anger, whether that emotion be jealousy, whatever the case may be, it happens. So let's not act like men are just walking around extremely logical all the time. Let's not. Humans are humans.
I'm not saying that. I didn't say all men are. If you were,
I didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said that, and I did.
You have to listen to understand.
But I listen to understand, not to just talk. I know that narrative, whatever. I'm saying that while you are
Jay is a mess.
No, because the thing is, people want to say things like women are driven by emotion, as if some man right now is killing his wife and kids because he's jealous, mad, angry. That's emotional.
Okay, the only reason why women don't commit all those violent crimes is because we don't have the physical capacity to do so. If we did, we would probably commit more than men.
Don't exist.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Because weapons don't exist.
Amir, you never heard us snap.
Like, come on, Amira.
Women are vicious.
Amira, you're sounding very naive.
Women don't have the power that men have. That's why men are in charge. Just like men don't have the power God has. God has the power to kill us men. Men have the power to kill women and children. That's why these things happen. We have the power to do something. It's a simple concept.
All I'm saying is that people are emotional, period. That's it. A man that chokes out his family is just as emotional as a woman who does whatever. There's all emotions. We can't act like men are just so logical all the time and women aren't. Some women are logical. Some women are emotional more so. Some men are logical. Some men are very emotional. They got hurt in 7th grade and now they hate every woman. That's extremely emotional.
Okay, do you know generals exist?
This is not a thing.
Do you know like generals exist? Like sometimes there's a general.
I do know. I know.
Okay, so when
in general, men commit more violent crimes. So let's talk about that.
Just like now, in general, you showed that you couldn't control your spirit. You started speaking over me while I was
spirit.
Your
emotion, Anton? Is he earthy? He said I can't control my spirit.
No, the Bible says it. He that have no rule over his spirit.
Is this earthy? I'm not religious, so we can't. That's not.
It's not religious. It's just
what it is. You said the Bible.
The Bible is
religious.
All right, one at a time. One at a time.
You said the Bible's not religious?
One at a time. Humans.
Religion is
One at
just
a
a way of
time.
life.
Humans. One at a time.
What, Rick?
It's a way of life. Like a religion is like how you live. Everyone has a religion. Whether they subscribe to a God or not does not mean anything, but everyone has a religion.
Okay, just make up whatever you want. Thank you.
No, that's what the Bible says, and you can look it up for yourself in the dictionary.
Thanks for your support.
It's a way of life.
Thank you.
But hey, you've been educated today, educator. I'll praise the Most High. That's a good thing.
Thanks for your support. Tune in next week, 7:30 Central Standard.
I normally work Thursday night, so this is really like one only time.
Catch it on the flip side.
But I'll still be, watching, catching replays.
Awesome.
But you'll see me back in the group every now and then.
See you there.
Rick Judy,
thanks for having me.
Rick Judy, we definitely appreciate you.
Kay, do you ever get tired?
No. No. Not at all.
Jesus, girl.
Earthy. Oh, Anton, I can't.
What's going on, Coletta? You're on mute, just so you know.
That's my girl right there.
Hi, Colette.
I love Colette.
Hi. Hi, Colette.
I like your shirt. It's very fancy.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. Anton, I just want to say today the live you did today, I completely understand.
It was lit, wasn't it?
But you did the right thing. My husband, I'm not going to share the story, but my husband was in the same situation, and it was between my family person that was married into the family, and we had to cut them off. We're just like, you know what, we got too much to lose. We're on a whole different trajectory, and we don't have time for that. So you did the right thing.
Thank you, love.
That's what I want to say about that. I also want to say, oh, hi, Lucky. Hey, Courtney.
How you doing?
Good, girl. It's like I'm following you around, right?
I appreciate it. Follow me everywhere.
No, but actually, I want to say when Rashawn Ali was on, he was just spitting some facts.
I like him.
Yes, he was. He was spitting some facts, and I want to say to the things what he was saying about when you get married, it clicks. It's something just clicks. It's, and I've asked my husband about it too when we got married. Like, does it feel different? Do you feel different? And he's like, yeah, it's a difference. It's actually a real mental difference, and that's why people who been dating for so long and doing the marriage things as marriage, it will never equal the same. It will never equal the same. Don't compare it as the same. And I want to say, even society, like you were saying, Anton, society looks at you different. And I would say personally, even with my husband and I, when we go into spaces, the looks that we get, especially the fact that we're Black and younger, and if he has his ring on and I have my ring on, I mean, it's like a look even from both sides. It could be, especially from other cultures, but I would say it's from both sides. It's kind of like they're not expecting that. But when they see that, they definitely do talk to you differently, treat you a little bit differently. So not only it's a difference between, it clicks mentally, but it's a difference in how society perceives you. So I definitely want to say that marriage is, I think, who said marriage is not a noose? I don't know if it was Ali or Anton. But marriage is definitely not a noose. It's definitely not something where you feel like you're tied down or anything like that. God made it to be something, the most beautiful gift that we could have. And it definitely is if you put in work. Both parties are putting in work. It could be something that you could, every night before I go to bed, I pray for my marriage, the good and the bad. Whatever to come. I'm like, God, give me the strength to endure whatever is going to come, because it's going to come. The bad is going to come, right? I'm not praying for, oh my gosh, God, I can't wait for the next big thing. No, you endure it. It is not a news. It's so liberating. It's fun as well. As you get older, as you guys grow older together, I mean, it's like you're with your best friend, but not your homie. You know, it's still your husband or your wife, whatever. But yeah, I think that was all the notes I have. As women, when we get married, mentally it also changes because we do relinquish that sense of control as well. Especially when I listen to some of the modern women's out there and they talk about, well, I got to make sure I still have my bag. I got to make sure I still have my bag because he can't say nothing to me. Well, the whole point of when you get married and you choose that leader to lead you, you won't have to feel that. You submit to that man, and now you're feeling safe to not have that control. You won't have to feel like I gotta have the bag because you're not the one supposed to be going out there to go and slay and protect. That's not what God made us for. So that's all I wanted to share with you guys. Thanks for
Thank you,
having me
love.
on. And
Thank you.
last thing I do want to say is, Courtney, you're doing such a great job.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yes, you're doing. I watch you sometimes on TJ. And your soul is super sweet. Keep doing the good job. And I just want to tell you that you don't have to fight all the everything that's coming to you. You don't have to say something to everything. You know?
You'd be surprised when I keep silent.
But you're doing a good job, and you all are doing a good job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
And I do love that
Appreciate
shirt.
you.
I love an embellishment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
All right.
I love a good sleeve. I do.
What's going on, Joel?
Hi, Joel.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Get some better light.
Joel, what did you ask me? No, I'm just playing. I'm not doing that this week.
It's okay, Miss K. Keep showing yourself.
Ow.
I like them puffs you got going on there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing something to me. I like natural hair, but I wanted to start on that subject. But
They
Jr., Mr. Jr., the guest you having on, it's been on fire the past few weeks. I will say that. So they definitely been, especially tonight. Like, yeah, them fellas, they was on point with a lot of stuff. But I do want to touch on some stuff. And one of the subjects I wanted to start with was the subject where Kay was actually correct. I will say that. I'm sorry, Miss K. You like I said, you're doing your thing. Yeah, Miss K said something earlier about the natural hair, and it was a jab. I ain't gonna lie, it was a little bit of a jab. But she was talking about, well, what her face looked like. I like that, Kay. You got a little bit of that fire in you. I like that.
I mean,
But,
it's because she said that natural women don't get approached as much. Like,
yeah, it's
not
BS.
true. Exactly.
Because coming from a man
Don't
that's
say
under
it's
30,
BS. That's my experience, like I kept saying. So
which is fine. But see, I'm fine with
Well, then you
anecdotal
should say
evidence.
your natural friends don't get approached.
Listen.
Not
I'm
natural
fine.
I was talking
Ladies,
about my
ladies.
friend in the situation.
Ladies,
So
it's okay. Calm
let
down.
him finish.
Calm down.
You
Calm
came
down.
in. He talking to me.
Calm down.
Yeah, but you're talking, so I'm talking.
Lucky, we about to fight. No,
Claws up. But when you were talking about coming from a man under 30, I've talked to a variety of men. I went to I guess you could call it a majority white institution or whatever. But a majority, the vast majority, like I have yet to encounter a guy that prefers the fake stuff over the real stuff. But I do believe
Anton, oh my goodness, I do not like
that when y'all talk about real, I do believe y'all need to go a little bit more in depth with what real is, because some cosmetic stuff, it was designed for a purpose. You know, like the breast augmentation, it was created for women with that had one of their breasts cut off because of cancer. You know, so it was a psychological thing where a woman who doesn't feel sexy or feel herself, she feels some type of way. So that therefore they came up with the breast augmentation. I'm okay with that kind of stuff when there's a reason for it, but when a woman's just doing it because, you know, she wants to get more clout or a certain level of attention, like the BBLs, there is literally no point to a BBL in my opinion. Not just, and there's also a health risk with it. Apparently, like 97% of the ones that go down south and get them cheaply done, they get some type of infection or something. So there's also a health risk to it, and it's pointless.
I think I heard that it's like the most dangerous.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. Somebody said, I was listening to somebody who was who's a medical professional. She was like 97% of them get some type of infection or something. The ones that get it cheaply done, because you know the ladies that go down south and get it done for cheap. It's very bad down there because their healthcare system isn't on par with ours.
Not down south. You mean like South America?
Yeah, like cheaply done down like in South America.
Courtney's like I haven't heard of that in Tennessee.
You ain't gonna do that here in my South. No, we do it good here. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, but when y'all talk about real, I absolutely love real hairstyles. I love little to no makeup. You know, I love the natural look, you know, and for the young men I encounter, it's been pretty much the same across the board. They might have some preferences, like I want a girl that has this or I want a girl that has that, but let's just be real. When they run across that right girl, she might not have this and that, but they'll compromise. You know, that's just how guys are. But
that's all cap.
What?
I'm just saying that's from my experience.
So
but
cap.
When you talk about real hair as well, real hair could be natural looking, because there are women, unfortunately, when they get the perms and stuff when they're younger, it literally deteriorates your scalp. Like, you know, what y'all don't realize is a lot of these women, there are hairstylists that literally don't work with women that have weaves and wigs and stuff, because under that weave and wig is mold. Like, they don't want to deal with it because, you know, like they don't take care of it's bad. It's bad for some. So when y'all say natural hair, there's also just the natural look. Like, does it look like it's your hair? Like, you know, you can have a puffy afro be a wig or something. You know what I'm saying? So it looks natural.
Like
it looks like your hair.
might have a wig, afro, but people like it because it's the look.
Yeah, because it looks like her hair, like that natural look.
I think he's beautiful.
Now, of course, because that was also developed for, you know, women that had the shaved head and everything. So, like I said, there's levels to it. You know, if you're just doing it just to do it for you, like I said, there's levels to it. But also, Miss Courtney, I did want to say something to you. Unfortunately, a lot of the people watching this show, they're gonna have a lot of wet dreams tonight, because when you refer to that poll, when Mr. JR was doing his thing, it showed a different side of you. I will say that. So keep it spicy.
I'm not a monolith. There's different sides of me. I mean, I do have a child. Where do you think she came from?
I'm just saying. You got it somehow. I'm just saying. You know?
Hello.
Now, Ms. K. Now, people are watching the show. Y'all gotta realize K is here for a reason. Like, she's here to make y'all better. And Courtney, you talked about an echo chamber. I think it was you. It was you or somebody talking about an echo chamber. You can't have no echo chamber with Kay here. That's why she's here. She's here to challenge people. You know, even you, Courtney, you challenge people. Like I said, you're here to challenge. You know, make sure there is no echo chamber. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I
appreciate this. Every time Joel comes on, you do this.
That's fine, because here's the thing.
Do what?
No, not you, JR, with these sounds.
All right. Well, he always does the sounds. This is what he does.
That's really upgraded. He got a soundboard. What are you talking about? That's really low key. He ain't saying nothing. See, y'all thought it was me.
Yeah, Rilla. Like I said, Rilla. Last show, I said you say what you got to say, and everything you say has some weight to it. Hey, like I said, you keep doing you, bro. Like, real talk. But back to Miss K. She's here to make y'all better for the people that watch the show.
Bring it to a close,
and I do want to wrap it up.
So
I want to wrap it up. And Miss K, can I make a request, please?
Go ahead.
If you could, instead of doing the puffs and the buns and stuff, do you know how to do the frizzies? You twist your hair up and you just let it out. You know, because you know
Oh my god!
I'm not gonna lie,
I think you
I
mean like
like
a
that.
twist out.
Joel,
I got
I do my hair different like every week.
You
yeah,
like
but I
that,
have yet
Joel?
to,
Like and watch it.
I have yet to see you with the frizzies out. I like the
I said I
natural
like
form.
that.
I've had
Yeah, I like that. I just want to
picked
see
out
it. I want to see a different
afro.
side of you.
So
I've
we
had
want to see
multiple.
that.
What?
I
You
do.
know, you
Now,
could just
Katie to
DM her,
straighten her
bro.
hair. I told Katie to straighten her hair.
I think the only hairstyle
No,
I
you
have
could just
not
DM her.
done here
Straighten it
is
out, Kay.
completely straightened or like a weave or braids.
We're gonna see how it's looking next week. We're gonna see.
Yeah, let me do.
Yeah,
I'm gonna like.
yeah,
Do
you know how to
crazy.
do it, right? You got to twist it up and everything, and then once you come on, you got to let my girl do it all the time, but you got to let it out, and it's like that
I have
frizzy
had a
flow.
twist out, Joel.
You know how
You
to.
can't be shooting your shot and then mention your girl in the next sentence, bro.
He's not shooting
Come
his
on,
shot.
man.
I'm not shooting my shot. My
He's
girl,
not shooting his shot.
I'm happy with mine. I'm just saying.
I'm happy.
She got the
Yeah,
natural.
yeah.
She got the natural look going on. I'm like, hey, I haven't seen you with the frizzy. That's all I'm saying. I haven't seen you with the frizzy. I was making a
Remember
request.
the week
Yeah.
that I was quiet? I had a
We've been
whole
talking
fro
about-
picked out.
We've been talking about frizzies for about a good 7 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna peace out, y'all. But thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna get you in trouble.
Hi, Joel.
All right.
Hi.
What?
This
You
dude
know,
was shooting shots hard.
he wasn't
Oh,
shooting.
Foolie, you there, Foolie?
He was shooting his shot.
Oh,
Jesus
Oh, look at him
Christ.
repping Lapeef.
I appreciate that.
That's so
Jesus
adorable.
Christ.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Oh my God.
We can't hear you. You got the sound.
Well, now it's on mute.
JR, you are one creative MFer. You are.
I'm trying to figure out who this is down here.
No, JR, acknowledge what I said.
Is it Ken?
You
Oh,
are
that's my
very
man,
creative.
Ken. I love Ken. Ken is dope. Thinking Man's podcast. Dude is intelligent as ever. Hey, what's
JR,
going on?
Yeah. Hold on,
did you
Ken. I'm
design
gonna bring.
all those?
Yeah. Foolie, you there?
Very good. I like them.
Yo, yeah,
We can hear you now.
All right,
Yeah,
Ken. I'm gonna bring you right back in. Well, yeah, we can hear you. What's going on?
what's good?
Oh.
Yeah, ain't nobody say nothing.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. What's good with y'all? My fault. Long time no see. The peep, let's rap.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I like that shirt, man.
Yeah, I do too, man. I caught it from this dude with a fresh ass beard and a bald. You know what I'm saying? All love, dope. All love. How y'all doing? Shout out. I want to start this off. Shouting out Anton. Shout out to Anton. Because when you went into that whole expression earlier about manifesting and everything, that sounded real, you know, had some earthy vibes on it. So I appreciate you repping for the game, nigga. Hell yeah. Ah, man. Shout out,
earthy about it.
Back at all my earthy
It sounded real earthy. Manifestation is usually used in earthly terms, as a matter of fact, or universal terms.
Manifestation is biblical.
Okay. Agree to disagree. Sure. Shout out my man Rilla. Shout out my man Rilla. Always staying on code, always holding it down. Respect you, King. Hell yeah. And if it's cool with JR, I like to stick around for that late night because real late Rilla be on some whole other shit. You know what I'm saying? So, we gotta tune in for that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Sister Courtney, what's up with you?
Hi, darling. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. I'm well.
One thing I want to touch on right quick as far as the topics are concerned, though, you know what I'm saying? Our sisters, because let's be for real, ain't no other women out here really twerking, so to say. So our sisters should definitely be allowed to twerk in public. And I know that might be unpopular, but hit me out. No, first of all, let me scratch that. JR, we got to talk about being on code, bro. My fault. You know, I always got to talk about on code. I always got to bring on code, yo. Because real quick, when we see women that don't want to cam up and they be in these dark ass rooms looking all creepy with the light bright on their face, talking all close to the camera like this, we usually just push them to the side like, what the hell you doing? We got to keep that same energy for these creepy ass dudes too. Wink, wink. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, yo. It's some creepy ass dudes out here that really ain't, you know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother story. Anyway, our sisters should be able to twerk in public because it's not their fault that's pretty much the only appropriate dance celebration move that we have in our culture. You know what I'm saying? Just like a dude celebrating in public, he either gonna pop lock or break dance. What other? I'm saying, what other dance is there to do to make a celebration? And I mean, in a celebratory form. What other dance is there? I'm asking the panel.
He's like, yes, my baby is being born, and like start popping.
Man, she can cabbage patch, she can do the wop, she can do the snake, she can do the running man, she can do the watusi,
the snake
she
and the
can
running man.
two-step. You want me to keep going?
Well,
got a number of dances she
I'm
can
not
do.
even gonna argue. You're right about that.
It's a very regular thing.
Did you say Black women only twerk, or I'm sorry?
Predominantly. I'm just generalizing, sis. Don't. Yeah, I'm just. Of course, other women try to mimic the movements, but we know where it originated from. That's what I mean. I'm sorry to, just for clarity. But
I don't twerk for celebration, and I celebrate.
I'm not condoning the activity. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that. I'm sorry.
Why do you feel like women should be able to twerk in public and not be criticized for it?
No. Don't get me wrong. Is it something that we want to see? Yeah. But it's not appropriate. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's not appropriate at all. But what I'm saying is, in the event that a woman wants to get loose, you know what I'm saying? Because jam come on or whatever, as our brother Rilla just illustrated, it's a couple other selections, but predominantly they probably gonna just, you know what I'm saying, A and do their little thing. But that's like
Not
I said. All
right.
But
epigenetics.
Ooh, I like that you brought that up. As a matter of fact, can I swing from that and about that topic that our sister Kay brought up earlier about this smoke for the callers? Already addressed one of them, but it's another one that shout out again for Anton, because I've been in the comment sections going back and forth with somebody. You guessed it, vicious dreadhead, and homie had a lot to say on one of the topics that I kind of want to bring up, and it's going to segue to another call I got some smoke for, which is why I kind of played.
We got to keep it brief.
Come on, bro. I thought Bolo time. I'm on the Bolex because I got some smoke for Bolex. Yes, because I peeped the last. I still been watching. You know what I'm saying? So I peeped the last show and K. Ooh. That back and forth, that exchange you had with Bolo, that was real interesting. And even though it started off kind of shaky about how you kind of jumped on the ledge real quick when that question was brought to you.
He asked me two different questions.
He did. And one of them you answered directly, and the other one you kind of tiptoed, you tap danced.
The same exact question, I would have answered the same.
Let me put my cape on first. Let me put my cape on, you know what I'm saying? Because even though, like I said, you started off a little shaky, but you asked that brother specifically. Well, I don't know if he a brother. He sound black, but yeah. You asked him specifically, though. He said, as a matter of fact, when we conflate and say the reason I am where I am because of 100 years ago has an effect on what happened to me now. Speaking on slavery, you know what I'm saying, to keep it in context, he's like, we can't use that excuse no more. And then you asked him a follow-up question and said, what were those things specifically? That question never got answered. I think we should unpack that question because another creepy, I'm gonna tell you, because it's another creepy caller that be on this John the dock.
All right,
and
we gotta
bro. I know I'm getting along with it. But I ain't seen y'all in a minute. It's love, yo. I miss y'all.
Yeah, we got other people that's been waiting though, so we got to keep it brief.
I feel you. But I am bringing home too. I got you, and I got work in the morning too. G, I'm tired, but I'm gonna bring it home with this. Like I said, there's another caller that called in. It's a common consensus on the platform that in order to identify the problem, in order to correct the problem, we first have to identify where it starts. And if we unpack that question that our sister Kay presented to Bolo, I think it'll be a good starting point for where we need to be headed. That's all. I'm gonna leave it there. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm talking about, Foley. Thank
But
you.
I appreciate y'all, yo. Always love.
Definitely
Like,
appreciate the support, man. Thanks
Nice
for the support,
shirt.
Fully.
Greatest show on the planet, mother. I'm gonna leave it there.
I hear that, man.
I'll be back for the real late show though.
All
Rilla. Need you uncensored on there, cuz. For real. We know how you get. Yeah. All love, y'all. Y'all be easy.
You too.
Hey, really got an iconic moment, man, with that beating on the chest, man.
Iconic.
What's going on, Ken? All right, we got
What's
you,
going
man.
on, man? How y'all doing?
Doing great about yourself.
All right. Hey, man. Hey, JR, bro.
Oh.
What do y'all put in y'all beard, man? I'm struggling over here, man. You know what I'm saying?
Are you struggling?
Bro, struggle beard, bro. I'm trying to get. Oh, you gonna zoom in? Come on, Jay.
I have to examine, man.
It's getting out there, man. But hey, it ain't looking too good, man.
Okay, I had to see what was going on so I can give you the proper advice, man.
Nah, man. But I wanted to.
Hey, who did that Ali painting, man?
Nah, I'm gonna shoot it to you. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Bet.
I'll put it in the chat. Nah, but real, I mess with you, bro. I see how you handle that situation with E Black. Man, it's much respect for that, bro. Much respect. And one of the things I wanted to point out that a lot of people don't have a code, bro. So when I watch how you handle the situation, a lot of brothers didn't grow up with the code being explained to them. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of come with it. You know, some guys you got to hold their hand and explain it to them.
What in the world?
What is that?
I'm so confused.
Who is that?
Sound like something from Memphis.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. That ain't on my end.
All right. I'm watching. I'm looking. See.
No, Ken, I appreciate that, man. I don't want Cash to get it twisted, man. I told JR know how I rock with him and how I give it up. And I just, certain things I don't play with, man. Just certain things I don't really play with like that, man. It's not cool.
Yeah, everybody got a different code, bro. And when people show you who they are, you got to believe them, man. They straight up. You got to believe them, bro. But as far as twerking and stuff like that, I don't understand why people so hung up on that. I don't understand. And I don't know, but I'm 35. I don't know if that's a younger guy thing or whatever, but seeing a woman twerk, I don't think it's respectable, to be honest with you. And I mean, a woman twerking, it's not going to be something that I'm attracted to, but that's because I know what I am attracted to. You know what I mean? I have a clear understanding of what I want my woman to look like, and a lot of brothers, one question I would, I think brothers should ask is, do I want my daughter to grow up and be like this woman that I'm attracted to? You got to consider that as well. Like when you're approaching women, a lot of times you're approaching women, you're trying to knock them down. You have totally different intentions. And I'm from the hood as well, bro. Like a lot of my partners, man, they chase a chick, she fine or whatever like that, but they never look at her qualities on the inside. They never get past the exterior, man. And it puts a lot of brothers in trouble. So that's that point. The weave thing, it kind of goes right in line with the twerking thing. I understand women wear extensions and all that kind of stuff, but in my head, when I sit back and I look and I peep what's going on, when I see women with weave and all of this makeup on and stuff like that, in my mind, it makes me feel or think that they are not happy with themselves. You know what I mean? Like why are you not happy with yourself? Why do you have to put on, and when you say it like what it actually is, why do you have to wear the makeup? Why do you have to wear someone else's hair? I've even had those arguments with women as well, where they're like, oh, this is my hair, I bought it. Okay, that's ridiculous.
Are you unhappy with your beard?
Am I unhappy with it? Nah, I'm trying to improve it. That's why I get on here and ask these brothers.
Okay, so right. So if a woman wants to improve something.
But I'm not gonna go to the beauty salon, buy some hair, and glue it to my face. That's not happening.
But do you understand that there's a difference in terms of what people are like conditioned to be accepting of? way more women wear makeup, let's say, or straighten their hair or get a weave or whatever, than men go buy a new beard. So we got to think about the fact that the reason people do what they do is because of marketing.
Oh, trust me, I completely understand marketing, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to bring that to that person's attention. You know what I mean? You're gonna chop it up with him. You're gonna explain. Just like if I see a young brother walking down the street and his pants is sagging and he looking a certain type of way, if I have a relationship with him, and that's one of the things I talk to brothers about as well, you know, you can't have influence without relationship. But you know, like as far as wearing weave, my main question is, why are you wearing it? What is it? Why it doesn't come out of you naturally? To me, that seems like you're not confident with who you are.
The same reason you might ask JR with like a lush beard, how did he get his beard the way he got it?
No, I don't think
it's the same thing.
I don't think it's the same.
How not?
Because my beard comes out, it's a natural thing. It's
okay, but you can't get a JR beard genetically, clearly.
But look, if I can't get a JR beard,
no,
look, I mean, let's rock with that. Let's rock with that. If
I'm not trying to say it like that, but I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Trust me, I'm cool.
Okay.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, if I can't get a JR beard, I'm gonna cut it. That's it, and it's done. It's about you being confident in who you are as a person. Everybody has insecurities. I'm not saying that it's not normal to have insecurities.
What are you insecure about?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's for my therapist. I go to therapy twice a month.
That's amazing. You know what? I'm glad.
Yeah.
That's
no,
awesome.
but that's okay. It's cool. It's real cool. But like I was saying, you gotta ask yourself questions like, why am I doing certain things?
If you can't talk about what you're insecure about, then maybe you shouldn't be worried about what other people that you don't know are or are not insecure about.
It's not necessarily a worry, though. It's not necessarily.
Maybe you shouldn't even speak on it. You won't even speak on your own.
What do you mean by that?
You just said that's for me and my therapist. Meanwhile, you're talking about they must be insecure. Don't worry about them. That's for them and their therapist.
No, the point that I'm trying to make is when you're looking at a woman, what you're looking at her for. I lined it up with twerking. I also lined it up with the way that she styles her hair. Those things are visual things that you can look at, and it tells you about a person. I don't care. I mean, anytime you walk into a room, people are going to break you down visually. Okay?
But projecting insecurity onto them is your own thing. Just because somebody has a weave doesn't mean they're insecure.
What does it mean?
They might just like that hairstyle. Some people wear weave sometimes, and some people wear Afro puff. Some people wear braids or short hair. That doesn't mean insecurity. You're projecting something onto people based on what you think. Maybe you said you see a therapist twice a month.
Yeah.
Maybe explore that, and no shame in that.
I completely understand where you're coming from on that. 100%. Anybody can be wrong at any point. I understand.
It's
where
not
you're coming
about
from.
wrong. I mean, we're just talking.
We are.
Yeah.
My main point is, if it comes from you, why do you want to wear somebody else's hair? I don't understand it. And I'm not saying that.
Let me say something about this too.
Can somebody?
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I kind of wanted to chime in too, because, I don't see anything wrong with a woman that just wants to put in a sew-in here and there just for some fun, because I want my hair longer than usual. Women, every culture of women do that. I don't see anything wrong with playing with hair color. It's our hair. Every culture of women plays with hair color. It's the essence of, am I ever going to see the real you? Is this what you just continuously want to do year in, year out, where the gentleman
forever,
and your hair is molding because you're not taking care of your hair. You keep putting this fake stuff on. You don't have any edges because of the braids are too tight. So the essence is sometimes it's fun. Women like to change it up. Makeup is fun. It's just, are you going to continuously do it day in and day out, where I don't even know what you look like as a man, and I've been with you for years? What does your real hair look like? 2 years ago, I cut my hair. I had me a Tony Braxton haircut because I wanted to do something different, and I shaved my whole head. I was over that in about 2 months. So I got braids. My hair was braided up for a year and a half so my hair can grow out because it was a weird phase. It was looking odd. So I kept my hair braided. It wasn't because I was insecure with myself. I just kept it braided because it was easier for me to have my hair grow. And now my hair has grown out. So now I can take my braids out. So now you see me. So people have weaves and braids. It's fun. It's just, the duration of it. When am I going to see you? And it's not necessarily insecurities. Women like to be dressed different. Sometimes we straighten our hair, curl it, have a puff, have the frizzies, makeup, lipstick, sometimes pink, sometimes red. Sometimes I might want to do a dark maroon. It's fun for us. And it's not insecurities. It's just we're women and that's what we like to do. Makeup, hair. That's what we feel like it's being feminine when we do all that and do our nails.
Okay. I mean, I'm not the arguing type, so I'm definitely open to what you guys are saying. Mm-hmm. I'm taking it in. I'm not a woman. So that perspective, I'm not going to have that. That's something I'm not going to come to the table with. I understand it, but I'm telling you from my perspective, that's it. I'm not persecuting anybody, but just from my perspective, it doesn't make any sense to me. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, listen when women are talking.
Hey.
You know the difficult part about this conversation is that the conversation was based off of what men want. That was the question.
Well, he was talking about women being insecure, and we were talking about that.
He did.
Somehow, some way, it always comes back to justification as to why you do it. But that's not the question. And if the question was, how do we justify why women do what it is that we do so we can get a better understanding, then we can go down that path. But when we're actually having a conversation based off of what men want, you can't tell us what we want because you've never been a man.
Nobody
so
said
you also wait, hold on. So you also have to extend a level of grace and also have to have the perspective that is you have to be okay with being wrong and learning something new in the same way that Ken has extended that same courtesy and saying that, hey, I'm open to hearing what you got to say. I never hear you say that and say I'm open to the possibility that men may think differently than I'm saying that they're thinking according to this conversation. You got to come into it with an open mind the same way that you expect other people to, and you can't project the insecurities by changing the narrative and moving the goalposts.
Men can want whatever they want, which I said earlier. Some men want this, some men want that. That's fine. But to say that women who wear weaves or wear straightened hair are insecure is not correct. And I was just speaking on that. So he didn't say some men want hair that's not straightened or not dyed or whatever, and some men want straightened dyed hair or with a weave or whatever. He didn't come in talking about that. He straight up said that women who wear certain things are insecure.
He said
I was just addressing that. Okay, well, I was telling him that his thought was wrong.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
It's not wrong because then you speaking for all women and saying that
I'm not speaking for all women.
I'm not.
I'm saying that
you do, Kay, regularly.
Say that women
one of the things that you do, Kay, regularly.
No,
is you say don't
why
speak
darker and
all
darker,
women
Anton?
or because I'm chilling and I'm vibing. But one of the things that you say regularly is that. Okay, well then stop trying to say that he's wrong because there are some women.
He made
there are some women.
Yes, there are
some women.
There are some.
Just because you over talk me don't change the facts.
No,
there are some women that do it through because of. Okay, then why didn't you acknowledge that when he said it?
Because he said women who do this. He didn't say there are some women who are insecure and some who just want to. He did an umbrella. Women who do this are this way, and women, whatever. That's incorrect.
That's not
now,
true.
There are some women who may feel insecure and may do this or that. Some don't. That's fine. And I agree with that.
What I said was, I think there's a difference.
Okay, and I'm telling you, your thought is wrong.
Well, you just a minute ago, you said it's not wrong or right. So now we're going back and forth.
No, your thought that you think women who wear weaves are all insecure, that's wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
That's all I'm saying.
I can concede on that. I'm just saying from my perspective, when I look at somebody put on something that's not natural, that's not from them, it seems a bit insecure. That's my perspective. I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm not going to know 100%.
So like the way you line up your beard, is that insecurity? Just let it grow however it grows.
There's a dip.
What's the difference?
Okay.
You're not understanding the difference between.
I am. You're just not making sense.
You gotta let them talk. You gotta.
I'm under the impression that is this not to understand each other?
No, I'm telling you. You asked a question. I thought you were asking. Maybe it was rhetorical. Okay.
The whole point that I'm making is it's good for us to be more secure with ourselves.
Yeah, of course.
If you say wearing this hair makes you feel better, whatever it is, I'm not knocking that. I'm just asking the question at this point because I'm conceding a little bit. If you wear something that's not natural to who you are and it doesn't come from you, does that mean you don't like yourself or whatever that is you're trying to cover up with what you're doing?
And I'm telling you, not necessarily.
Okay. So why are you covering it up?
The same reason you line up your beard.
It's okay. So
how is that different? You're doing something to make something look different than it looks naturally.
The beard is natural. The beard is naturally grown from him. It's his. That's what I think he's trying to say.
That's
it. How is it different though?
To me, and this is just like I said, I think difference. Everybody had different perspectives. To me, it seems like a costume. Just being honest. To me, it seems like a costume.
So, like, do you think Courtney's hair is a costume?
Well, I'm not here to judge Courtney, and I'm not.
But you're here to judge just other random women that are nowhere to be found.
It's
okay. All right, we have to get that after hours.
I mean, you're not here to talk about a specific person, but you're painting a picture of all.
We are in the public. He's just calling in and he's giving his opinion. He's entitled to do that.
Yeah,
I understand, JR.
Yeah, it's just my perspective, but I do agree with you, Kay, on one of the points you were making about men being emotional. Men are emotional. I think a lot of brothers don't understand that emotions is not just crying. It's not just being soft or, it's how you express yourself. So a lot of brothers struggle with their emotions and not being able to control their emotions, and the way that they show it is anger. So you got a lot of guys out here got anger management issues, but they don't think they're emotional. Nah, bro, you emotional. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I can give it and take it, man. Kay, I mess with you. I listen to some of the points you make.
Yeah, we're cool. I mean, I'm not.
You're a little aggressive, but it is what it is.
You're a little soft. It is what it is.
I'll be that. I'm cool.
Okay, I'll be that too.
I'm soft. I am soft.
Aggressive, yeah.
All right, Ken. We definitely appreciate you.
Hey man, y'all take it easy.
You too. Thanks for the support, man. Thanks for calling in, man.
Good night. Artwork.
Bye.
All right. You guys are just tuning in. It's too late now. The show is ending. We definitely appreciate you. We definitely appreciate your support. Make sure you guys like this video. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel and share this video, man. Until next time, we are out.